Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And we will start with our roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
Vice President Cottle. Here. Trustee Calvert. Here. Trustee Church.
Here.
I am here. Trustee Nicolette.
Here.
Trustee Thigpen.
Here.
Student Representative Victoria Gomez.
Here.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for the record, Trustee Thigpen is joining us via Zoom on today. We're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance. And with yesterday's announcement, we're going to ask Vice President Cottle to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. We'll go on to agenda item 1.04, action to adopt the agenda. This is for possible action, so I'm going to ask my trustees, ask the trustees if there's anyone who would like to make any changes to the agenda. I haven't made any as of right now, but obviously as a reminder, as the manager of the meeting, we can certainly do that, and we'll do some adjustments with our legislative report based upon the availability of our Director of Governmental Affairs as well. So what's the pleasure of the board regarding the agenda? Seconded by Clerk Manetto. Discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Trustee Thigpen. I need to pause. Thank you. I got your aye. Thank you, sir. Hearing no opposition, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. It is unanimous. We'll go on to agenda item 2.01. This is the consent agenda. These are items that are items or matters that are considered routine in nature. These are today we have before us consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.02 through 2.20 for consideration before us. And I do think there is a colleague who wants to pull one or two or three of these for questions or further discussion. So I'll open it up at this point, if that's your pleasure, Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I would like to pull for discussion 2.07, 2.08, and 2.09.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other to be considered for further than what we had before? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a motion, if it is the pleasure of the board, to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.06 and 2.10 through 2.20.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee, moved by Trustee Nicolette, seconded by Trustee Church. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 I waited that time. The visual is helpful. Thank you, JJ. Okay, any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. We're going to ask staff to come forward on agenda item 2.07. This is approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe Education Association, providing for the payment of stipends to special education teachers for additional caseload management. This is necessary because of special education vacancies for the 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 school years in the amount of $30 per hour. And again, this is for possible action. There were some questions or discussion you wanted to have, Trustee Church. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Basically, if you can just kind of explain to us what this means for the board and for the public and why.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Trustee Church. For the record, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. I'm joined today by Area Superintendent Jen Van Tress. And we started working on this early in the 1920 school year with the association and with our principals that had vacancies in special education to figure out a way to make sure that case management for students that were being served by teachers that were actually unfilled positions could still occur, right? That case management needs to continue. And so we began working with the association to identify a solution for when employees take on those vacancy cases in addition to their own caseload. And so as we worked through, what this would look like and the tracking and all of that with the association, in the middle of that, the pandemic happened. And so the activity has continued. And this is a process that we utilize to bring forward and have the board review the agreement in order to memorialize it. So.
Would I be correct in saying this is because we essentially have a crisis in recruiting these teachers, that it's not for lack of trying?
Certainly not for lack of trying. Shortages in education are something that is not unique to our district. And this is exclusively due to vacancies. So when a vacancy occurs and case management is still necessary, and that case management is being performed by someone who already manages their own caseload, then this compensation would come into play.
And then I think my final, more of a comment, the anticipated amount, $15,000 to $30,000 per year just for this. Consistently, I'm hearing that we have a crisis in recruiting and retention across the board, but I'll stick on this agenda item. I think that we desperately need to reevaluate our recruiting and retention program for this, and that we need to, for a fraction of that price, we could bring in some experts nationwide to evaluate and teach us on recruiting. So I'm good with approving it, but I wanted to get those comments on the record that I think we desperately need to improve recruiting and retention and get some outside training and education on how best to do it.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any further discussion on this item? This, again, is consent. It's agenda item 2.07 as a part of the consent agenda. Trustee Calvert?
I'm sorry. So my question would be, I'm sure that there's special training and additional training. So could you go into what additional training possibly a certified teacher would need in order to teach special education?
So from a licensing perspective, there absolutely is specialized training, and the type of training is going to depend on the type of program that the teacher is supporting. So, for example, there is licensure specific to serving students who have autism. There's license specific to serving children who are profoundly physically and mentally disabled. And so there's a variety of different types of licenses that are available, and then the training is specific to each of those specialties.
So they need the training before they can actually fill that position? Or can they do it in addition to, say, like, I'm a certified teacher and I want to go into special ed? Would I be able to do that and learn, what I need to learn in order to help those children?
Yeah, that's a great question. That program is actually called our Options Program, and that allows teachers who are certified in a non-special education area to obtain their special education licensure while they're in the classroom. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Any further discussion or questions for staff as they are here? Okay, seeing none, then looking for a motion, if that's the pleasure of the board, to approve agenda item 2.07. Motion by Vice President Calvo. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Calvert. We had discussion. I'm pausing for Trustee Thigpen if he's jumping in. Seeing not. Okay, all those in favor of approving consent agenda item 2.07, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much for both of you for coming forward. Now I'll ask staff to come forward to address consent agenda item 2.08. Possible action to approve the Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education Advisory Committee reappointments of Sarah Seibert, or it could be Siebert, I'm not sure which one. I'm sorry, Sarah, if you're here. And the parent or guardian spot as that representative. Lydia DeForlio as also in the parent or guardian representative role. Kelly Roper also as the parent or guardian representative role. Manuel Magana as a counseling representative and Rabbi Benjamin Zober as a religion representative. This is for 2-year terms. This will end June 30th, 2023. And again, these are reappointments. These are people that already serve on the share committee, and they have specific terms, the 2-year terms. Their terms are up, and they are interested in continuing to serve, and it's the recommendation of the share staff that they continue to do so. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Trustee Church. You had some questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Being new, I've been approximately 5 months on here, but I kind of assumed, and I've read the policy 9100 that allows the committee to make the recommendation, but it's still our decision. And so I have some serious concerns. Have we had other applicants for the share positions?
So good afternoon, Rochelle Proctor, Share Coordinator. We currently have 2 positions open right now, and we have had approximately 8 applicants for those 2 positions because those were advertised.
Is it possible that they could fit into one of these categories? And I don't want to go through them, but is it possible they would fit into one of these categories that's up for renewal?
We advertised as a parent seat, so that's what it's advertised as, or was.
So these were never advertised?
The 2 that are open?
No, I'm
yes.
sorry, A through E?
No. The
Okay.
ones that are existing and that are renewing or their reappointment, yes.
All right, I guess I'm ready to say that I'm opposed to this. I recognize the share committee recommendations, but it falls on our lap. Being new, I feel I should have the option to review the candidates and reach out. And if we determine we want to renew these folks, great. But I think, for example, and I'm not picking on anybody, I'm just picking an example that's obvious, is the...
Is it okay to say a name as we consider? Can you just not say a name, Trustee
Well,
Church? So we haven't had-
absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
So, for example, the religious applicant. There might be other religious pastors or members out there that would love to serve on that. So I just think the board, I'm asking the board to consider that we send this back and allow everybody to apply that wants to. I think that's only fair. I just don't understand automatically renewing these folks for another year without giving somebody else that falls into these categories a decent chance to apply. I mean, I don't know these, I've talked to maybe 1 or 2, but I don't really know them. But I just know that there's other people out there that would love their free speech heard, and I think we're denying that to them. So I'm either a no or I can make a motion, but...
Trustee Church, I'm getting the...
Well, first of all, it's not free speech to serve on a public body, so I want to be careful because I don't want the board sitting up here saying we're violating First Amendment rights, which it's not a right to sit on a public body. Also, Board Policy 9100, subsection 4B discusses reappointment, and we have a big problem with volunteers in the past, and so the board wanted the language written this way so that if somebody wants to be reappointed, it just kind of is automatic. So that's the way the policy is written. You're going to have to consider that in discussing this.
Well,
But it's not a First Amendment violation.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
I guess I have
Trustee Church?
well, my opinion, but I have a question for council. Are we obligated to approve these folks? I mean, is it not even a choice that I have?
You can vote any way you want, and it's not a First Amendment violation.
Is that clear, Trustee Church?
Yeah,
There's not we don't have an obligation.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that
Okay.
I'm suggesting that other people have their opinions, their First Amendment opinions that might want to be heard on the committee. I'm not suggesting that we're violating the First Amendment. But again, I'm just not comfortable voting for this. I wanted to open up, there's 3 of us that are new on the board, and we haven't had any input into the initial selection of these folks, who are probably fine people. So I'm either a no, or I'll make a motion to send it back, but I'm not comfortable approving these.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. I see Dr. Nicolette and then Clerk Manetto. Trustee Church, please turn your mic off so we don't have any interference. Thank you.
I'm extremely familiar with committee work here in the district, have sat on a variety of committees for just a little over 20 years. And I understand the point. There's a larger concern that was voiced a little bit. And that is that there has never, in my experience, been a rush to serve on committees. And that's sad, but it's the truth. People are busy. They have things that they have to do. And it's a lot of work, and it's a big commitment. There's a lot of research. It's a lot of time. There's a lot of reach out, and it's a lot of work, as it should be, because this work is important. I have always been for, if someone wants to serve again and they are reliable, they do their homework, they care about the work, then I have never had a problem with that. And I have thought about, other people out there. And so therefore, one of the things I do when there are positions on committees is I share that information. I'll send out emails and share it, because not everybody checks the website for, vacancies on our committees. Again, people are very busy. So I will have to say that me personally, I'm very comfortable with someone who's done the job, who's reliable and cares, being reappointed.
Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you. So we have in policy, we have an auto reappointment, is what it comes down to, right?
Basically, yes. Here, let me just read it to you. Members in good standing may be reappointed without the district opening the position for recruitment or being required to submit a new application or be interviewed. The member seeking reappointment must submit to the board a letter of intent to return for an additional term of the public bodies. Then it talks about good standing, and the person should be in good standing. And it does say ultimately that appointment rests with you all, so you can kick it back, but you've never done that before, and when you passed this policy and we wrote it for you, you were very clear that you wanted this to be, when I say you, this board, because the board exists whether it's this membership or not as an entity. And when you passed this, you wanted to make it easier for people to get reappointed because you had a horrible time getting people onto public bodies. So that's the history behind this language. So to say it's automatic, not technically true, but yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, it's kind of one of those things. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto and Council. Trustee Church?
This is not, we're going to maybe talk about school naming committee or some other committees. This is the most debated committee that we have by far. I think I can say that. I get more emails on this than related to any other committee. Get more emails, more when I do public speaking, I get more questions on this. And I think it's presumptive to say we can't get people, because I haven't been given the chance to reach out to my constituents to apply, and I feel strongly that I could get more than one applicant, but that's my comment.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any further comments? Okay, hearing none. Do we have public comment on this, JJ? No public comment? Okay. All right, then that being the case, I'm looking for the pleasure of the board in regarding this issue. Okay, then you can make a public comment, but we just need you to get a comment card, okay? So no, don't run back here. I'm sorry, let me make that clear. You can make your comment here, and then when you're done, just make sure you give her a public comment card, okay?
Absolutely.
And then for the record, since we don't have it, if you would state your name for the record. Now, this public comment, just to be clear, shouldn't be about the shared curriculum as a whole.
Absolutely,
it's about the committee.
Correct.
Absolutely. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes, and let me just say this. There's a new timer, so you won't get a 30-second warning like you typically do, but your yellow light will come on at 30 seconds, okay?
For the most part, I'm a rule follower. We should be good.
Okay, no, I just want you to be aware of the.
I'm good, Angie. Thank you.
All right.
No, I agree with Trustee Church. As Rochelle mentioned, you advertised 2 positions, and you have 8 people interested in those 2 positions. How much interest would you have if you brought it out to the community? And I also want to talk about the NRS code that talks about it ultimately belongs to the board, not the share committee to do the interviewing, not Rochelle to do the interviewing. It's the job of the board. Clearly, NRS 389-036, where it talks about establishing the course or unit, talks about what they're supposed to be teaching, which you always tend to over teach and add things. But NRS 389.036 says this committee shall advise the district concerning the content of and materials to be used in a course of instruction established pursuant to this section and the recommended ages of pupils to whom the course is offered. The final decision on these matters must be that of the Board of Trustees. I don't know why, with all the controversy, you wouldn't open up the positions, and if they earn it, great. This isn't a comment on that, but let's open it up to the entire community. Isn't that what we want? We want community involvement on the SHARE committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you leave, would you mind stating your name for the record, just so we have it on here?
Absolutely. Karen England. I'm with Nevada Family Alliance.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any? Don't forget, Miss England. We need you to do a comment card. Okay. Thank you. Okay. No further public comment. Again, back to the dais for looking for a motion one way or another from the board.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, please, Trustee Church.
I make a motion that we send this back to staff to open it up to all applicants.
For these particular positions?
For all the listed positions.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Cottle. Any further discussion on this motion? Dr. Nicolette?
I guess I would refer back to our policy. Are we sidestepping our own policy if we send this back?
Counsel?
Well, I think there's two things to point out. Everyone on the board or on SHARE is a member of the public, so it's not as if the public isn't participating. These are people who just want to be reappointed. So that's a misstatement. And I think the second thing is, if you look at the intent of this, reappointment of volunteers is that your intent when this was drafted was to make it simple for them because you had so few. You can kick it back, and then I guess at that point you would go down and follow the provisions related to recruitment, which I would have to find in here, and then you would go through that process. The board's never done that before since you've adopted 9100. So, but technically you can do it, or technically the motion does comply with the policy.
Thank you, Counsel. Any further discussion on this motion? Was that light on, or were you on? You're off? Okay. And my comments on this would be, I'm supportive of renewing the commitment for those who have served and continue to be in good standing. They're 2-year terms, so there are opportunities that come up every 2 years for that. I don't want to penalize those on this committee or any other, quite frankly, who've been involved, who've served in good standing and want to continue to be involved. So I'm going to be voting against the motion, although I certainly understand it. But there are 2 spots that are open as well that can still be there. And I think it's important that we show appreciation for that service that's been there, as long as the service has been done in good standing. So those are my comments on it. Further comments? Okay, seeing none, we're going to call for a vote. And the motion, I want to make sure I get this right. JJ, help me. If necessary, the motion is that this be sent back to the SHARE committee. Right, I'm looking at you too, Trustee Church, right? To be sent back to staff, and that these positions be opened, right, for open recruitment to fill them. Correct? All right, I got that from the motioner in the second. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposition? Nay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear from you, Trustee Thigpen. Why don't we do a roll call just to be safe on this, JJ, if you would?
Trustee Church?
Aye.
Trustee Cottle?
Aye.
Trustee Calvert? Nay. Trustee Thigpen?
Nay.
Trustee Nicolette? Nay. Trustee Minetto? Aye. President Taylor?
Nay.
Motion fails 4-3.
Okay, the motion fails 4-3. Again, the motion fails. Let the record show it is 4-3. Actually, it was 3-4. The motion failed 3-4. Okay, so now we still have before us the adoption or the approval or non-approval, I guess we should say, of agenda item 2.07. So if it is the pleasure of the board, no, 2.08, I'm sorry, 2.08. If it is the pleasure of the board, I'll entertain a motion on agenda item 2.08. I see you leaning
Diane
in, Dr.
Nicolette
Nicolette.
here. I move that let me get this right since this is going to be a little controversial. I want to read that we're on 2.8. I move that the board approve the Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education Share Advisory Committee reappointments for a 2-year term ending June 30th, 2023.
There's a motion on the floor for agenda item 2.08. Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Any further discussion? We certainly don't want to be repetitive, but if there's something new to add, then it will certainly take it at this time. Okay, no new commentary? Okay, then we will go forward there's no other public comment on this? Okay, great. Moving forward, all those in favor of accepting agenda item 2.08, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I didn't hear him, but I heard you move your mouth, so I see your thumbs up. Okay, any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, but once again, why don't we do roll call just to be safe on this, JJ? Make sure we have everybody's vote counted.
Trustee Church?
Nay.
Trustee Cottle?
No.
Trustee Calvert?
Yes.
Trustee Thigpen?
No.
Trustee Nicolette?
Yes.
Trustee Minetto? No. Trustee Taylor?
Yes,
Motion passes 4-3.
this motion passes, and let the record show it is 4-3. Okay, we keep going down to, thank you, staff, for coming forward. We go down to agenda item 2.09. We'll ask staff to come forward on that agenda item as well. This is approval of the reappointment of the following members of the school naming committee for 2-year terms beginning July 1, 2021 and ending on June 30th, 2023. Lisa Loader, trustee for Zone A representative. Christina Frank, trustee for Zone G representative. And Scott Benton, trustee for Zone F representative. These are again reappointments of existing committee members. And this is, we'll turn it over to Ms. Anderson.
Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications.
Oh, wait, we should start with questions. We have you talking. We should see what questions you have. Trustee Church, I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is for the school naming committee. It's not quite as controversial as the last one, but it was placed on the consent agenda. I had, and I don't know if I missed something, but I don't think so. I had no knowledge this was coming. I'm the elected representative for District A. I don't know Lisa Loader, probably a fine individual that represents my district. I didn't approve her to begin with. I've never met her. Nobody from staff has contacted me to warn me this was coming, and then I see it under the consent agenda. So I have to oppose it. And so I would ask my fellow trustees to at least throw me a bone and allow me to remove that name from the approval list and send that back for applicants, and then leave it to the other trustees in their district to opt in or out as they want. But that's what I would, at a minimum, ask, since, it's important. I represent the constituents of District A, and here I'm voting on somebody I've never, ever met or talked to or been informed about.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Church. Vice President Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. I know with zoning, it's set up similar with the trustee zones, and the trustee then appoints someone for approval. Is that not the case in naming?
Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. Like some of the committees, they are made up of geographical requirements, openings for parents, students, and staff. As what was just previously mentioned with Cher, members that were in good standing who wished to return had that open period from April 14th through the 28th. If they were interested, and then we opened up the remaining, and that was from April 29th through the 13th. And then, of course, if we did not have sufficient applicants, then we would open it up further. We did have the 3 that are on today's agenda. However, we have had 3 vacancies since June of 2020. And so when we made the announcement, we sent this out through, obviously, a news release, posted it on the website, social media, and shared it out with the newsletter. So that is how this has previously worked for this naming committee. I do want to note that obviously with no applicants from last year, obviously due to the pandemic, but we do not have anything currently even, and then I don't know if I have no idea, obviously, how growth goes or which way the board is going to vote. But the only potential naming that's still out there is an elementary school, depending, again, on growth and the board's approval. Everything else has already been named, and this committee does not name facilities or fields or buildings.
Okay. For me, I do think there's value if a committee member is specifically assigned to a trustee zone to have the trustee input. I know that's the case for zoning because I know we have to appoint somebody to be approved. I'm just not sure about naming. I know this is different than share, but this is specifically for trustee zones. So I do think there is value to involve trustees because trustees can then appoint, solicit, or if it's a reappointment, at least have an introduction. So I do think there is value in committee spots that are specific to a trustee zone, that the sitting trustee at least be aware of who they are. The board has to approve it, but the individual trustee should have a little bit of a say, because I see G and F, so that would be Nicolette and Calvert as well. I do think there is value there. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Clerk Minetto.
Thank you. So you said that we have 3 vacancies, and they've been vacant for some time since June of 2020 or something. What districts are they?
So the ones that were vacant were C, E, and G.
Okay.
From June of 2020. Previously, I'm sorry, please go ahead, Trustee Minetto.
So is this the first time we've reached out, or?
So the terms on the naming committee are staggered, right? So not everyone is up at the same time. So last year, when we had those 3 openings, we did the same process that we've done of advertising, but it's a little bit of a different year, as you recall. And we got 0 applications. And we also knew that we probably wouldn't be meeting anytime soon because of the pandemic and schools are growth. So this year, in addition to those 3, and then I think we had 2 additional openings, so for a total of 5 openings that we advertised for this year. So this year we got 5 applications for the new openings, if that answers your question.
So you got 5 applications for the 5 openings?
For the new openings, which will come to the board at a later date because the application period just closed for that.
Okay.
That's in addition to the 3 renewals. So we had a lot of renewals and vacancies on the school naming committee this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I may add just of those the applications did come in for, which districts were those or zones?
For the ones that were open, not renewing members?
Yes.
It was C.
Do you know offhand?
E, G, and B, and at large. At large.
Okay, so those are 5 openings that we're filling. We have these that are being renewed.
Correct.
And then we have 5 that are being filled.
That's
correct. But
and those
on a different, this agenda item is just the renewals.
Right, this is just the renewals. And then the other ones, the period just ended.
Correct.
Right? And then so people apply and so on and so forth.
Correct. And those 5 would come to you, obviously, at the June meeting. So there really is 3 phases in this. There's obviously the members that are in good standing, and then there is new applicants. And then if we see, and this goes for all committees, if we see that those, we did not receive sufficient applicants, then there's that third phase, which we are in right now for several of them, including this one. We need to get a student high school representative for this as well.
Okay. I think that you have the regulations surrounding that, if you would, Council, and then we'll go back to Trustee Caldwell and then back to Trustee Manetto.
Yes, I do have the regulations. So it's Regulation 7111, Part 4B, membership. The superintendent or his designee shall establish the process for selecting the members of the committee. The committee membership, and this is I think the most salient part, committee membership shall be representative of the diverse nature of the school of Washoe County and shall be comprised of 11 voting members as follows: 1 district representative, 7 parent/guardians or members of the community, 1 each from trustee districts A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, 1 student, and 2 at-large members. So it does appear that it doesn't specifically say a trustee should appoint, but otherwise the language kind of doesn't make sense, right? I mean, it seems logical and consistent with our other public bodies that they would at least have the opportunity to make a recommendation. That being said, it doesn't specifically say that. A problem-solving suggestion might be to, and I know it's not on the agenda now, but is to consider, since we do have 9100 and 9100, and this is a perfect example of how hard it is to get volunteers, move Ms. Loader to the next agenda and put her in the at-large spot since she wants to be renewed, and then give Trustee Church the opportunity to do Zone A. That might be a resolution. Then Ms. Loader gets renewed. You still recognize her efforts for working as a volunteer under Board Policy 9100, and at the same time meet the needs of what Trustee Church is requesting. You could vote to do that at the next meeting. You couldn't vote to affirm her today, just to be clear. That might be a solution the board desires.
Thank you, Council. Appreciate that. Vice President Caldwell and Clerk Manetto.
Thank you. I do think that this is something we should really think about, because I didn't know the District C seat was open, and so I can help you fill that. And so I think as trustees, for us to be aware of when our seats are open, we can help the district find people and then recommend people, and then we can act as a conduit for the district to look for people in our zones. So I do think there's opportunity there for us to be involved in that. And I'm perfectly good with the recommendation from council. I would just also like to ask Trustees Nicolette and Calvert what your thoughts are, because G and F are on the agenda today as well. And if you're good with G and F, I'm good. And then I also think allowing Trustee Church to pick for A is what he would like. So I think we should find a way to make sure all 3 of you are comfortable with these selections. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Caldwell, and we'll certainly go for input. I'm going to respond to what he said first, if I may. Clerk Manetto, I would say this. I would go further and say for the other areas that are open, those trustees may want to be involved as well. So this really is, I think, from an overall standpoint, the conversation about a trustee being involved in the person that's representing their district. I think there's certainly merit to that. And so in making whatever decision we make here today, thank you, Trustee Church, for bringing it up, but I don't want to just say, and then Trustee Church can decide. Really, if we think that's a good idea, and it sounds like we do, right, that all trustees should have that opportunity if they want to. And then that's when, as you said, Vice President Caldwell, that's when Trustee Calvert can say, you know what, I'm good with this, that's fine. And same thing with Dr. Nicolette, because those are the other 2 on here. There's also some recruiting happening in some of the other districts. And so those trustees may feel like Trustee Church and say, hey, I'd like to be involved in this process. So I think it's broader. I think it certainly began with Trustee Church, but I think it's broader than that. If we think it's a good idea for the trustees to be involved, then that's, to me, I think that should be a part of whatever decision making we do here. And I certainly think it's an opportunity for that. whether it's help recruiting or whether it's knowing who's representing your district, whatever the case may be. So there, that's why I wanted to respond to that. So we'll go to Clerk Panetto, and then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette, and then Trustee Calvert will ask you to weigh in as well, since we're discussing your district F. So Clerk Panetto.
Thank you. So if, I mean, it would be wonderful if we got 25 people wanted to be District F. Do we have a rubric we go by? I mean, is this even asking the right question? Do we have a rubric, or is this just I got a gut feeling about that person? You know, I mean, surely, being a school district, we have a rubric, right? That's what school districts do.
I don't think with the school naming committee we have ran into that before, is my understanding. So I will say we've received applications, and when there's nobody else competing, you know, unless there is some outstanding issue, which again, my short term obviously has not happened, but we would absolutely defer and do a sort of a rubric, because we don't want to play favoritism. We want to make sure we're vetting the candidates and make sure that it is extremely fair. And of course, we appreciate the committee members that are applying.
Okay, thank you.
Just to create
Please.
the record, so to just show that we try to set up objective criteria as we use standard HR recruiting methods and standard HR interview methods. So there is, if there was enough demand and interviews were required, there would be some level of rubric, but it wouldn't be a curriculum-based rubric like in education. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay.
He was speaking to the teacher in you, Clerk Manetto. Okay, Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll go to Trustee Calvert.
Well, clearly there's an element of a rubric in that you identify where a person lives, their district. I personally would prefer not to have input into those choices. I can see where that could get a little dicey, and I trust the judgment of those that have to do the work and choose the committee members and then ultimately work together. I will say, though, that one of the reasons there might be vacancies is because this is a committee that doesn't typically have a lot of work to do. And so I can't help but wonder, help me, General Counsel, if I'm overstepping my bounds, if we shouldn't reconsider how this committee exists and put the committee together when there is a need, rather than just having individuals who want to help and do something sit and do nothing just because there's no work. So we may, as trustees, want to consider this committee and in formation a little differently. Just a thought.
We can't discuss that today, though.
Okay, well, I will say we certainly have your opinion on you'd rather not be involved in the selection, so thank you for that. Trustee Calvert, we'll look to you as to your desired level of involvement.
I'm okay with the process the way it is, and like Trustee Nicolette, I do agree that we should have a little bit of a say in it, but I do believe ultimately it's their choice, and if they're choosing to volunteer and to serve, I personally appreciate that they're taking time out of their schedule and their work or whatever that they're doing to volunteer. So I'm totally okay with whatever the process is.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. So it looks like what we might be working towards, and I'll get to you, Trustee Church, what might be working toward is sort of the compromise resolution, if you will, that that council came up with that might still allow the 3 to serve. I know we can't vote on the at-large at this point, but we could approve the 2 since those trustees are okay with it, and then go further for the at-large, and then staff can work with the trustees for the for the other positions in terms of making some recommendations and whatnot. Does that kind of fall in line with what we're able to do? Okay, so we're kind of moving. Hope you people that are going to be making some motions are listening here, because I'm trying to help out and get us there. Okay, Trustee Church?
Thank you. I want to read the policy on school naming committees because it's almost in conflict with the 9100. Here's the quote. The district shall establish an advisory committee to the Board of Trustees, thereafter referred to as the school naming committee. The committee shall consider potential names based on the criteria herein and make recommendations to the Board of Trustees. So in this, end quote, in this particular case, it's almost saying that, no, you don't get to renew, you have to, we get to consider all the names. That's the way I interpret that. But either way, I'm comfortable with what I think is going to be coming up with a motion that allows me to withdraw that one name.
Okay, one thing I might add just in response to that is that was about the committee making recommendations to the board for the name of schools, not the name of committee members. So the contract isn't there because we're talking about naming two different things. Okay? So just for clarification on that.
That explains it. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Caldwell?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Absolutely.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve staff recommendation to fill the vacancies in Trustee Zone G and Trustee Zone F on the school naming committee, and that the Board of Trustees would consider Miss Lisa Loader for the at-large committee at a future board meeting, and that staff would work with all trustees to fill openings on the school naming committee per trustee zones.
Okay, that seems clear enough to me. Council?
Yeah.
Yep, sounds good. Okay, your lights on. I think that's going to mean a second's coming, Trustee Church?
I just had a question.
Okay, wait. We got to get second first. Then we can discuss. So don't go away.
I had a legal question before we
Okay, I got to have a second, though. I can't leave the motion hanging out there if we're going to have a second, or else it will die. Okay, and we don't want it. No, I don't mean that. Yes, Clerk Camino? There is a second. Okay, thank you. Now, yes, sir.
Because it's not on the agenda, can we approve Lisa Loader for the at-large?
We cannot. I can answer that for you. We cannot because that is not on the agenda. But his recommendation was to consider her for the at-large at a future meeting.
Okay.
That was the motion.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I don't see you waving the yellow card at me, JJ, so no public comment. And I'm watching Trustee Thigpen, so nothing from him. Okay, there's a motion on the floor that the recommendations, the committee recommendations for districts F and G be approved, and that the other candidate, Ms. Loader, be considered for a future for the at-large position at a future date, and that staff will work with the trustees for the remaining openings for the school naming committee. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. We have, I'm sorry, I missed you, Trustee Thigpen, where your yay or nay, thumb up and down. Okay, thank you so much. So let the record show that the motion carries 6-1. 6-1. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay. We are through the consent agenda. No, good discussion, good questions, fantastic, good stuff. Okay, just before we jump into, just before we jump into our public comment, our legislative affairs director is on and ready, and we need to catch her while we can so she doesn't get pulled into some committee or something and start fighting for money or something that's important for us. So we're going to jump down to, and as the manager of the meeting, I get to do this. We're going to jump down to agenda item 4.01, which is our report from the legislature. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We see you on the screen.
President Taylor.
Oh, you're kind of going in and out. You're going in and out. I'm not sure what to do about that. Let's see. John's checking it. Let's try again. Keep going. Try again.
Okay.
No, we're catching every few seconds. We're going in and out.
Oh, dear.
Okay, I know John is working. I'm trying to get you while we have you because I know public comment might be lengthy, which is okay. And then when it's done, you might be gone in a meeting. Or we're good. We're better now. Let's try again, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, President Taylor. Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs.
We're in business. Good job.
Giving me this opportunity. As you know, 7 days.
I'm sorry. We had a good start, and then it trickled off a little bit. So I'm sorry, I think we're going to have to get into public comment. Can we pause it for a moment if we need to, if she's ready and prepared? Because it's so important what she's doing that we're getting down to those last few days, and I don't want to miss getting the report, but we certainly can't have her miss a session she should be in.
Yeah, absolutely. So to start public comment, if we can get the technical work out, pause public comment, finish that, and then go back to
Okay,
public comment.
we'll do that so we can work on it. Thank you, John. I know you're working, but we don't have to wait while you're working. But when you're ready, we certainly want to take you because we're certainly respectful. There's just a few days left down there, and we want to make sure you're available for what's important down there. So we're okay. Good. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead on to agenda item 3.01. This is public comment, and I know the system was worked out last meeting. Thank you, ladies. And just as a reminder for those who may be able to hear, hopefully you can. Obviously, we all know that there's 3 minutes. There's a new timer. One thing about the timer, however, is there is no longer a 30-second warning, and I want to make sure I let you know that so that be planning. The yellow light will come on, however, so that you know when it's getting close to time to wrap those up. Additionally, we're appreciative of those, certainly you who've come out in person, and those who are probably waiting outside, and then the overflow, and those who have emailed public comments in. We do read those public comments. And public comments, you can send your comments continually throughout the meeting. Public comments at washoschools.net. And then there'll be times when we will periodically make sure we take a pause to read the public comments. Ms. Batchelder, who does an amazing job, will also make sure she will read the names of those who have emailed in public comments so that your name will be in the record. Your public comment will also be a part of the record, although they will not be read aloud here at the meeting. This is our practice that we've been adhering to, and we're going to continue to do just that. But I'd like to just do a reminder for those, maybe if you haven't been here for a while, or if you haven't been here before. So that being said, as JJ begins to call, she'll call several names so people can be ready. I'm going to remind my colleagues, please take a glance down. That's why some of us have a couple of screens open. Take a glance down at public comments. A few have come in since we've been in our budget work session and so on. And we can go forward from there. So, JJ, thank you.
Don Kennedy, William Smith, then Gib Patton. While they come, the board received emails from Alex T., Maria Skolnick, Eric Rezak, Drew Tilbrook, Ian Corona, Diana Maher, and Lorna James.
We're looking for, is it Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy? Okay, well, hang on just a moment. So, board, this is a chance just to take a quick glance. Make sure we're up to date on the public comments. Is this Mr. Smith? Patton is third, right? Why don't we go ahead to Mr. Patton, come on in. We'll go ahead and get you started right here at the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. The yellow light will come on when there are 30 seconds left, sir. Let's get your mic on. JJ will do that. Okay, fantastic.
Good.
Thank you.
Started?
Yes.
Okay. So let me introduce myself. My name is Gib Patton. I recently moved here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I graduated school last May. I'm attending law school in the fall at University of Virginia. And, when I first moved here, my objective was to ski and coast until law school, until, a few things were I became aware of, including the pushing of something under the guise of critical race theory. And I know you guys aren't specifically calling that, and I'm aware you guys talked about that on the 11th. But, Council, I'm sure you're aware, in 1952, there was a case before the Supreme Court called Briggs versus Elliott. And the counsel representing the plaintiff was a guy named Thurgood Marshall. And being from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Thurgood Marshall was always a hero of mine. But, part of it, when he went up to the stand, part of his speech, he actually had a guy named Kenneth Clark come speak. And what Kenneth Clark did, he was a child psychologist. And he had children, black and white children, come up to the stand and speak. And what he did was he had two baby dolls. He had a white baby doll and a black baby doll. And essentially, he asked each child which they identified as. And almost every single black child pointed at the white doll because they associated white with being good. And, when I first heard that in my constitutional law class, it was heartbreaking. And, I would say it's child abuse, quite frankly, and it was. And, what we see today is, I was looking over the curriculum, it's taken off the website now, but a potential question to fifth graders who are 10-year-olds is, how does white male privilege affect your self-worth or create a false sense of self? And, to pose that question, which is clearly a cueing question to a 10-year-old child, is wrong. I come from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where it's 53% black, 30-something% white. And, growing up in the public education system, as a 10-year-old, you're not supposed to be worried about the weight of the world. And there's a Bible verse in Corinthians that says, when I was a child, I talked as a child, I thought as a child, and I reasoned as a child. And when I grew older, I gave up childish ways. And, I'm only 23 years old, but the fact that I felt convicted to come here and say, what are we pushing right now? What are we pushing on children? And I know this hasn't been enacted yet, but, I just encourage everyone to really think about the long-term effect this has on the youth. And I appreciate all of, the job you guys do. So,
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Appreciate you being here.
Don Kennedy, William Smith, Valerie Fianacca.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy. Just as a quick reminder, the yellow light will come on when you have 30 seconds left of your 3 minutes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak. My name is Don Kennedy, local businessman, veteran, father, and grandfather. I'm here to speak a little bit about critical racial theory and why I think that this is something you shouldn't teach. I really think none of you even really know what it is. I don't see anybody at this table that I think knows what prejudice really truly is. Let me explain myself. I was born in Oakland, California, actually Alameda. Lived there till I was in the 4th grade. Moved from there to Salt Lake City. A young Catholic altar boy moved to Salt Lake City. Experienced prejudice on a daily basis until I went in the United States Air Force. Never been back. What you're teaching, and see, why I mention that is because when I was in Oakland, it's all colors. And the only way that you learn about racial theory is it's taught. When you're a kid, when you see a 4-year-old, you can put a bunch of 4-year-olds on a playground. They don't care what color you are. They don't care what religion you are. They don't care anything about you. You're another child, and you're about to play with them. So when you start teaching things like white shaming, white privilege, taking apart the Constitution because it supposedly was written by racists, or that's a theory behind it. There's been prejudice and slavery, and even to this day, religious. I mean, everyone here obviously can listen to the news. Hamas and Israel are fighting each other. That's not because they're not the same color. That's because they're a different religion. We've all persecuted each other over all history. All history. Romans executed Christians. Christians executed Muslims. Muslims have executed, I'm not too familiar with what they've done, but no, there's nobody that's innocent in this. But you can't teach one side. History is history. And if you want to teach history, you teach it in a fair way. It's not, I don't think it's a child's or a teacher's job to teach political science to an elementary school kid. You want to learn that when you go to college, or you want to do it as an elective in high school? Have at it. But teaching a theory that has absolutely nothing to do with anything but a political agenda. Washington County School District has a big enough problem as it is, not graduating students. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time. Please consider what you are about to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I believe, and certainly thank you for your service. I think Ms. Anderson is ready. From the superintendent is yes.
We have a conference call in. Yes, we'll need to take a brief recess so we can set up the conference call.
Okay, why don't we do that? And then Smith. We called Smith already, right? Is Mr. Smith? Why don't we go ahead with Smith? So that since we've already called that name, Mr. Smith, if you would, and then we'll take just a brief recess so we can get that taken care of, and then we'll come right back in. Mr. Smith, thank you. You heard the 30-second yellow light thing already.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you for your time and letting me be here today. I am here to make you aware of a serious incident that happened on March 10th at Worcester High School. While my son and his entire football team were in the locker room changing and getting COVID tests, the female principal came in unannounced to check to see if they were wearing their masks. She was in there for several minutes looking at boys that were undressed and in their underwear. This has been investigated by the district, but it was incomplete and inaccurate. They only spoke to 2 students and determined they lied about how long she was in the locker room. So they found that she went into the locker room, but it was okay because she did not stay very long. I ask you, would it be okay if a male teacher went into a girl's locker room as long as he didn't stay very long? These boys had their privacy invaded, have to worry she is going to walk into their locker room at any time while they are changing. The district has sent them a message that what she did was okay because she has no consequences or has apologized. For what she did, this incident has brought so much grief and turmoil to these kids and this Worcester community, it's unrepairable at this time. Until she is removed from the campus. It has been made clear to me and many other parents that the district wants this to just go away. But we will not let that happen, as that would send a terrible message to these kids. Please help us by looking into this matter and holding this principal accountable for what she did. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, we're going to take, what's it going to take, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, JJ? 30 seconds? Oh, well, then we don't need to take a recess. We'll just pause for a moment as we make a connection. There will not be a recess for those leaving, just so you know. There will not be a recess. There will not be a recess. Just wanted them to know. Okay. All right, we'll just go ahead and connect Ms. Anderson. And this is another opportunity to check public comments if you're behind a little bit to our trustees to make sure we're up to date on those.
Thank you for calling Communique Conferencing. Please press *0 if you require operator assistance at any point during your conference. Enter your conference code, followed by the pound or # If you are the leader, press star now. Please enter your leader PIN, followed by the pound or sign.
Are we there?
Lindsay, are you on? She's dialing in now.
Okay. While she's dialing in, I'll call the agenda item. This is agenda item 4.01. Presentation and discussion and possible action to provide direction related to current and proposed legislation during the rapidly ending 2021 Nevada legislative session based upon the approved 2021 Washoe County School District legislative platform to include support of optimal K-12 public education funding, support of student and staff health and safety, promotion of academic success and equity for all students, support for educators and providing a community-centered approach to decision-making, as well as updates to the Washoe County School District's legislation, Assembly Bill AB 57, and this is for possible action. Ms. Anderson, I'm hopeful that you are there, and we will turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. We don't see you, but we do hear you.
Okay, well, I do have my Zoom camera on if that works together, but...
Oh, it does work together. Look at this. Technology. Thank you. We can see you and hear you, so please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, President Taylor and Board of Trustees. I appreciate you accommodating the schedule We are an official legislative time zone, about 5 hours behind. Again, appreciate you accommodating me. I am just here to give you the final in-session legislative report. We are 7 days out from the end of the legislative session. As you know, the last day of the legislative session will be Monday, May 31st at midnight. And so we will see activity every day between now and then, and in some cases at every possible hour. I have a handful of items to discuss with you today, and then also always happy to talk about any particular bills that may be outstanding at this point. We are through all of the legislative deadlines for bills that did not have a fiscal impact. So either they are alive and headed to the governor for his signature, or they did not make it through the legislative deadline and they're dead. I will say that just a few minutes ago on the Assembly floor, they concurred with the amendment on AB 57 that the Senate made on the bill that the school district sponsored. And so I'm happy to report that that bill is now on its way to the governor for his signature on our piece of legislation, and I am confident that the governor will sign it. And so that is exciting news for the bill that was sponsored by our district. Additionally, this morning, we provided testimony on Senate Bill 450, which provides for a 10-year authorization extension of the current property tax rate to support school construction. This was explicitly part of our board platform, does not raise property tax at all, but allows our district to continue issuing debt against the current property tax rate to support school construction. It supports over half of our school construction projects, and so an important piece of legislation for the Washoe County School District and other districts. Additionally, Senate Bill 458 was introduced yesterday, and that is the official K-12 funding bill, which provides all of the appropriations for K-12. So that obviously is an important piece of legislation. It's over a $3 billion appropriation to support K-12 in this state. I don't want to speak for both Mark and Jeff. I was able to catch about 5 minutes of their presentation earlier today related to the budget, and I think they captured all of the unknowns perfectly. But I do think that what's included in that bill is approximately what we were expecting for the Washoe County School District. I think we can appreciate the fact that many of the cuts were restored through the legislative process with about a $500 million infusion into K-12 in the last couple of days. And so I believe where we stand is close to where we were expecting to stand, and I think that's good news for the Washoe County School District. That bill was based off of Senate Bill 439, which was an implementation bill to the new pupil-centered funding formula. So there were some changes made to recommendations made by the Commission on School Funding related to the mechanics of the school funding formula, but ultimately I think it ended up in a place where we, were expecting. We did not get as many changes to the regional cost factor, which was negatively impacting Washoe County, as I would have hoped. But there were some changes made, which I do think positively benefited the Washoe County School District, namely including 2019 wage data into the calculation, as opposed to some of the more lagging 2017 and earlier data that was being used earlier in the legislative session. We will continue to work on that issue over the interim to ensure that that regional cost factor is legitimate moving forward. But there were not statutory changes made to that factor in Senate Bill 439. So ultimately, what happens next is the K-12 funding bill, as I mentioned, Senate Bill 458, has to be the very first funding bill that's finished as required by law. So that bill will move over to the Assembly in the next couple of days for a hearing and approval. And once that bill moves, then all the other budget bills for the state can move forward as well. So I know the legislature is anxiously awaiting to have that bill signed. Again, a number of other bills still kind of out there. At the end of the legislative session, in the next board report, you'll be provided with a list to the extent possible of all the bills that passed that will have an impact on the Washoe County School District, and then we can talk about the implementation plan moving forward. But I think instead of trying to go into individual bills, I'll just leave it at that, and if there are any that the board wants to talk about, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We'll turn it before we do have public comment. Why don't we get the public comment first, and then we'll see if any board members have any questions.
Karen England.
Ms. England, welcome back.
Thank you. Karen England with Nevada Family Alliance, and I'm not sure how tightly you all watch what's going on in the legislature, and if you're, as board members, representing your community. Because with AB 261, it's not enough that you are all trying to push critical race theory on Washoe County School District, but you are choosing to push it on the entire state of Nevada. So again, AB 261 mandates critical race theory, including LGBTQ, all that language. Lindsay is well aware of it. She testified on the bill, as did your student activist group, Washoe County Students for Change. So I'm disappointed that Lindsay represents you. You represent the people, and the people are not for this in Washoe County. They aren't for it in Washoe County, and they certainly don't want to mandate it on Elko and every other county throughout the state. So I'd like to see the board pay a little more attention to what's going on legislatively. In addition to that, if someone could fill Lindsay, and I'm hearing from community members that are emailing her about the benchmark critical race theory, and that she doesn't know anything about it. So I know she's busy, but you might want to let her know, because again, she does do governmental affairs for the district. Thank you. Paid for with our tax dollars.
Thank you, Ms. England. Any other public comment? No? Okay. Bring it back to the board. Any questions for Ms. Anderson? Trustee Church?
I guess I would like to ask the status of AB 261, and did we testify in favor of it?
Thank you, President Taylor and Trustee Church. It's my understanding that Assembly Bill 261 has been approved by both houses of the Nevada legislature and is headed to the governor for his signature. The bill was reviewed by staff and not flagged for any potential issues, and so I do believe we testified in support. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Anderson? Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. We don't want to keep you longer than necessary unless we have further questions. It doesn't look like we do. Okay, well, thank you for your work. And thank you for being down there at this hour, knowing that you're going to be there for several more hours and maybe even spending the night over these next few days.
Thank you, President Taylor. Appreciate your time and accommodation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, we'll go back to agenda item 3.0, which is our public comment. Thank you for allowing us to interrupt that so that we can get the report while she was available. And we'll go back to public comment. Back to the same thing again. Trustees, I don't see many other public comments coming at this point. We will have an additional public comment period, by the way, at 6 p.m. before the end of the meeting for those who are working involved in their school, students, and what have you. But for those who are here, then let's go ahead and hear from them.
Valerie Fiannaca, Alan Munson, Ruth T.
Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And you heard the yellow light 30-second thing.
I did.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for having us back again. I want to let you all know that I pray for you all every night. You have a huge burden taking care of all of our kids in this community. I'm very disappointed to hear that bill passed, by the way. And now I understand why you put off the vote on CRT. I just want to talk about Saul Alinsky and rules for radicals, which probably won't impress any of you, but there are several salient points. Number one, healthcare. Control healthcare and you control the people. Number two, poverty. Increase poverty levels as high as possible. Poor people are easier to control and will not fight back if you are providing everything for them to live. Number three, debt. Increase the debt to an unsustainable level. That way you are able to increase taxes and this will produce more poverty. Number 4, gun control. Remove the ability of the people to defend themselves from their government, thus less or no resistance to a police state. Number 5, welfare. Take control of every aspect of their lives, food, housing, and income. Number 6, education. This is a really important part. Take control of what people read and listen to. Take control of what children learn in school. Number 7, religion. Also important. Remove the belief in God from the government and the schools. Number 8, class warfare. Seriously important right now. Divide the people into wealthy and poor, causing discontent. It will be easier to tax or take the wealthy with the support of the poor. Take from the wealthy with the support of the poor. Does any of this sound familiar? Does it sound like it's what's happening in the United States? Saul Alinsky merely simplified Vladimir Lenin's original scheme for world conquest by communism under Russian rule. I'm sure you've all studied Rules for Radicals in school. Perhaps, maybe, I'm old. What's happening now is part of a long-term plan, and it's working beautifully. Unfortunately, most Americans never believed it could take hold in America. Well, now it's in our face, and we must push it back. Your kids who are listening, I beseech you to study how Marxism has played out around the world. Get your own info outside the schools. Don't listen to your parents. Don't listen to anybody. Research it yourself. It hasn't ended well, and this is Marxism on full display. American Marxism won't be any different. CRT, sex ed, and masks. Total control of our children outside of parental input. That equals Marxism. I don't care what you call it. I don't care if you call it CRT. I don't care if you call it American Marxism or American Socialism. It's Marxism, and it's not going to end well for any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca.
Alan Munson, Ruth T., Cynthia Miller.
Mr. Munson, thank you, sir.
Yes, and I thank each one of you for serving our community. And my name is Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Sparks. I am a veteran. I'm a father, and hopefully soon to be a grandparent. And I'm sad to hear that 261 passed, because that means then probably, and I'm here to speak about the problem that I see with CRT being taught in our school system. And I didn't know much about some of the details. The way I kind of conduct my life is I try to look at both sides. And today I spent 50 minutes listening to people who believe in CRT. One of the things that alarmed me about that was that, and this is no offense, because racism does exist in this country. It has existed, but we have dealt with it. But this particular course teaches that blacks are the only ones who can really talk about the oppression, and they're the only ones who experienced oppression in this country. And I'll tell you, I came out of an orphanage as a young kid, and my whole life was oppression by other whites to me. So oppression exists in all spheres of life. We're seeing it today with some of the tech companies, that they're oppressing freedom of speech. Is this what we want? Is this what you want? You have conducted a very democratic meeting today. Do we want to lose that? I just pray that we don't. In our system, and CRT will teach that the American system is a bad racist system, but do you realize that Ben Carson came from poverty and became one of the greatest surgeons in this country? That Tim Scott came from a single parent family, and he became a senator. Condoleezza Rice teaches a professor at Stanford University. Kamala Harris, vice president. Barack Obama, president. Through our current system, do we want to throw that away? And we all see the purpose of education, training these young people to be able to survive in the community, to both understand living, but also being able to work in this community. I just named 4 people who, hard work will succeed. But if you take it away and you put another system in, we've seen it in other nations in the world, it doesn't work. It brings about poverty. So, again, I pray that you would consider every person's words.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Munson.
you very much.
And thank you for your service to our country.
Ruth T., Cynthia Miller, Carol Hoover.
I'm sorry, Miss, is it T?
T as in Thomas, yes.
T, okay. Welcome, Miss T. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth. I'm an 11-year Reno concerned citizen who opposes the teaching of critical race theory, otherwise known as CRT, and is also known as social justice, which I and thousands of others consider indoctrination in K through 12 classes. As disclosure, I worked as a career federal analyst, including an assignment conducting race relations seminars under a U.S. Army affirmative actions program. Today, however, I offer opinions of two current, well-known African-American scholars, authors and speakers who oppose requiring CRT teaching in U.S. public education. They grew up under segregation, and a couple of them under Jim Crow laws, and know firsthand what racism is and is not. First, civil rights activist Bob Woodson has said, quote, "Lethal CRT judges the skin color rather than character," unquote, which Dr. Martin Luther King stated should be just the opposite of what should happen. Woodson calls CRT the, quote, "new racism," unquote, that stereotypes both non-white and white people. He believes CRT undermines, quote, "standards by which blacks were able to achieve due to values of family, faith, and work." Woodson argues that CRT teaches, quote, "helplessness and black doubt," and blacks are not now defined by slavery or Jim Crow laws of yesteryear. Secondly, Dr. Carol Swain, retired author and former Vanderbilt University and Princeton professor. She has said the following describes CRT doctrine, quote, "If you are born with black skin, you are forever a second-class citizen. The most affluent blacks rank below the poorest whites when it comes to privilege and opportunities, according to CRT. What it actually does," she goes on to say, is quote, "to create anger, frustration, and despondency among non-white victims who internalize this destructive message," unquote. Other critics then say that it follows that whites will be branded as, quote, "oppressors," unquote, and made to feel guilty for past racial inequities. I personally would add that these teachings can result in greater animosity between races as opposed to improved race relations. In conclusion, I implore those of you voting on CRT to vote no and instead commit to improving results for Nevada school children in basic subjects that they need for success in the working world, domestically and internationally. These include, among others, subjects such as math, science, world and U.S. history, and English. ACT test scores show that a large majority of Nevada high school graduates do not qualify for the lowest level college.
Thank you, Ms. T.
College class.
I appreciate your being here. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Cynthia Hoover. Cynthia Miller. Carol Hoover. Susan Howell.
Ms. Miller, welcome. Thank you for being here. And just so you know, the gold light will come on at the 30-second. You have 3 minutes, and a little gold light right there will come on when you have 30 seconds.
I'm pretty fast, so.
That's okay. It goes faster than you think, though. So thank you, Ms. Miller. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not a mother and I'm not a teacher, but I'm concerned about the students of our generation. When I was a child back in 1967 and through 1980, I was in public school. Back then, Christian values were taught by my mother and my church. There wasn't any propaganda taught as it is today. We said the flag salute every morning. Police and fire workers were our friends, not our enemies. There wasn't any race talk. Jesus loves all the children, red and yellow, black and white. We are proud to be an American, not so much today. True history was taught, and there wasn't any sexual education that I remember, except for a small video in 6th grade. We weren't taught that being LGBTQ was the thing to be. We weren't taught hatred for leadership. We did not have field trips to be involved in riots. Biology was about dissecting frogs, not genital manipulation. We were not promoted to be lazy and take handouts from the government. No panhandling was going on in Seattle when I was born. We weren't germaphobes. We didn't use hand sanitizer, but we never got sick. We had respect for elders. We loved and obeyed our parents, teachers, and pastors. And there was consequences for bad behavior, a trip to the principal's office. In Proverbs 22:6, it says, train a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not turn from it. When we did research, we went to a library. We didn't have cell phones back then. We were taught home economics, physical exercise. We were friends with all the other students. We were taught not to play with matches. We were taught not to litter. We never wore a mask. We said Merry Christmas and Happy Easter. Getting a job was the goal after graduation. Marriage was a goal. And drugs and smoking were bad. In closing, I'd like to talk about the song from the Carpenters in 1970, Bless the beasts and the children, for in this world they have no voice, they have no choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Carol Hoover, Susan Howell, Gary Smith.
Are we doing one at a time?
Yeah, one at a time, Ms. Hoover. You're up. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind putting the mask over your nose. That would be awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Washoe County Board of Ed and other fellow Americans. My name is Carol Hoover. I was an elementary school teacher for 37 years. Imagine you are a white second grader. Your teacher is everything to you. She's your second mom. She's your favorite auntie. And she's your loving grandmother, all rolled into one. You admire her. You love her. Around your house, you could be heard saying, teacher says, teacher says. Now your teacher says, you are white. You need to be ashamed of yourself. Sorry.
Okay.
You should feel guilty for being white. Your whole family is racist because they are white. The child does not understand this. The child feels really bad and doesn't know why. Mom always said, treat others as you wish to be treated. But now, teacher says, you are privileged. Your whole family is privileged. You must atone for your white privilege. The student is confused, unhappy, scared, insecure, and unsure. Instead,
I'm sorry, can you just keep that mask up over that? Thank you.
It's coming down.
I know it is. It's tough. I
How
understand.
about we challenge kids to be anything we want to be? Aim for excellence. Be your best. Encourage children to be thoughtful, kind, considerate, helpful, caring, understanding, respectful, and engaged in school. Go back to the basics. You know how low these scores are? Go back to reading, math, literature, creative writing, art, music, American history, and civics. Teach about our great country, the amazing Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the amendments, in other words, the principles of America. Know that critical race theory is just not a school indoctrination. This woke ideology has started to invade our federal government, big business, private industry, and our military. Don't let some woke, young liberal threaten you with their ideology.
Thank you,
Have
Ms. Hoover.
courage to
Ms.
stand
Hoover,
up
your
for
time
America.
is up, ma'am.
Have
Ms. Hoover,
courage
Ms. Hoover,
to
your time
stand
is
up
up.
for
Your time is up.
American
Thank you.
education. Thank you. I thought we got 3 minutes.
That was 3 minutes. It goes fast. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Susan Howell, Gary Smith, Bruce Parks.
Susan's no longer here.
Gary Smith.
Who's next, Mr. Parks?
Bruce Parks.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for being here.
Well, I'd like to say that I'm happy to be here, but that would be a stretch. First thing I want to talk about is I want to thank the one member of this body that stands up for our kids. He knows who he is. He knows who I'm talking about, because I'm not supposed to address any individuals. I want to say your benchmark curriculum, even though AB 261 just passed in the legislature, the language of AB 261 does not support the implementation of that benchmark indoctrination program that you came up with for K through 5. That program does not promote critical thinking. I recently watched a video of certain members of this body that gave a talk to the Washoe County Dems. One of the individuals had the audacity to say that there's a group out here deliberately spreading misinformation about this curriculum. He further stated that these people subscribe to the theories that a lie told well, often and well enough becomes truth. Well, you know, he may actually have a point there, because I've been here for the longest time. People talk about this curriculum from this body saying that there's no critical race theory in there. There's no 1619 doctrine. There's no indoctrination incorporated in this program. Well, I can only tell you that there's two conclusions that you can come to hearing people say that. You're either willfully ignorant or you're willfully deceitful. There's no third option. None. This curriculum, I have picked it apart. The science geek in me dictates that I have to take everything down to the molecular level so that I understand it. And I did that with this program. And furthermore, I have all the raw data about the survey that you posted on the Washoe County School District website. I'm curious to see how that's going to be displayed prior to the meeting on the 8th. This program even has history in quotation marks, alluding to the fact that it's not real history, that the history we've been taught all these years is incorrect. Please. Again, willful ignorance or willful deceitfulness. I heard a member of this body say that this curriculum is totally age appropriate. Yet in the kindergarten portion of this program, it talks about how the kindergartners are going to keep journals, read books, and write papers.
Mr. Parks, thank you so much. Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
And as always, thank you for your service to our country.
I would normally say
sir,
thank
we're
you
done.
for your...
Sir, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
John Myers, Robert Henrik, Rita Pepe.
Did we miss a Smith? Was there a Smith in there that we... It was a Gary Smith? No, Gary Smith may have left. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. Will you please say your name for the record?
John Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you for being here, sir.
You're welcome. It is indeed an honor to be here taking some civic action, because I've never really been one to do that. But let me be a signpost to a new space that you all are about to enter into, every one of you who I'm looking at in your eyes. I want you to know that you have awoken a sleeping giant. I'm very confident that those who I have talked to, which has been hundreds, and been very vociferous about getting their opinions about this, stand behind me. They may not even be here today. We are thousands. We're not just a few. you will be voted out. I hope you've enjoyed your term here for even considering putting this junk. I have 5 kids who've gone through the system here and now through the UC system. I was raised in a liberal family, Democrats in LA, motion picture family. We were raised not to be racist. I have kept that all of my life. I made some changes along the way as far as what I do with my vote. And I'm proud to say I brought a few family members along with me because I was able to use some of the logic that Park spoke about. Infomiracle logic, looking at what you guys, the trash that you put out there. I took a time to look at it. I asked those 2 questions of you that he asked you also. Because when the signs are up on the road for the next election, it's not going to be a happy face with an American flag saying school board. It's going to be a couple very important things on those signs that will get people's attention, that will get you voted out. I don't know all of you. I've studied a little bit about you. I know a couple of you are on your way out. But there is no way that my children are going to, grandchildren now, which I have here, many. I may not look it, but I'm 65. We're all very concerned. I see this as being the most racist thing you can possibly do. It's not going to stop racism. It's going to cause a civil war. I don't own a gun, so I can say that. But it will cause a civil war of type. It will. It will. The woke generation does not know how to analyze properly history. And there has been some real wrongs in our history. I understand that. My parents made sure I knew that. But this is not the way to correct it. Look for the billboards. Look who's going to be running against you. I don't even know why you're here. I don't know if you're looking to aspire to a higher office. I don't know, but I know why people who will take your places, I know why they'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Robert Heinrich, Rita Pepe, Dina Lane.
Is it Heinrich, sir?
That's fine, yes.
Welcome, Mr. Heinrich.
Yes, my name is Robert Heinrich, and I know that the trustees are happy to hear from community members that they serve. And now I want you to hear my concerns about your quote-unquote social justice units. The units seek to indoctrinate 5th grade students by asking, quote, how does white male privilege allow people to have a false sense of self? This is disgusting rhetoric, and families are the ones who develop the sense of self. The units represent that advantages are, quote, provided instead of earned, that choices are, quote unquote, decided and not made by individuals, and that a person's attributes are decided by others, a demoralizing attempt at building a false narrative. The units present BIPOC peoples as cowering victims. This is untrue. The units assert that in the criminal justice system, the rights of the accused bear special mention, but the units never mention victims' rights. The units intentionally misrepresent the past injustices, that past injustices still exist, and they distort history to promote outrage, guilt, decisiveness, and indoctrination. The purposeful misconjugation of verbs is noted to present the past as present. The units on neo-Marxism as they substitute race as the divider for revolution instead of the proletariat and against the bourgeoisie. The units on social justice don't mention Martin Luther King because to the units it is about the color of your skin and it is not about the content of your character. These units are legal violations of the Title VI Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Regulations 34 CFR Part 100 as they, quote unquote, treat individuals differently based on race and they create a racially hostile environment. Texas, North Carolina, Idaho, Florida have specifically excluded these units. Some thoughts. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author. Abraham Lincoln. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Abraham Lincoln. To summarize, these units are racist because they go on by skin color. They're anti-family because in a mixed family they teach that one parent is an oppressor and the other is a victim. And they're anti-American because they're contrary to e pluribus unum. Read it on your coins. It's on every one of
Thank you,
coins.
Mr. Heinrich.
Rita Pepe, Dina Lane, Paul White.
Welcome, Ms. Pepe.
Hi. I'm here to oppose the new curriculum that is pending, okay, which is the curriculum that is based on critical race theory, which has its roots in Marxism. Social justice is one of the keywords they use, and equity. I have a quote from Kristen McNeil. We want 64,000 social justice warriors, end quote. It's not the job of the schools to make social justice warriors. That's your job is to teach the children how to read and write and history and civics and to do arithmetic. And I'm also, as other people have stated, you should judge people by their character, not the color of their skin. So there should not be the issue of white privilege, white shaming. I highly disagree with that. And I feel that all the teaching, restore educational standards, show us what you are teaching, so we want transparency, and grade appropriate, teach both sides of all issues at all grades. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pepe.
Pepe. Hi. So I just wanted to address your claim that quote, that is not a quote that I gave. That is misattributed, and it was told to me that it was actually posted on a website, and that is inaccurate. I never said those words. So I wanted to clear that and put that on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dina Lane, Paul White, Hope Backman.
Is it Lane or Blaine? Lane? Welcome, Miss Lane.
Good afternoon. I would like to read out of the Bible, Matthew 18. At that time, the disciples came to Jesus, saying, "Who then is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" Then Jesus called a little child to him, set him in the midst of them, and said, "Assuredly I say to you, unless you are converted and become as little children, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever receives one little child like this in my name receives me. But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world because of offenses, for offenses must come, but woe to that man by whom the offense comes. If your hand or foot causes you to sin, cut it off and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life lame or maimed rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet to be cast into the everlasting fire. And if your hand causes you to sin, pluck it out and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life with 1 eye rather than having 2 eyes to be cast into hellfire. Take heed that you do not despise one of these little ones, for I say to you that in heaven their angels always see the face of my Father who is in heaven. For the Son of Man has come to save that which was lost." So I'm here just to say that I'm for the children, and I would like the curriculum that is taught to no longer be taught the critical race theory curriculum, and that I would like the children to learn the basics that are reading, writing, and arithmetic, and not be taught about the social justices that are, or whatever it is that they're being taught. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you.
Paul White, Hope. Hope Backman, David Chamberlain.
Welcome, Mr. White.
The only thing better than last night's news of 2 board resignations would have been 5 more resignations to go with them. I don't include Jeff Church in that group. I'm referring to the other 4 board members and Superintendent McNeil. For the 2 years of Andrew Caudle and the few months of Kirk Thigpen's tenures on the board, they both should depart with the conviction that their time in office accomplished less than nothing toward improving children's learning or lives, and was 101% time wasted, both theirs and the community's. The same thing can be said for the rest of the board and the superintendent, minus Mr. Church. When Miss Minetto ran for office, she said she was going to be there for the kids. Sounds good, but I can't think of a single word she's uttered in 2 years that had anything to do with correcting any of the main issues that concern these same kids. Miss Calvert ran an absolutely silent campaign that incredibly resulted in her election, and her continued total silence and speaking up about nothing since being elected is one of Reno's all-time mysteries. Regarding Miss Taylor, our president, what can you say about a board president who has 0 firsthand experience as a public educator and yet acts like a co-superintendent, treats the rest of the board as if she was their boss, and has worked incessantly to create the same racist, divisive atmosphere in our school district that President Obama created in our nation. 7 years board, and you could not name one cause the president has championed that has benefited any child of any color. None of what I've said about any board members has anything to do with a personal dislike for you. It's just that educating children is dead serious business, and you're all failing our 62,000 children and their families badly, and every one of their lives will be less than what it could be because your own arrogance or love of the limelight or just plain boredom led you to decide that playing school for a few years might be a pleasant, harmless diversion. When have we ever heard one word come out of any of you about 70% of our kids being functionally illiterate? I can assure you, your job's going to get exponentially less pleasant by the day. And I hope you all consider making announcements in the near future, tonight for example, similar to the ones Mr. Caudle and Mr. Thigpen made yesterday.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Hope Backman, David Chamberlain, Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Backman. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am, and the yellow light right in front of you will come on when you're at 30 seconds, okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now? Great.
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm here as a concerned parent. I have 2 children in Washoe County School District, and I'm very disappointed in all of you. Because the reason why is you're not using your common sense. You're just going along with a already created agenda and supporting it.
Ms. Backman, I'm just going to ask you to get that mask up over your nose if you would. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So I'm disappointed in you. And Miss McNeil, I had the opportunity to speak with you last school year. You treated me like garbage. I was on the phone with you crying in concern of what my son was going to have to go through this year, and you did not give me any type of opportunity to be a parent at all. You made the decision for me. I was forced to live under your rule. like you're a queen or something. And I don't have a constitution that I live by anymore. And I don't appreciate that, Miss McNeil. And now my main purpose is to make sure that you do not get reelected for superintendent again, because we don't want you. The concerned parents that use their common sense, we do not want you in charge of our children.
Ms. Backman, if you can get that mask up again, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would suggest maybe applying for the prison, because inmates would be much more up your alley, not our kids. Because you have shown repeatedly that you don't care. You care more about your reputation and your agenda that you're pushing. And it's odd that your fiance runs the finance department for Washoe County School District. Don't you think? It's funny. She's laughing. That's not funny. It's a conflict of interest. We're all very uncomfortable with it. So you've got a lot of really unhappy parents that do not like you because you're failing your job. You're not doing a good job. And you're putting our kids at risk for being brainwashed, injected with biotoxins, and having ringworm all over their face because they're forced to wear this muzzle at school instead of breathing fresh air that we all know is beneficial for young children. Yeah, and you expect them to learn because this, whatever. I'm very disappointed in all of you. It's time that you start using your hearts that God gave you and start making good choices for children, not yourself and not your pocketbooks. It's sickening. It's truly sickening. And we're done. We're done seeing our kids having to pay the price so that all you can sit up here and pretend that you care. And we can clearly see that you don't, Miss McNeil. Done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Backman. Ms. Backman, I'm going to correct something just for you, just so that the superintendent doesn't. Ms. McNeil's husband is not employed by the district.
Okay, so he's not handling finance anymore?
He is not employed by the district at all.
Good.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to correct the record. Thank you for being here, ma'am.
You're very welcome, and
Thank
thank you for letting me know that. And Miss McNeil, that's good that you got that handled because it was inappropriate. Well, thank you.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you so much, Ms. Bachman.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor, for letting me know that my time is up. I really appreciate that very much.
JJ, who's next?
David Chamberlain, Janet Butcher, Shannon Cooley.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Janet Butcher.
Is Miss Butcher here? We can go forward with Miss Butcher?
Shannon Cooley, Mark Green.
Are you Miss... Ma'am, are you Miss Butcher? Yes. Okay, well... Okay, that's awesome. You have... We actually call 3 names, ma'am. So thank you very much. For the record, we want to know who we're speaking with. Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. And when you're at 30 seconds, the yellow light right before you is going to come on, so you know you begin to wrap up. Thank you.
Here we are again this week. Very, very unorganized and very confusing. But we know that's the agenda, and that's the purpose of doing what we're doing here. And why you moved it out of the big auditoriums, because you don't want to see the number of people that we are gathering. The only truth to critical race theory is the word theory. That is just what CRT, or as you might call it, social justice, is, a theory with no proof, history, or science to back it up. It is just a theory that is being shoved down the throats of our children. It's a theory that is being promoted to rip apart the very fabric of our nation. Theory, an unproved assumption, a conjecture, a conclusion deduced by guesswork. Equity is a Marxist ideology which demands that groups, not the individual, have comparable outcome. Equality is an American ideal, which obviously we don't want to teach anymore, focuses on equal rights of the individual. We really need to get back to the teaching of the basics. The other day I was in a store and I gave the store clerk $20. I came to $13.50 what I bought. I got $5.25 in change. Somehow, some way, we're failing. So we really need to get back to what it's all about. And I really hope that moving forward, we can do a little bit better organization. If you need any help organizing the outside so that people can flow in here without having to stand outside. Plus, I really think we ought to go back to the auditoriums, but we know you don't want the mass of people being shown. But you really could use some organization skills to getting people in and out of here. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Shannon Cooley, Mark Green, Rhea Parks.
Hi, it's Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Kindergarten, Unit 1, lesson. People protect what they think is important and make rules to keep what they choose safe. This statement is a fundamental concept in the conflict perspective found in sociology. The conflict perspective was created by Karl Marx. The idea that society is inherently unfair and many of its aspects are determined strictly by the powerful in order to retain power is a perspective that is intended to divide society by classes. This is revolutionary rhetoric designed to inflame the have-nots, to rebel against the haves of society. This is what is being pushed. While this lesson is intended to teach kindergartners about the relationships between power and law, it's a complex issue argued amongst those in higher education and beyond. Giving the most young and malleable of society a singular perspective like this will change their worldview forever. America's foundational principle is that all men are created equal. And over the course of our history, we have strived to make this statement a reality. What the conflict perspective promotes is equity, not equality. This is an anti-American and anti-capitalistic ideology. Women's suffrage and civil rights movement have brought us much closer to bringing about equality. We strive to create in this nation equal opportunity. That is, opportunity to be successful in America, no matter your race or gender. That is the beauty of our country. The reductionist view of the conflict theory does not promote innovation or motivate people to be successful, but rather victims that cannot change their circumstances, no matter how hard they try. This divisive and anti-American rhetoric will drive a deep wedge between our people. There is no equity on earth, and there never will be. It has been tried many times with catastrophic outcomes. Someone will always have more power. We should teach our children to stand out amongst the rest, to strive toward achievement and bettering themselves. The school board insists upon implementing this curriculum. The least they can do is give students the opportunity to hear different perspectives. Virtually every topic presented in this curriculum has multiple explanations. Teaching one angle is indoctrination. The future resides in our classrooms. The decisions made here will determine more than a new generation of racially conscious students, but students who despise the very country
Ms.
who
Coley,
told them
I'm sorry,
to think
ma'am, your
this
time
way.
is up. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Make the right decision.
Mark Green, Rhea Parks, Bev Steingem.
Welcome, Mr. Green. You have 3 minutes here, and that yellow light right there before you will come on when you're at 30 seconds, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question of the day for me is, what's wrong with this picture? It's a question I got out of the materials that the district is considering. And I know there's a procedure in place when adopting curriculum, textbooks, and in this case, supplementary material. I know the process for textbooks, since I've done it for this district. It's a long, extensive, and exhaustive process. Each curriculum objective is tracked down, tied to the page or pages in the textbook that correlate with it. Teachers and concerned citizens meet frequently over a period of months to compare notes, give each other feedback. It's a good process. It's not foolproof, but it's a good process. But when school board members call parents oppressors in public, when we are called back to this microphone and chastised like recalcitrant children, when we are told that this wasn't taken, the material wasn't taken out of CRT, and yet we see in there the philosophy and tenor of CRT, and then we're told that we're spreading misinformation. When the material seemingly springs forth overnight, when the process to get this material in place is extensive, it's long term, it takes most of us by surprise, and we tend to doubt that the procedures that the district has set up to adopt materials was indeed followed by the district. When the district shows a certain level of disdain toward the parents of the district, and I'm sorry, but it's how I feel, it's what I see, it is hard to have faith and trust in the district. When the curriculum only portrays the glass as half full and the only real question to ask is what's wrong with this picture, then a couple things will happen. Number one, the students will find something wrong with this picture, whether or not that truly exists. And then number two, the parents will start to doubt the educational efficacy of the materials that are being put forth. Therefore, I would ask the district to give the following information to help dispel these concerns that we have. And these are outlined in your regulation 6181. The names of the C&I staff and stakeholders on the Vendor Product Review Committee, the dates the committee met, the names of the C&I staff who conducted the needs assessment, made the calls to the vendors, created the rubrics, which vendors submitted their products, the dates of these steps took place, and then lastly, a copy of the rubrics. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Rhea Parks, Bev Steingem, Linda Park.
Parks, is that a Mr. or Miss Parks?
So far, we don't have a Rhea Parks or a Bev, and we will be waiting for Linda Park if she's here. We've got Sierra coming.
So Linda Park.
Sierra.
Sierra, what's the last name?
Sierra Pagoda.
Pagoda.
Then Maria Skolnick.
Welcome, Ms. Pagoda. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Why is it that the district is even considering the adoption of benchmark social justice curriculum based on a well-known critical race theory and proponent, on a well-known critical race theorist and proponent, Emily Chiarello's social justice standards that neither the Nevada Department of Education nor WCSD have ever adopted? Ms. Chiarello is not part of our Nevada Department of Ed. She is not part of our Washoe County School District staff. In fact, Ms. Chiarello is an equity consultant from Washington, D.C. She has no published books or peer-reviewed work. She has written only one article titled, "Why Talk About Whiteness?" Why would WCSD place such value on this woman's social justice standards, enough value to accept and endorse curriculum grounded in these standards? No questions asked. Do you know that WCSD already has official social studies standards and curriculum that goes with these standards? So why would we push a new curriculum that is not grounded on our own officially adopted standards? The Nevada Department of Education adopted new social studies standards in September 2017, 4 years ago. A team of dedicated teachers representing a wide variety of schools came together to analyze the standards and create curriculum resources and guidance documents for their peers. The team was facilitated by literacy and social studies experts Katie Anderson, Diana Bowles, Kristen Campbell, Stacy Drum, Casey Edgington, and Angela Orr. In addition to these facilitators, the work included assistance from the ELL department, library services, and the SLO department. The work was then vetted in the classroom and then introduced to the district-wide to teachers through professional development. And throughout that training, teachers were introduced not only to the new social studies standards, NVACS-SS, but to the curriculum that is aligned to the social studies and our Nevada English Language Arts standards. The current WCSD K-6 social studies curriculum guide states, "We believe that rigorous learning experiences challenge all students and disempower and disengage none." Disempower and disengage none. What a powerful statement. The proposed curriculum seeks specifically to disempower white students, pointing out perceived white privilege throughout the existing benchmark literacy texts and images. Again, I ask, why is the district pushing curriculum generated from Washington, D.C. and not grounded any Nevada state standards? Since when are teachers allowed to teach curriculum based on radical opinion, unaligned to our adopted standards and unsupported by research? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pagoda.
Maria Skolnick, Darla Lee, Blair Spelth.
Ms. Park?
Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome, Ms. Park. If I might ask you, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind keeping the mask above that nose there, thank you so much.
Amazing that any rational, educated American would buy into the racist, Marxist dogma of critical race theory, or the assorted names it goes by. And to say that schools should not be educating children, not indoctrinating them, goes without saying. This district, and I'll repeat, this district is not a petri dish for ideologues. Stop harming our children. If you care what 99% of voters think, clean house and consider the $5 million you've already spent a bad idea. Children need good jobs, not dogma. Kristen McNeil, our current but hopefully not for long superintendent, wants 64,000 social justice warriors. She's wrong. She's obviously indoctrinated or simply ignorant of the facts. Washoe County School Board can change this guaranteed outcome. Young adults who hate America. This outcome is a travesty and a lie by every measure of history except for Marxist doctrine.
Ma'am, if you keep that mask up, I'm sorry, I know it's hard to do and talk. Thank you so much.
This outcome is a travesty and a lie by every measure of history except Marxist dogma. If you choose to believe it, good education requires examination of the facts, and it matters the source of the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Park.
Maria Skolnick, Darla.
Ms. Park, I think the superintendent wants to clarify something, if you would, please, ma'am. Well, you don't have to come back up. I just didn't want you to walk out. Okay. I mean, you can, but you don't have to.
So, Ms. Park, that's been interesting because you're the second person that gave a incorrect quote. So can you tell me where you heard that?
Microphone, please.
If you...
Can you tell me where you heard that I said those words that you attributed to me? Can you tell me? It was posted in the Reno Gazette.
As what you said, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Park.
Maria Skolnick, Darla Lee, Blair Spelth.
Ms. Skolnick, welcome, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm the mother of 2 multiracial children in your district. First and foremost, I am an American. I represent what America is about and what it has to offer. I am the daughter of immigrant parents from South Korea who immigrated here in the mid-60s to gain a piece of this American dream. They came here with little grasp of the American language, with little money in their pocket. They came here because they wanted a piece of this dream. What they taught me was that through hard work, good education, determination, and ambition, you can be whatever you want in America. I know what a racism is. I grew up in the Deep South in the mid-'80s. I moved from Southern California, started high school in the mid-'80s in the South, and it was a major culture shock for me. It was the first time that I had ever encountered segregation. There was a stark contrast between the white and black communities. I witnessed with my very own eyes the KKK marching in a rally in Gainesville, Georgia. I have been the subject of racism, prejudice, derogatory slurs, and mostly from the African American community. But I did not allow that to victimize me or to, I didn't allow it to define who I was or to allow me to be a victim. I chalked it up to ignorance. On October 27, 2020, regarding the anti-racism resolution, board member questioned to WCSD administration. We don't mention Asian Americans in the list of groups that are discriminated against, and we've learned that in COVID there is increasing marginalization of Asian Americans. Administration's response: we included groups that have been traditionally marginalized. It is true that through the lens of the COVID pandemic, we have been made aware of perceived instances of negative behavior toward Asian Americans. Largely speaking, this has not been a group that traditionally has met with social injustice, such as some of our other community groups have. Asian Americans could be included at the board's request. Have we forgotten about the internment camps after World War II? Have we forgotten that Chinese immigrants came here to build our railroads and were marginalized? I pride myself in raising children who would be accepting, loving, kind, and tolerant. And I do this by teaching them through my actions. Chris Wallace asked Morgan Freeman, how do we stop racism? Morgan Freeman said, we stop talking about it. So is this really about anti-racism, our children's education? Or is this about the $6 billion in competitive grant funding by the Biden administration for all districts around the country to push critical race theory in 1619 project? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skolnick.
Darla Lee, Blair Spelth, Karen England.
Did we miss Ms. Stein, Jim? I had that name moved really early. Is this Mr. Blair? Blair. Blair, just Blair. Okay, welcome, Blair. You have 3 minutes, sir, and at 30 seconds, that yellow light right there before you is going to come on, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Green?
Yes, you go right ahead. We'll start when you start.
First off, we need to get the face coverings off our children. Not one person here knows the extent of emotional damage being done to these kids with this policy. Face coverings are being shed in schools all over the country, and it would take no courage on the part of this board to make that a policy here, to make masks optional. My kids will not be returning to WCSD while muzzled. Honestly, I don't ever want them to return, but they deserve to see their friends. It wouldn't be for the great education they're receiving. I really think you all should change your motto. I would also like to add that forced vaccinations would be a non-starter for our family. The policy goals of WCSD are misguided. Equity and diversity seem to be the main goals of WCSD. It should be education.
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected.
Hang on just a second. We'll get your time back. Let's get that disconnected. All set. Okay, go ahead. Please continue, Blair.
It should be education. At the May 11 meeting, I listened to the staff retention and recruiting presentation and learned that WCSD staff has gotten more diverse. Let me ask you this. Has it improved our kids' education? If so, I would love to know what metric you use to prove that. What WCSD policy is essentially saying is that equity diversity is the main goal. and that this board supports any and all goals of the radical left and clearly puts this above improving education. Politics do not belong in our schools. Learning does. Furthermore, we should be hiring the most qualified people for our schools, regardless of their skin color. Let's not put political goals ahead of education. Our family is strongly against the inclusion of the K-5 benchmark supplemental materials for ELA. It is ugly, divisive, and frankly, it's racist. Our children are not test subjects for your social experiments. My kids judge people based on their character, not the color of their skin, as do I. The school has no business using leftist talking points to influence our children's values. If you decide to implement the K-5 materials despite the strong community opposition, then this board and its members are as deaf, dumb, and blind as they appear. Please, education, not indoctrination.
Thank you, Blair.
Karen England, Dana Vaught, Jeff Church.
Welcome back, Ms. England.
Thank you. And if there's time afterwards, I'd like to clear up the quote, because you didn't say it, and I know you didn't. I'm Karen England, the Executive Director and founder of Nevada Family Alliance, and most recently the subject of a lot of communication from the Empower Nevada teachers. So I wanted to clarify a few things about what Nevada Family Alliance has been fighting for over the years. We have been opposing the radical progressive shared curriculum that teaches students about anal sex, dental dams, and how to obtain abortion, birth control without any parental involvement. We have also opposed graphic books, one of your top 10 books for students and teachers, right here. Check it out. It's not appropriate for over 12, yet this is a resource on your page. We have also fought, and you all know this was approved, this radical book that is for 14, you have on your website for 14-year-olds, and you approved it for high school, that actually, this is just one on sensational play, kinky sex, how to role play. This is approved by the Share Committee and by this board. We have also been exposing policies that leave parents out, and this is a board policy of yours. Staff shall not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender or gender nonconforming status to others, including the parents. I don't know who you think you are, but keeping that kind of information to parents is flat out wrong, and they should never trust you with that kind of, entrust their children to you. So the group Empower Nevada Teachers, based on those things that I have been fighting against, have called Nevada Family Alliance and our supporters liars, racist, bigots, and homophobe, simply because they oppose critical race theory and this pornographic sex ed. And after numerous violations of parental rights, and I'm getting things from teachers and parents nonstop, and also President Taylor and her comments about wanting to have teachers be able to talk about Black Lives Matter and LGBTQ, but prohibit, your word, not mine, prohibit pro-life and Second Amendment. We're calling on the district, we're calling on it today, that we want you to employ body cams. We think that it's important that body cams be used. It's the only way that there's going to be true transparency. We need these to see how teachers are dealing with our children. It's important to have a check on police and how they interact with our community. It's even more important to see how our teachers are interacting with our children. This is about transparency and accountability, and teachers should welcome the opportunity to educate not only the district's children, but the community as well.
Thank you, Ms. England.
Dana Vaught, Jeff Church, Susan Volcom, and Max Callahan.
Will you state your name for the record, please, ma'am?
My name is Dana Fote.
Fote, okay. Fote, thank you. Welcome, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. All right. My name is Dana Fote. I'm with the Nevada Family Alliance as well. I'm here today to highlight the fact that there is a clear agenda on the part of this board to favor one form of speech or only one side of an issue while attempting to silence all opposing viewpoints.
In order to illustrate exactly what I'm talking about, I want to share the following conversation. I'm going to play a clip of a meeting that took place last November of 2020, between President Taylor and the Washoe County General Counsel. And just to set this up, I'm sure all of you were probably present, but many people behind me and outside were not present. And so just to set this up a little bit, it's President Taylor having a conversation with the General Counsel and requesting that he please, it sounds a little bit desperate to me, but that he please find a way that teachers would be allowed to teach CRT, Black Lives Matter, while at the same time completely denying, rejecting any type of teaching of any pro-life issue or Second Amendment issue. And so I'd like to do that, if I could, use some of my time to play that. And I'm hoping the volume will be okay. It was a little bit, sorry. Okay.
I struggle with, here's the example I can't get over and I can't figure out how to differentiate. And I know this will not be popular with folks in this room, and my job is not to be popular, it's to give you the law, and I do not see how you get over pro-life. I just don't. You can sit here and say it's a civil right issue. I think somebody who is pro-life will say it's the ultimate civil right issue. It's about being born. And I'm not saying that's my personal position. That's the position that they're going to take, and I don't see how we get around that. I just don't. And so that's what troubles me. So a teacher now wants to wear a pro-life shirt. I think that in my opinion, I don't see how I can draft a policy that would allow us to prohibit a pro-life shirt and still allow Black Lives Matter and the LGBTQ plus flag. I also think that would apply to pro-choice as well. But
not even with that cutout you mentioned?
I don't see how I can. I mean, we can draft the cutout if you could make the findings and I can make the arguments. I'm, as I've shared with all of you in attorney-client privilege, since you're asking this question in public, I presume that's being waived. I'm telling you that it would be a difficult carve-out to create, and that's the one I cannot figure.
I'd just like to conclude by saying this is dangerous and is unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time's up. I'm going to correct the record on that. One piece that played but didn't play long, he said the same for pro-choice. So that's a balanced piece. Pro-life, pro-choice, that's a balanced piece. So thank you very much.
Jeff Church, Suzanne Welcome, and Max Callahan. Kaylin Sutton.
Trustee Church, you have 3 minutes, sir, as you know.
Good afternoon, folks. I am Jeff Church, trustee for the Washoe County School District, and it's a shame that I have to stand here today to speak to you in my limited 3 minutes. And before I get into it, I want to say one thing. I'm not going to say anything controversial, but I beg us to not hold the meeting on June 8th in this room. We have people out in the hot sun, some elderly. Many people aren't here to speak because they apparently gave up. Now, I have a handout for you folks. I'm here because board reports and future agenda items has been removed. It's been on most of the agendas going back as far as I can find. And on April 8th, I had an email in writing that board reports would be back on the next agenda. I've waited, approximately 45 days. That's not here. So here I am up at the podium. The president has agreed to meet with me with a mediator. I think that's great, but I still wanted to do my 3 minutes today. I hope we can resolve this. I hope we can get water under the bridge and get back on track. I hope you look at my handout. In the handout, I've asked basically two things of my fellow trustees. I'm not asking you to put board reports back on the agenda. I'm not asking you to put my 5-minute time limit, which has been imposed when I sit at that table, back on the agenda. I'm simply asking you to put on the agenda a discussion of that so that we can, as a board, discuss it. And instead of having it imposed on us, that we can discuss whether we have 5 minutes or more, whether we can discuss whether we do or don't have board comments, board agenda items. I don't think that's too much to ask. I'm not asking to put it on. I'm asking for a discussion of it. A couple of things I want to point on the record. You may not know it. The public may not know it. The superintendents refused to meet with me. by Zoom or in person under any circumstances. And I'm a trustee. I think that's improper. Maybe we need that on the agenda. If I've done something wrong, let's hold a hearing and discipline me or tell me what I've done wrong so I can correct it. But it's essential that I be able to meet with the superintendent to discuss things, not just by email or by third party. We have a $1 billion budget, just shy of a $1 billion budget. And I want to point out that when I go to this building, I've been told there's no room at the inn, repeatedly and in writing. I don't have a closet. I don't have a desk. I don't have a room. There's a room marked 114, Board of Trustees. I'm told I can't use it in writing. So does the public know that? I mean, this is city account, Reno, Sparks, they have at least a little cubby hole or something. I don't have that, and I'm trying to manage a $1 billion budget for you folks. And so once again, June 8th, please, let's hold this in a big room. We have high schools, et cetera. If it's a matter of cost, let me know, and I'll try to get that cost covered. But this is not acceptable for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Again, I want to correct the record, clarify for the record in that all trustees have the exact same opportunity to ask to have agenda items added to the agenda. All trustees have the exact same opportunity to talk at meetings. So there's no disparate treatment of any trustee on the dais. That would not be appropriate, and we would not want that to happen. Hang on just a moment. Let's get your name for the record, okay?
Suzanne Welcome and Max Callahan.
For the record, I'm Suzanne, and this is Max.
Kaylin Sutton, then Melanie Sutton.
Okay, so, who's going to be speaking? Both of you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Please go right ahead.
Transgender people always have a lot of pressure.
Would you like this? I'm sorry, let's stop this. Would you want to sit down so we can, yeah. And then kind of scoot up. There you are.
Transgender people always have a lot of pressure on them. We must not put more. Also, teachers should be able to support their students no matter who they are.
In case we didn't catch that, my kiddo just said...
Pull the mic up. There we go. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm a nervous mama. So my kiddo just said transgender people already have a lot of pressure on them. And my kiddo would know. So he's 5, and he currently dresses like this, identifies as male. He spent a couple of years being transgender. So he knows what it's like to be transgender, and he's pretty scared about what school's going to be like for him next year. So we've been distance learning this year, but next year he goes back to the classroom. And because of who he is, because of how he looks, it's likely that kids are going to have questions, teachers are going to have questions. So we wanted to come today and ask you folks to continue to have your discussions about Board Policy 4500. So we know that it's a controversial issue. We've been out front. We get it. There are a lot of voices. But Max is going to have a teacher in about 3 months that's going to have to address issues that come from bullying. How do you deal with bullying based on gender expression without discussing gender expression? How do you decide what materials are appropriate to present to a classroom? If you're going to read a book that supports my kid's right to wear a dress, do you balance that with a book that says my kid can't wear a dress? It just feels like a lot of these issues have been discussed without any clear guidance moving forward. So we're kind of here today to ask you folks to continue to have those hard discussions, to continue to move forward, to continue to create a climate where his teachers and teachers of other transgender kiddos know what to expect, know where those boundaries are, and so that we as parents know what to expect and know what those boundaries are so that we can create appropriate expectations for him. Thank you for your time.
Thank both of you for being here.
Kaylin Sutton, Melanie Sutton, Annie Story.
Will you be speaking together this time, ma'am? I know you spoke separately before.
She'll have her time, and then I'm next, okay?
Okay, we'll do that. So who's first?
Kaylin.
Kaylin? Welcome, Kaylin. Welcome back.
So...
Would you like to sit down, or you're going to stand in there?
I'll stand.
Just stand, okay.
So you want to keep the kids safe, right? So why do you make them wear a mask? Because all that does is make you sick, or it can make you pass out. So why do you make them wear a mask? I just don't get it. because my cousins have to wear a mask because both of their parents go to school or work. So they both have to go to school. And why do they have to wear a mask when it just makes them pass out? It can make them pass out, make them sick. And one is my little cousin, a year younger, and one is my older cousin, a year older. Because I'm 9. And they're one of the funnest cousins I have. So why does anyone have to wear a mask? So my mom bought me things for school, but for face shields. But you can't wear a face shield. You have to wear a mask. So, but the face shields are way more useful than the masks. Also, people have proven that the paper mask has parasites in it, which is really dangerous for the kids and anyone actually. So why does anyone have to wear a mask? That's all.
Thank you, Kaylin. Thank you for coming to speak to the board. Ms. Sutton?
Yes. As always, I never prepare what I'm going to say or what I'm going to talk to you all about. Thank you, Jeff Church, for actually listening to the people. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but you're my district person that just is resigning tomorrow, I believe. That's not working for the people, and I don't understand why you're wearing an American flag on your face right now, because you're not standing up for America. All of you guys have been elected officials supposed to work for the people, and you're not, and our children specifically. So I never thought I would be here, never thought I would be speaking in front of you all, never thought I'd be going to the county commissioners every second, third, fourth Tuesday of every single month. But that's where I've been for the last 6 months, trying to fight for our community. I'm a patriot. I care about our community, and I care about our children. Like I've told you guys multiple times, I have 4 children. My oldest son is 23 years old. That's in the U.S. Navy. He's stationed in Virginia on the USC Stennis. I have a 17-year-old son that's in the 11th grade, that's in all AP classes. I have a 15-year-old son that is in all honors classes. I have my 9-year-old daughter here that I bring, and that I homeschool them because I'm not going to force my children to wear a mask when I'm not going to wear a mask. And I was prepared to send them to school with their shields on their face, but 2 days or a day before, I realized that shields were not okay for my children, so there's no way in heck I'm going to send my children to cover their face. That's how they learn emotional development. So I'm not going to send my children to school with their face covered when it's a 99.97% survival rate for the COVID-19, if you believe in that. And then not only that, in May, the positive rate declined by 90% in May, and you're still making our children wear masks? Are you guys thinking about our children? Because I don't think you are. Do you have children? Because I feel sorry for your children if you do. Because I'm thinking about my children. I'm thinking about everybody else's children. I continue to come back here. Do you want to know why there's so many people here that continue to come back? Because we're spreading the word. And we're going to keep coming back. And we're going to keep fighting your BS. And then not only that, what about CRT? That is nothing but a racist. So didn't Martin Luther King want to stop segregation? This is all that is segregating our kids and teaching them about racism. We shouldn't be looking at people because of the color of their skin. We should be looking at other people because of the content of their character.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Annie Story, Stacy Schaefer, Stephen Benna.
Ms. Story?
Yes.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. You have 3 minutes at 30 seconds, that yellow light before you're going to come on, okay?
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Yesterday, my grandson didn't wear a mask to school because he can hardly breathe in it. He has asthma. So we told him not to wear his mask because of all the confusing information coming out of the board and the media. And he was told by his teacher, Ms. Franz, to put that mask back on, and he was admonished and required to wear it. So, which is it? Is it decided by the teacher who gets to wear it? Which is it? Is it just 9 and older? Is it 9 and younger or older? And it's confusing. I guess I'm asking if we could just be a little more, get the word out a little better to the parents as to really what it is. The rules and explanations are very, very confusing. The board, to me, is showing signs of being very political when it comes to overreach of rules and power. We all want what's best for the children. We want them to breathe and not live in fear. Now, for this board to even consider adopting curriculum, I'll move on to the critical race theory. More appropriately should be called the critical conspiracy theory. It's not good for our children. It's a racist ideology that believes in the majority of the USA that are white supremacists. This is not true. And white privilege, this is not true. I come from living in a car for many years when I was a young person in LA. I can tell you about my white privilege if you have like about 3 hours for that. Any program that teaches that one race is to blame for all the bad going on and should be treated less than other races is racist. Mine nor my children or grandchildren will ever apologize for being white. But wait, by not having white guilt, apparently, if you go by this CRT curriculum, I'm racist, and I am not. So, we can't change history to satisfy a political agenda or ideology. We must learn from our past. And teaching racism to combat racism is an oxymoron. I believe that we are better people than that because we love each other all as Americans, no matter what color or creed. As for BLM posters in classrooms, this is not acceptable. Everyone on this board must be living under a rock if they don't realize that BLM has become nothing but a political sword to divide people. And we must not allow that in our schools. I also believe that if you are a teacher in any school and that your students know exactly what your political affiliations are, then you have failed as a teacher. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here.
Stacy Schaefer, Stephen Benna, Almond.
Ms. Schaefer?
So I have no Ms. Schaefer or no Stephen. I have Myra, though.
Myra, just Myra. Okay. Welcome, Myra. Right there, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes, and that yellow light right there on the nose dial will come on when you're at 30 seconds, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Start whenever you're ready.
I'm here today for my grandkids. I have several in the school that I just don't agree with the mask mandate. It's like child abuse for them. I talk to them when they're coming home. It's horrible. There's no scientific facts that it works, and it certainly, I mean, seniors, yes, it might help. I doubt that, but kids, come on. I know a kid that's going to High Desert Elementary School. He's turning 10 the last week of school. He's going to have to start wearing a mask. I mean, that's how crazy it is. They don't work, and it's child abuse to our children. Even the disability kids that are 3 are wearing these masks. It's horrible what you guys are doing to our kids. And the critical race theory is horrible. We need to get back to math, English, teach education. We have a failing education system here. And as far as the mandatory vaccines, they shouldn't be tests on students. I just don't think it's right. And I don't understand how you all can just sit here and agree with all that. Why aren't you helping the parents or the kids? You guys don't answer?
No, we do not respond to public comment. That's a policy.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Myra.
Candy Lyons, Mindy Lilliquist, Paula Jervosich.
Ms. Lyons?
Yes.
Right there, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes, and that yellow light will come on when you're at 30 seconds.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here today as a mother, a taxpayer, and to address you on the issues that are facing our children in Washoe County. Nevada is currently ranked 35th in the nation on academic achievement. With that being said, I believe it's time to get back to the basics. Math, reading, science, instead of virtue signaling with critical race theory. As parents, grandparents, we are perfectly capable of teaching our children how to treat all races, all people. Stop wasting time and resources on critical race theory and get back to the basics, please. Pertaining to the mass and mandatory vaccines, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Federal law prohibits employees, universities, and yes, school districts from mandating COVID vaccines because they are still under the Emergency Use Authorization Act, which by definition means they are experimental. This will not be approved. The vaccine will not be approved until 2023. I'm sorry, I'm choking up because this is near and dear to my heart.
Okay.
I don't want my children vaccinated. And I know many people don't want their children vaccinated. Our kids should not be the vaccine guinea pigs for a virus that has over a 99% survival rate. Masks have been proven to be a false sense of security, and they do more harm than good. It is like throwing sand at a chain link fence. It clearly states on all the mask boxes that they will not protect you from the COVID-19 virus. All children should be released from this illegal mask mandate today. Please stop this form of child abuse. I thank you for your time, and I implore you, please, think of the children. Do you want your children masked up? I can't breathe right now. I know you all probably can't breathe either. They don't need to be wearing masks while exercising, while out on plane. They need to be able to see facial expressions, facial contact. Please, please, please do right by our kids. We elected you to support our children. Please support our children. Thank you. God bless you. And good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
God bless you.
I'm going to provide a little clarity for you. When children are outside,
Yes, I know.
okay, so they don't have
That
to wear
just
that when they're outside. And additionally, there's no mandatory COVID-19 vaccine in the Washoe County School
That's
District.
good. But if
So
it
thank you
is come your way,
That's it. I just wanted to provide that
I
information for you.
appreciate
Okay.
that. I just know that things are coming down the pike.
Thank you so much.
God bless
Mhm.
you.
Thank
and
you for
please
coming.
think about our children.
Thank you for coming.
Please.
Mindy Liliosit, Paulina Jersovich, Carol Feinberg.
Will you help us with your name, please?
It's Lilliquist is the last name.
Lilyquist.
Mindy Lilliquist.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you very much. You have 3 minutes, and when you're at 30 seconds, that yellow light's going to come on, okay? Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm certain this is a thankless job, and so we appreciate it. I'm not here to berate you or hurt you in any way. I want to thank you for your service, but I want to say I'm a mom of 4 kids. I have children in elementary school, middle school, and high school, and I'm here of my own free will. I don't belong to any group. I am not here as a coordinated attack. There are hundreds of other moms just like me who could not attend this 2 p.m. meeting time because they were picking up kids from carpool and school. And I will say this meeting time is unfair. I come to express my dismay. Our district is always a hotbed of polarizing issues. I've lived in other states and I've never seen anything like this. It's in the midst of all this, our children continue to get stepped over and stepped on, and our teachers are still underpaid. We need to stop with the special interest distractions and focus on the core subjects. Stop trying to attach divisive, polarizing curriculums to an already sinking ship. How can anyone properly modernize an institution if the foundation is crumbling? I beg you to stop your consideration of the benchmark social justice curriculum. That curriculum, as it is written, is divisive. It patiently chips away at our Constitution and our confidence in the Constitution. Being attached to the ELA curriculum will be another way we are going to fail our children and bury their core education in unsubstantiated noise. This curriculum is untested, unproven, and it is a civic experiment that will result in shame and blame. And to present this to the K through 5th grade age is diabolical. These are the most gracious, the most inclusive of all of us. As adults, we should be taking lessons from them. I cannot even imagine trying to indoctrinate kids that young of age who are already lovely and kind. I worry about the chatter I hear. Is there really a grant that will be paid to our district by the Wallace Global Fund, which is a social activism specialist interest group, if we implement this social justice curriculum? In closing, the current wait list at one of the charter schools in South Reno is 1,000 students. No one wants their kids receiving this curriculum. As a district, your job is not to teach and interpret which values should be important to the kids. Trust us. Trust the moms and the dads to do our jobs. The success of our country does not lie with its school boards. It lies with the families that you serve. So please check your pride and your priorities and be bridge builders, not bulldozers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure. We're going to just answer the question for you for clarification on the Wallace Foundation.
Yeah. Hi, Ms. Lilliquist. So the Wallace Foundation is not relative to the benchmark curriculum. That was around a pipeline for leadership, and we actually didn't even get the grant.
That's
so
good. I wanted clarification because there's a lot of chatter, so I appreciate you clearing that up.
You're
for us.
welcome.
Thank you.
I'd also like to just clarify as well, because we do know our agendas are very long. So we start at 2 p.m., but there is another public comment period at 6 p.m.
Oh, that's good
for
to know.
those that work, for those that pick up kids and all of those things. So there is another opportunity for people to weigh in at 6 p.m. So again,
I wish I would have known that.
Just sorry, but just for clarification purposes, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Paulina Jersovich, Carol Feinberg, Daniel McClure.
Welcome. Will you help me with your name?
Paulina Gerskovich.
Gerskovich. I can't say it like you, but welcome. Thank you for being. Thank you for being. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Paulina Gerskovich, and from my accent, you can tell that English is not my first language. And I'm here to express the frustration and rage of the Hispanic parents and grandparents like myself regarding the proposed programs. We want our children to learn English, read, write, and talk properly. We want them to learn math. We can take care of the rest. We have morals and ethics. Do not make us feel victims. We are not brown. We are not black. We are not yellow or white. We are Americans. Leave out our schools the divisive indoctrination of critical race theory, the SHARE program regarding sexuality, health and responsibility education, and also Planned Parenthood. I hope you heard what I said, because I'm talking for many Hispanic parents who cannot come because they don't dare to speak English, and they want their children to learn English. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gerskovich. I probably messed that up. I apologize.
Carol Feinberg, Daniel McClure, Carol Kitchcook.
Is it Feinberg?
Feinberg, yes.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're going to have 3 minutes. I know you can't tell because I'm over here. You're going to have 3 minutes, and then at 30 seconds, that yellow light's going to come on,
Right.
okay? Okay. Thank you so much. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I first of all want to thank Trustee Thigpen and Vice President Cottle for your service and wish you luck in your future endeavors. I just have returned from a road trip to Las Vegas, Zion National Park, and Bryce Canyon National Park, driving through most of Utah and northern Nevada from Salt Lake City. Stunned to find absolutely no mask requirements anywhere in Utah or the Nevada rural communities coming westward across the state. I'm even more stunned to read Washoe County School District's statement that our school district requirements are more stringent than our state's or the CDC requirements. Did I miss something? Are you all doctors to make your own decisions and rules about stringency going against the CDC or the state? Regarding the SHARE curriculum, when I was in college in the late 60s when free love was rampant. I am quite frankly embarrassed by the SHARE curriculum about dental dams, how to have gay sex, and where to get an abortion. I am not a prude. I think I've seen and done plenty, but teaching this curriculum to sixth graders takes the cake, and it's wrong. What are you doing? You're here to educate our students. You're here to help them see themselves through the school system into society. Teaching them to read, write, and do math will serve them far better than learning about dental dams. And I think you're failing miserably. The test scores prove that. And guess what? It just might help the test scores to have reading, writing, and math, arithmetic back in the agenda. That would put our students' best interests at heart, now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feinberg.
Daniel McClure, Carol Kitschuk, Kenji Otto.
Is it McClure?
McClure.
Thank you, sir. You're going to have 3 minutes, and you heard the 30-second thing. So begin whenever you're ready.
There we go. We got attention from everybody but Miss McNeil. My name's Daniel McClure, and I'm as calm as I possibly can be in this situation right now. I'm the oldest of 10 kids. I grew up so poor, it's more poor than anybody in this room or this building or this town, I guarantee it. 3 years ago, my parents were still pooping in a hole outside of Susanville. I raised my family. I got into the Navy. I passed the hardest school in the world and became a nuclear reactor operator. I served our country. I went to war. The day I got there was March 18, 2003, to fight for us, to be for us. I passed that. I became a nuclear reactor operator for the John C. Stennis. There was another person who has a kid on there now. I was in charge of the entire ship. The reactor operator, if you don't know, is in charge of the captain. It's the only person on the boat that's in charge of the captain. And the one thing that I learned from the military, it wasn't about self-discipline and all the things that you hear and all the other BS. People go to the military so they can get paid. But what I learned was you practice for anything that can go wrong so that you don't have things go wrong. What I learned was management. What I learned was leadership. I want to say thank you, Angela Taylor. You're speaking, and you've been focused. From what I've seen, your eyes, that's important. This is our only 3 minutes. It's important until I come back next week. I want to tell you, I went to my child's school. Mr. Angotti is the principal. I won't talk about the 2 nurses, but I went there because my youngest son, who was 3 years old, was sick with symptoms similar to flu or COVID. I looked at your guys' guideline and I called them and said, hey, what am I supposed to do? And she told me, if you're asking me the questions on what you're supposed to do about your 6-year-old in kindergarten, if you continue to ask me any questions, I'm going to make sure that he can't come to school for 14 days. I brought that up to the principal, And he listened until I brought Washoe County School District's COVID nurse that was also with the nurse, and she came out and said, yeah, he's right. He did say that, and I did say that. And the moment that happened, he turned around and said, no more, we're done with the conversation.
I'm sorry, Mr. McClure, your time is up. Thank you for being here.
This is insanity.
And thank you for your service to our country.
Well, are you really thankful?
I'm sorry.
Are you all thankful?
Sir, your time is up,
I know
sir.
my time's up, but I'm a citizen here.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here.
Are you appreciative? To
Who's
blackmail
next,
me
JJ?
for my children?
Who's next?
To blackmail me? You blackmailed me.
Carol.
Mr. McClure, your time is up, but the superintendent, if you'll stop there, sir, I have a response for you.
Sure.
The superintendent has made a notation. Somebody will follow up.
Please do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr.
McClure,
Mr. McClure, and that's
Mr.
actually what I'm doing is writing down all the public comments, just so you know.
I knew that was going to be your answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McClure.
You're not even supposed to be answering.
Carol Kitchuk?
Oh, Kenji Otto.
How about we go with who's here? Sir, give us your name.
Kenji Otto, Mark.
My name
Leonard.
is Kenji Otto.
Hang on just a
Kenji
sec,
Otto.
please.
We'll go with Kenji Otto, and then we'll go further from there. Since you're here, sir. Thank you. You're going to have 3 minutes, and at the 30-second mark, the yellow light's going to come on. Thank you.
All right. So the last time I was here, I advised the trustees that I was going to research the recall of public officials, which I have, and I forgot to leave out Mr. Jeff Church of that process because, as far as I'm concerned, he's the only one actually doing his job that he's been elected to do. But then the rest of you aren't. Some of you aren't. There's only one of you in my district, so it's up to other people to do that. But I'm more than happy to help them, and so I will be passing this out to them as well as other information. We've got a number of email addresses from out front who are happy to start that petition. And so with that said, and Jeff, again, I'm sorry that I inadvertently may have I included you. But now with critical race theory, geez, I am basically an immigrant, born in Japan. My grandparents were Japanese. They went to Canada, though, and during the war they were sent into a camp where they had to build it. My mom was born in Canada, and then I don't expect any of you to know that the Canadian government, after the war, stole all their land and all their property, put them on a ship, and shipped them back to Japan. So, a lot of people don't know that history. So, but I was a Japanese citizen. Now I guess I've learned I'm a Canadian citizen as well. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm an American. I served 20 years in the military against communism, and what is going on today in this country is communism. Critical race theory, I am appalled as an American of Asian heritage and an immigrant of Japan, and something that I protected, and I protected other people in the military and in public services against. This is a travesty. I grew up with all of this, with having to deal with all of this, and I'm very proud of that fact. I educated people on race and bigotry, and I did tolerate a lot of people, but I educated them. What this is all about with critical theory is division of everybody in this country, and it is a shame that anybody in this country allows it. Don't allow this. I don't want to have to go through this anymore, but I will protect it.
Thank you, Mr. Otto, and thank you for your service to our country.
Mark, Leonard, Matt, True, Andrea, McVaney.
Mr. Leonard, welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes. Mm-hmm.
Today I'm going to reflect on slavery as it relates to education. For this, let's turn our attention to one of the greatest thinkers, writers, and orators of the 1800s. He was a Republican, an avid supporter of the U.S. Constitution. I refer, of course, to Frederick Douglass, the former slave who became one of the intellectual giants of his age. And here are some of his more well-known thoughts. Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. Once you learn to read, you will be free forever. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. I have found that to make a contented slave, it is necessary to make a thoughtless one. Where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. This was over 100 years ago that he wrote that. In reviewing too many hours of the deliberations of this body, I find that this school district, academically ranked among the worst in the nation, is focused not on infusing our children with knowledge, not on teaching our children love of reading and math, not on challenging them to be strong. Rather, you are teaching them that there is an organized conspiracy to oppress them and that the oppressors are their own classmates or the structure of the country and the very foundation of this country. In other words, by creating thoughtless, indoctrinated children who can't read, can't solve math problems, and who can't think, I can only conclude that your objective is to enslave them. With one exception, and that is Trustee Jeff Church, I condemn all of your actions for not educating our children, but for indoctrinating them and leading us all into slavery.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
Matt True, Andrea McVaney, Roger Edwards.
Mr. True, welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Matt True. I am against any more 1619 project or any more critical race theory or anti-racist rhetoric lessons being taught in Washoe County schools. I am a longtime taxpayer and voter and have raised many kids in this district and grandkids. From what I hear from the teachers, my wife and I are much, much more involved in our child's educations than any of their classmates' parents are. Therefore, I just want you to understand, we have been paying attention for a long time. We have tolerated many breaches of our trust from the school district because we are under the impression we just don't have much choice. There is only so far you guys can get away with this, though. I have investigated these topics at length and as have other parents all across the United States of all political parties. We wholeheartedly reject these ideals as they fly in the face of what was taught by Dr. Martin Luther King. It is as if you want to undo all of his wonderful work, divide another generation of Americans, and create even more resentment and more violence going forward. Multiple times with my older kids, we just could not take it anymore, and we tried homeschooling them for a while. And after the last serious breach from the school a couple of years ago, we started homeschooling our youngest son. We do not want him to miss out on all of high school just because some people can't keep their beliefs out of the lessons. Imagine being a 12-year-old, surrounded by your peers, as your teacher and your peers make it very clear that because of what your parents and your siblings and yourselves believe, that you must be a racist. You must apologize for who you are. This child has always embraced everybody equally, no matter what they look like. He knew not to stand up for himself or his beliefs because he was completely outnumbered. In his own words, there were a few times when he just couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he was ostracized for it. He said, I wanted to say something. I wanted to challenge what was being said because I felt they were being very one-sided. He then said every time I did that, I would be reprimanded by a teacher and then harassed by kids I believed to be my friends. This is something I think you guys failed to take into consideration, or maybe you just believe that is justified. I pray not. What I can tell you now is if you continue down this road, we will do what has been done in Texas and in Arizona and happening all over this country. We will take over. When you start messing with people's kids, you will wake a sleeping giant. You do not have to be into politics for this to anger you. This is your final warning. If you go against our wishes, we will only become more and more energized. Normal people, non-political people, will reject your agenda. Your hate-fueled agenda has no place in the classroom. This division and this bigotry is un-American. The best possible outcome you could look for, if it is to reverse course, is a political challenge. We do not like to pay you to teach our children to reject us, our values, and our beliefs. That is all I have time for now.
Mr.
but
Chief,
I am
thank
far
you so
from
much
done.
for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Andrea McVaney, Roger Edwards, Sharon Williams.
Miss McVaney? No, Miss McVaney? Oh, it looks like someone's coming. Okay. Are there names you want to read, JJ, while we wait? Why don't we read a few of those?
The board received emails from Julia Rogers, Pam Groth, Mr. and Mrs. Stan Joliffe, Steve Winters, Jean Gola.
Welcome, Ms. McVaney. You will have 3 minutes, and at 30 seconds, a yellow light on the podium will come on. Just begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Okay. So, my name is Andrea McNaney, and good afternoon. I am here today as a concerned member of our community. I'm here as a mom. I'm here as a mom of a kindergartner who's zoned for folliculitis, and I have concerns about actually sending my brown son to this school after reading the proposed social justice curriculum. When I read quotes in the text that include, how does white male privilege allow people to have a false sense of worth? We are choosing to introduce a false narrative to our children. A person's worth is not in their color, sex, or nationality. The worth of a person is in the fact that a person is a person. All people are worthy of kindness and respect. That is the message that we need to spread in our classroom and model as adults. That said, I know that at times our nation's history, and yes, it has in our history, there was slavery, and it was wrong. And thankfully, by the laws of this land, we have changed for the better. And are we perfect? By no means. But no civilization will ever be perfect that is made up of flawed humans. What we can do is learn from our history. We can learn from courageous men and women who have acted on the truth that all men and women are created equal. And we believe that. That is what I am teaching our children. You ask my 5-year-old, what are the fruit of the Spirit? Because I am a spiritual person who believes in love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. We show that to all people, regardless of what they look like, regardless of what they believe. And that is something that I wish that we were actually teaching more of in our children. Why are we introducing our early elementary students to this term of BIPOC, which, yes, I am brown. I have brown children. Why are we asking them this question of how have they been often impacted negatively by actions that stem from bias? Why do I want him believing that he can't achieve or that he has been negatively impacted? He doesn't know that yet. What he does know, what is sharing, what is being kind. He's learning his ABCs. These are the principles that I want taught to our children. And the fact is that we are an interracial couple, his mom and dad are. So why do I want him looking at his dad differently than he sees his mom? Why can't he just purely see us face as parents who love him, who care for him, want the best for him? And that's what I want for all of our kids in our community, for my neighbors' kids, regardless of how they look. Let's remove these terms and let's remove this language that is going to perpetuate hate, that is going to perpetuate divisiveness, and let's truly be unified.
Thank you, Ms. McVaney. I hope I said that right.
Yes, you did. My last name was Williams, And then I switched to McVaney, and I'm like, this must be easier, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here.
Very good, thank you.
Roger Edwards, Sharon Williams, John Appolito.
Hi, y'all. You got to know who I am. I'm the focus guy. And, I'm very conservative, and I have a very conservative group that I'm the leader of. And, we've lost track, and you guys got to know that. Traditional education is that's not even a catchphrase anymore. Nobody uses it. Nobody thinks about it. But, with the results that we're getting, we really need to think about that. Traditional education, not socialized radicalism. Come on, anything. And this share curriculum and CRT and all this other nonsense, here we are again with another agenda and nothing about quality of education. That's our job. We're graduating people that can't read and can't write. They took writing clear out of the curriculum. And this share nonsense, come on, folks. I don't want you teaching my kids about condoms and homosexuality, and don't they get enough of that crap with the games they play and on everywhere on the internet and everywhere else? We don't have to introduce that. You introduce that, and you think you're doing them a favor by taking that and putting it in front of them so that they get educated. It's not your job. It's just not your job. Come on. We have kids that struggle enough to get by in life because they don't get educated through the basic stuff, and you're going to teach them how to put a condom on. Come on. And I have to give my favorite Trustee Church and Trustee Caudle some bones here about asking about who was elected to the Share Commission, and the bottom line, the real point behind that was because we needed some different voices on there. The voices on that commission right now are the ones that put forth the program right now that you guys are putting forward. We definitely need that brought to our neighborhood so we get some different voices on there. If the group that's there now thinks this share curriculum is okay to teach the 3rd and 4th and 5th graders, they need to be replaced with somebody more conservative. I'll be running for the empty seats. We need to bring some conservative basic stuff back to this group. Our community is hurting, folks. 20%, 25% literacy rates in graduation, and they can't make basic college and entrance exams. Come on. We're not graduating anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and as always, thank you for your service to our country.
Sharon Williams, John Appolito, Margaret Martini.
Welcome, Ms. Williams. Why don't you pull the mic down a little bit so we can make sure we hear you well. You'll have 3 minutes, and at 30 seconds, a yellow light will come on there on the desk, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Begin whenever you're ready.
And I guess I must talk through this map, yes?
You must, and you have to keep it over your nose, too, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Sharon Williams, and I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in segregated schools in Hampton, Virginia. Did you hear about the 1619 project? Fort Comfort is right there at Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia. My schools were integrated when I was a senior in high school. Even though we had secondhand books, secondhand desks, secondhand material, I got a first-rate education because we stood to the basics. There was we had Black History Month in February, but we did not have this convoluted idea that I see coming down the pike now. I think what's happening now, where we are focusing on race and all of this other diversity stuff, is doing more to balkanize us as a community than anything. And when I read through this, these talking points in this support social justice thinking, and we talked about we the people as a pejorative, what in the world is we are supposed to be, out of many we have one. We are the United States. We come together with shared values. Again, Williamsburg, Jamestown, the seat of this country, Virginia, that's where I grew up. If you saw Hidden Figures, these people with the human computers, they underwent a lot of racism and it wasn't fair, but they had a strong constitution and they persevered. That's what we need to be teaching our kids. We went to the African Museum in Washington, D.C., the Museum of African American History, and they had the whiteness chart. Things like hard work, self-reliance, delayed gratification, punctuality, and politeness were part of the white culture. To me, that is insulting. And now I'm looking at some of these talking points. For example, one of the things you have is grade 5. Think about BIPOC communities that are working for access to housing, education, right to vote, and other civil rights. That's a false narrative. I mean, this business with the voting, are you telling me that now we're going to compromise voter integrity? That's an insult to me. I cannot get a I cannot get an ID. We're too stupid to do that. I mean, there is this what do you call it, systemic racism. It does not exist, okay? I'm not saying that racism does not exist, but it is not systemic. And I think for you to be planting seeds of racism in these kids' heads is not doing them any kind of service. And it's a waste of money as a taxpayer. And I'm an educator as well. I've taught from preschool to college level. And what we're doing is a lot of history revisionism. We're not teaching these kids. Again, 600,000 people died in the Civil War. Not only that, we did away with the tests and Jim Crow laws and that type thing. Why don't we talk about that brings us together and stop focusing on things that rip us apart? We are the United States. I am proud to be an American.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
John Eppolito, Margaret Martini, Georgette Stormo.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. You can find over 1,100 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. My comments are regarding the privacy policy of the Benchmark Advanced Social Justice Curriculum. On the FOIA response the district gave to Karen, England, someone from the district wrote, quote, Benchmark collects when the students start and stop a lesson, timing of student responses, and which lessons the students choose, end quote. Parents, it's important to know Benchmark will have all the social justice information and data your child enters electronically, but you won't. Will Benchmark or someone Benchmark shares your children's data with label your child as a racist in kindergarten, first grade, or any time by 5th grade? If yes, parents, you will never know. No one really knows how the social justice data and information your child shares with Benchmark may affect their future. This is the exact kind of thing Protect Nevada Children has been talking about for years. COPA and FERPA are the laws that are supposed to protect children's data. Benchmark's privacy policy is the only one Protect Nevada Children has reviewed that did not mention COPA and FERPA. As part of a social and emotional learning, the district gave a psychological assessment to all students in 4 schools without parental consent. The vendor has the data, and most parents don't even know the assessment was given. No one knows if, when, and how that data may affect the future of those kids. A couple years ago, a Bishop Minogue student took a test while at school on a school-required app titled, Should I Kill Myself? The next day, Caleb committed suicide. After the suicide, it took 9 months to get that app out of district schools. Our children's data has been breached at least 4 times because of the district's actions. Twice our children's data was placed for sale on the dark web, and one time it was sold to the Chinese. The district has proven numerous times they cannot be trusted with our children's data. To give social justice data to another education vendor is at a minimum a very bad idea. In addition, I've read the curriculum, and as an educator, I found it to be indoctrination, not education. I think the district should spend less time on things like social justice, social and emotional learning, and education via screens, and more time actually educating our children. You can find over 1,100 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Ms. Martini.
Margaret Martini. Georgette Stormo, Joy Timshensky.
We'll ask for our help on that. Ms. Martini, let's get your microphone on, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you, Mel.
Margaret Martini. You can find over 1,100 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. If this board approves the proposed social justice curriculum and the proposed changes to Board Policy 4500, it will do more to divide our community than anything Superintendent McNeil has done to date. This mess is on her. She is dividing our community, and we are not going away. The benchmark advanced social justice curriculum would be integrated into the English language arts curriculum. I have read the curriculum, and I find it to be more of an indoctrination than an education. I wonder what the social studies curriculum looks like. Here are some direct quotes from the proposed social justice curriculum. Kindergarten, Unit 1. Question for 5-year-olds. How do we know if a rule is fair for anyone? What can we do if it's not fair? Why is it important that uncool rules be changed? Let students know that unjust things, such as rules, can be changed. To me, this is getting a 5-year-old ready to be a social activist. Grade 1. As a young person, why is it important to tell others your own ideas about social justice and bias? Recall, at the last board meeting, Superintendent McNeil said, "We aren't teaching social justice." Well, call it whatever you want. It's the same stuff. Teacher defines social justice and ask a student, who decides what is socially just? Who? The teacher, maybe. Grade 2. If you could design a flag to support social justice for all people, what might you include as symbols and why? Who was the new country for? Who was not included? Why? Why might people be in a privileged culture, want those oppressed culture to be less valued? Grade 3, government. Starts off with telling students what's wrong with the United States, leaves off what's right with our country. In BIPOC communities, there has been less access to college because of bias and systemic racism. Most of these are all quotes from the curriculum. Grade 4, does the government help all people equally? Have students talk about social programs that time out and their thoughts about it. Who decides which communities get choices and privileges? Why are the needs of BIPOC communities sometimes not addressed equitably? Grade 5, how does white male privilege allow people to have a false sense of self? Ask students to graphically represent the relationships between social groups, privilege and oppression, as well as their impact, both negative and positive, on the law.
Ms. Martini, I'm sorry,
Okay,
ma'am, your
thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you.
Georgette Stormo, Joy Sarah Hayden.
I'm sorry, is it, will you give us your name, ma'am, for the record?
My name is Georgette Stormo.
Stormo. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, and the yellow light will come on at 30 seconds, okay? So just begin whenever you're ready. Thank you.
I want to thank you for listening to me today. I will tell you that I agree with so many of the parents and grandparents that I've heard today. But I want to put a little bit of focus on what this school board is and what school is. Common schools were established in order to promote citizenship. To paraphrase E.D. Hirsch, the founding fathers believed that our nation of immigrants could be assimilated as Americans without foregoing their ancestry or individuality. They believed that commonality in the means of communication and that valuation of liberty are consistent with high diversity. The free, all-inclusive common school was intended as the chief instrument of national cohesion and unity for all ranks of society. It was the public school's mandate to teach children to read, write, and speak English, and to teach children the best things about the nation's intellectual and moral heritage. Unfortunately, the public school system has compromised by Marxist beliefs and distorted by the new mantra of equity and diversity and critical race theory. Our public schools have lost their way. Today, our very young, impressionable children are being subjected to subtle and not so subtle forms of indoctrination. For example, Nickelodeon teaches that housing in poor neighborhoods and less desirable areas is actually environmental racism. Drag queen Lil Miss Hot Mess, reading their book, The Hips on the Drag Queen Go Swish, 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 a book intended for 3 to 8-year-olds, proudly proclaimed on PBS, "I think we might have some drag queens in training on our hands." You've lost your way. Today, our older children are subjected to shaming, distorted science, and one-sided history. Male toxicity, white oppressors, black victims, denial of biological difference between the sexes, biological males participating in girls' sports, allowed in girls' locker rooms and bathrooms. Man-made global warming is an existential threat. Mankind will be extinct in 12 years. My grandson had to read Tom Sawyer. The book he brought home was not written by Mark Twain. It was a perversion of Tom Sawyer. You took it all out. You had an opportunity to teach things, and you didn't.
Thank you, Ms. Thurmo.
Joy.
Looks like we're struggling with the last name here.
Yeah. Sarah Haddon. Paul Larson.
Miss Haddon or? Okay. Then Haddon or Larson? Haddon or Larson?
Susan Baldwin.
Baldwin? Larson? Go ahead and read a few names while we wait for Mr. Larson to get up here.
Stephanie Giroch. Joan Rivet. Karen Benna. Doug Flattery.
Welcome, Mr. Larson. You'll have 3 minutes, sir, and then that yellow light there before you will come on when you're at 30 seconds.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. This is a treasured heritage of the American people that we can still address our governing officials. It's not something we take for granted. Those of us who have served overseas in places where that was not even conceivable, we really prize the opportunity to have our voice heard and trying to be as respectful as possible. But many of us were in the Cold War, and we stayed with it until that wall came down. We knew what it meant. We seen people torn to pieces by dogs trying to get to the West where they could just speak their mind like we're doing today. And it breaks our heart to see all of this slipping through our fingers on our watch, because probably a lot of the people, the educators involved in the system, don't realize it, but there's a strong stench of Marxism that to us who have served to preserve the Constitution, it's inconceivable that people would voluntarily step into a system that people suffered so hard to try to escape. We never thought that wall would come down in our lifetime, and we certainly didn't think it would fall the other way and go back up in our homeland. So we would just ask that you guys take a pause, take a breath, and realize, united we stand, divided we fall. It's the lesson we got from 9/11. If we're going to start tearing our country apart, being at each other's throats like this, nobody wins. We all lose. We beg you, take a pause on this and think long and hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson, and thank you for your service to our country.
Sarah Haddon. Susan Baldwin, Jessica Foster, Bailey Grill.
With Miss Grill? Okay, awesome. We'll go ahead and take you. You're here, so that's fantastic. You can step up to the mic. We'll take you next. Step up to the mic, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, and then at 30 seconds, the yellow light right there before you will come on. See the little lights there? Then you'll know you have 30 seconds, okay? Thank you very much, and just go ahead and start with... is it appropriate to have a trustee comment?
I just want to show respect. I need to leave the room to take care of myself, and I don't want you to think I'm leaving because
I
of
see.
you.
Okay, that's appropriate. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Certainly, we don't want someone to think you aren't paying attention, but I understand. We've been here for a while. Okay. Miss Baldwin? Grill. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. I meant to. Okay, Miss Grill, again, we're going to start whenever you're ready, okay? Okay.
So, having these masks on is difficult for people of all ages. My mother, when she goes to work, she is able to take her mask off. But being in middle school, you have to go through PE. Some of my friends aren't able to take their masks off while running laps or playing basketball. Having these on is difficult to breathe. It causes anxiety, and we can't see each other as much. My brother in Washington, I'm not sure if they're able to take their masks off. He's only 7 up there. I'm not sure, but if he is able to take his mask off, that is amazing, but if not, it is hard. We can't hear each other as much anymore. It's hard because we'll be sitting at our desks and teachers will take their masks off to look at the computer to go over grades or whatnot, and they'll just be sitting there without their masks on. I'll pull mine down to take a drink of water and someone will yell at me. Or we'll be walking down the halls and someone won't be able to hear me speak, so I pull my mask down. And people just yell at us when we're just trying to hear each other better and we're trying to be better listeners. This isn't helping us in life as much as it would if we could hear and understand better on why we should have to ask to take a drink of water. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grill. Thank you for being here and for waiting.
Jessica Foster, Chris McAvoy, Jamie Shepler.
I'm just pulling up my notes.
That's okay. Take your time. Miss Foster?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, yeah, take your time. Go ahead. It's okay. You want to read some names, JJ, while we...
I'm ready.
Are you ready? Okay, you know the routine. I know you heard it, so just begin whenever you're ready, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me today. I'm here to speak out against the masks on the children. I'm no public speaker, and I won't take very much time. There has to be a breaking point for these children. I'm just a mom that is sick of sending her daughter to school in a mask when it raises the anxiety for her. She already goes through depression and panic disorder, and these masks are not helping. The kids aren't getting this virus. It's a 99.7% survival rate. The children are not suffering from this virus, and I don't think that these masks need to be mandated anymore. I'd like to end this school year on a high note and take these masks off the children once and for all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Foster. Appreciate you being here.
Chris McAvoy, Jamie Shepler, Ann Sweeter.
Ms. McAvoy, welcome. Thank you for being here. You heard that 3 minutes and that yellow light will come on.
I did.
Yes, sir. Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Begin whenever you're ready.
I look at what has brought me here today. It is the push by almost all the trustees to adopt a curriculum for K through 5 called Benchmark Advance. It is based on nothing but lies. The authors of this curriculum say it arises and is necessary due to recent events that took place in this country. When I did a little research, I found out the main event they are talking about is the death of George Floyd. It was a horrific death, but it should not be used to label the entire United States as a white, systemically racist country and build a curriculum around skin color. The Benchmark Advanced curriculum does just that, as it labels white people as oppressors and people of color as being oppressed, ignored, and incapable of rectifying their situation due to this oppression. It completely ignores that all people are individuals with a history that often has little to do with the color of their skin. Thank goodness we are a nation that adopted, fought, and continues to fight to live by the words of the great Martin Luther King Jr., desiring that all people not be judged by the color of the skin, but by the content of their character. And look where that has taken us, from racial segregation to wherever you go, you see people of every shade of skin color, from the past president of the United States to the people in our own community everywhere living their lives together. Yes, there is always room for improvement because racism comes in every color, not just white versus people of color. A quick Google search will give you an ample supply to view. Watching your November board meeting online gave me insight into your decision-making process, and all I saw was the board picking a political viewpoint to push into the schools. You strategized on how to get around parents and stop freedom of speech unless it supports the groups BLM and the Rainbow Flag coalitions. You say that you don't get how these groups are political, yet they themselves say they're political. What you need to do is listen to your attorney, Rombardo, and I apologize if I say that incorrectly, when he stated, "We are not here to pick sides. We are here to provide an awesome education." In other words, stop with the politics. And Superintendent McNeil's theme during this board meeting and others that we must provide a safe space for students. Well, that should go for students of all colors. It surely won't be safe for any color student when you teach them you are on different teams. Follow your motto, which appears on your website under Washoe County School District, every child, by name and face to graduation. This is a message our community has long supported, a message of hope and inclusivity, as each child can tell their individual story, be celebrated and lifted up versus put in a group based on skin color and brought down in the name of equality. Also, you're going to get our district sued and throw away taxpayer money, as the U.S. and the Nevada State Constitution's many laws protect citizens from discrimination based on skin color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAvoy.
Jamie Shepler, Ann Sweeter.
I have Ann. It'll take her a second.
Okay, do we have Shepler?
Paul Soligy.
Jamie Shepler. Yep, come, Ms. Shepler? Come right on up here to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes, and the little yellow light there in front of you will come on when you're at 30 seconds, okay?
Okay.
Okay, begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, I want to start off by saying I support Jeff Church. And first of all, I believe the choosing of this location, which doesn't let the expected crowd inside, is against the open meeting laws in Nevada. Second, this shares program doesn't belong in our schools. No one else needs to teach my child about their sexuality. If you want to teach them about sexually transmitted diseases, fine. But teaching my child about anal sex is completely inappropriate. Third, the benchmark program doesn't belong here either. It's critical race theory, which is Marxist in ideology, anti-American, and actually perpetuates racism. As Governor Ron DeSantis said, it's rude to the taxpayer to use our money to teach kids to hate this country. Fourth, I am assuming Washoe County schools get federal funding based on how many students attend the schools. Well, myself and others will not put our kids in these schools if these things are being taught. I will move if I have to keep my children out of these schools and these disastrous policies that are going to take generations to fix the ramifications of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepler.
Ann Sweeter, Paul Solegi, Carolyn Talley.
Ms. Sweeter, welcome, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Looking at Washoe County school curriculum for the K through 12 grades for the 21-22 school year, I see a teaching in social studies that I believe kids do not need to be taught. The board is on record that critical race theory will not be taught. However, the current curriculum is racist and discriminatory. Yes, it is there. It is hidden, but it is there. Critical race theory has flown under the radar for decades, quietly spreading like a malignancy throughout American institutions. The death of George Floyd last year provided an excuse for neo-Marxists to explode critical race theory into the public stage and into the face of American society. Even though it's a hot topic, most Americans still have not heard critical race theory, and few understand that it is a Marxist weapon to take control of America. Few are able to recognize it. We need to get to know the neo-Marxist code words: equity, oppressor, oppress, systemic racism, and social justice. Recognize any of them? They are in the Washoe County school curriculum under multiculturalism. This opens the back door to critical race theory, for critical race theory to enter. We cannot and will not let that happen. If multiculturalism continues to worm its way into the public mind and the minds of our children, it will destroy America. I do not want Washoe County schools to teach anything except the basics: reading, writing, math, science, U.S. history, and American government. Racism and discrimination have no room in our schools' classrooms. Get rid of multiculturalism in the school's curriculum. Don't let critical race theory in the back door. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeter.
Paul Solegi, Carolyn Talley, Melody Coate.
Mr. Solegi, welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Well, good evening. Thank you. My concern today are the changes that are being proposed on the curriculum. Paul Solegi.
Sir, if you pull that mic up just a little bit so people can, there you are.
Yes, okay. Paul Solegi is my name. I'm the father and grandfather of a large family. I'm a business owner. I'm an active church member. 3 of my grandparents were born in Spain, so I have a Hispanic heritage. We visit our family in Spain. I've conducted business in China, especially when returning from these overseas travel trips. I have been grateful for our nation, our Constitution, our freedoms. But I'm grateful for these every day. I'm opposed to a school curriculum that undermines our Constitution, our nation, our founding, and our personal freedoms. As a young man, I lived for a while in Michigan, and especially in the Detroit area for a portion of that time. I've loved those people, and I've returned there to visit. I've been sad to see over the years now that many people have been hurt by failed social programs. And so I am active in my community now, and I will use my resources to try and protect my own family and to try and be a citizen of this community and protect our family from the decline of our civilization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solegi.
Carolyn Talley, Melody Coate, Mike Talley.
We have either the Tallies, Mr. or Miss Talley, or Coates.
Casey Thielander, Kurt Baker,
Mr. Thielander, welcome back, sir.
Hello, it's your favorite dad. First of all, I do appreciate that you guys did take off some of the masks, that you sort of went in the right direction. You're headed there. I hope that you take off the masks for the rest of them. The hypocrisy is just mind-blowing to me. Last Tuesday, I watched a teacher scold 4th graders outside in the morning before school commences for playing tag for being kids, scolding them for playing tag. And then I'm told that social distancing is still in place, even though no one wears masks outside. Do we see the common sense in that? Because there is none. I can tell you right now that the emotional damage that's being done to these children right now is going to last far longer than this pandemic is. Something has to stop. It is absolutely ridiculous. I've been told by my superintendent, Joe Ernst, and our principal, Mr. Verdi, that they are just going to go base this off of Section 13 of the governor's directive, that they have the power to do as they please, basically, that we have no say-so as parents in this. Because I asked for the common sense, who he was directed by, but I couldn't get a name. Nobody will tell me. Because I don't believe these kids should have to wear masks outside or inside, of course, at any age. As a lady said, 99.97% survival rate. I think that's enough to take it off. But on top of everything else, like the fact that they still have to social distance outside, come on. Ridiculous. And they're going to be scolded for just being children? It's mind-blowing. And then the critical race theory, I don't even know how to comment on that. I know you guys aren't going to call it critical race theory, but if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and waddles like a duck, it's a duck. Just because if I put water on a milk jug and it's full of milk, still milk. Just because you're branding it something different doesn't mean it's not that. It's ridiculous. What you should be teaching in these schools is teach these kids how to be successful. Bring in apprenticeship programs. Teach them how that when they get out of high school, they're not living with their mom and dad till they're 40. That they're confident, successful, ready for life, how to invest, how to buy a home, how to fill out a job application, how to be something like contributing in this society, other than hoping that they make $15 an hour at McDonald's. Come on, guys. And then I hear that you're resigning, and his seat's looking pretty good for myself right now. And I'll run. Everybody in this town will run.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander.
Kurt Baker. Lonnie Feemster.
Mr. Baker. Mr. Feemster, I see that you're here. Why don't we have you come and as we wait for Mr. Baker.
Okay, thank you all. I'm Lonnie Feemster. I'm the education chair for the Reno Sparks NAACP, and I was asked to make a few comments by the current president, Miss Stephanie McCurry, who had to go out of town. I came to address some of the issues with the social justice curriculum and some other issues that have come up, but there's been so much information going out that's been polluted by political agenda and misinformation. I'm concerned that the people I talk to outside on the grass, some of them for 15, 20 minutes, I learned, one, that equity doesn't mean the same to them that it means to me, that some of the words we use. I'm concerned that social justice curriculum and like Black Lives Matter does not explain to another person exactly what you mean. I don't say Black Lives Matter anymore. I say the Black Lives Matter movement for criminal justice reform, because it's more accurately portraying what I mean. Of course, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. But I learned by listening to the people outside that they were very respectful, disagreed with me politically, but we had a beautiful conversation, and I was moved by their concern to listen to me. My family, I did my DNA, several DNA searches, mainly Nigerian. I got an Italian grandfather and some Scotch-Irish and Native American, Filipino, and my children. Very diverse population, but I look at things from a perspective of humanity. I don't know that I totally understand the social justice curriculum yet. I've been studying critical race theory recently. There's hundreds and hundreds of articles written on it. Reading a fascinating book that I recommend to every student in Washoe County and every school board member, given to me by a young white student who's been to Africa, but she's one of the teachers in the school system. It's The History of White People. Over the last 2,000 years, where we developed the perception that there are people that are white, and there's someplace called white. It's not in my Bible. I've looked it up. I'm concerned because the people I've talked to outside do not understand what's going on inside, and they're not happy with it. And when I looked around, I did not see participatory democracy. I saw confusion, and I've heard a lot of animosity and hate. This troubles me. I've got to go back to the NASB and make recommendations on what our organization should do about a position on this issue. So thank you. I just wanted to get
Thank you, Mr. Pinkston.
Thank you.
Valerie Wade, Victoria Miller, Kathy Reyes.
Miss Wade?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, ma'am. You have 3 minutes. I think you've heard it, so you know the deal. Thank you. Begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I have to make my font a little bigger.
It's okay. Take your time. JJ, you want to read a few names while she gets her notes together?
Lindsay Moser, Steve and Lindsay Ricallo, Dan and Kathy Ricallo, Matt and Natalie Newell.
Thank you so much. Miss Wade?
For the record, Valerie Wade.
Can you get the mic down a little bit closer
Yeah,
so you can?
I'm kind of short.
Thank you. It's okay.
For the record, Valerie Wade. First, I want to thank you for the work you do. It's not something most people are willing to take on, in spite of maybe suggesting that they are, but it is very important work, and I thank you. I attended Washoe County schools, as did my children and now my grandchildren, my parents, siblings, cousins, nieces, and nephews. I heard years ago a phrase, two people going out to lunch. One wants tacos and pizza, the other wants burning tires with broken glass sprinkled on top. There's no room for compromise in that. White supremacy, bigotry, homophobia are the burning tires and broken glass. It doesn't matter if 100 people come here and demand burning tires and broken glass, it's not an option. White supremacy, bigotry, and homophobia are not an option, and there is no compromise with that. In 1954, my mother left Mississippi her junior year of high school to visit her sister in Sparks, Nevada, and she begged her parents to let her finish high school here. She graduated from Sparks High in 1955. That same year in her hometown, Lamar Smith, the black farmer and World War I veteran, was shot to death by white men in the middle of the day on the lawn of the county courthouse because he'd been working to organize voter registration among black people. That is hard history to hear, especially because that's my family history. Talking about it makes my elderly aunts and uncles extremely uncomfortable and quite frankly makes them viscerally angry. But ignorance is not an option for my grandchildren. Our community here now is very diverse, way more diverse than who is here at this meeting. I believe people of color, the LGBTQ community, our minority student groups have been silenced by the Klan-style gathering on your lawn outside, by people angrily demanding we all have burning tires and broken glass sprinkled on top. I don't even hear the pretense of concern for students anymore. What I hear is what I heard from my aunts and uncles when hard history is brought up to them. Visceral anger. Last, I want to say that Washoe County school students are online all day, every day. They know about social injustice. They know about race in America. They watch people die at the hands of police. They see anti-Semitic, anti-Asian, anti-Muslim, anti-trans attacks on their fellow Americans every day. They know what's going on around them. What is missing is a historic context of what is happening right now around them. That is what the Washoe County School District absolutely must be teaching. You owe it to our diverse student body to teach them how we got here. It takes courage to stand against ignorance and visceral anger that has risen in our community this year. I urge you, do not compromise with homophobia or bigotry or white supremacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade.
Victoria Miller, Kathy Reyes, Tracy Pallone.
Ms. Miller, welcome. If you pull that mic, yeah, you're a little taller than she is. Thank you.
I know, I got my heels on.
Okay, that's even more. You'll have 3 minutes, and that yellow light will come on at 30 seconds, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Begin whenever you're ready.
Well, this is the second time I've gotten to speak to you all. The first time was a little bit more fun. I'm the one that did the logo and the imagery for Marcy Hurst Middle School, and that was a fun project. It was a fun homecoming to Reno. I grew up here. I am a product of Washoe County school education. And as I think you are too, Mrs. Taylor. I think I heard that as well. So I was a little bit surprised when I left for college. I thought that taking all honors classes would prepare me for college, but I felt like I was a bit underprepared for how difficult college would be. And so it was kind of a fun homecoming to come here. My kids grew up most of their lives in Southern California for about 20 years. And they're both big fans of playing the game of football, which means that my two little pasty white boys are pretty much a minority in that sport. They play 7-on-7 in downtown Downey, and most of their friends are brown and black, and like one of their best friends, their brothers, is a sweet little black boy that is basically like our adopted brother. So when I hear about some of the critical race theory and some of the racism that's going to be taught to my little boys who aren't racist because half of their friends are different minorities, they don't understand what this curriculum is all about, and how could they be privileged just because of their color. We've always taught our children not to see color, to just notice what someone acts like, and to also be able to love people despite what they look like, even if they're unkind, even if they treat you badly. I remember one of my favorite teachers in 8th grade, Mrs. Grant. She taught us the love of reading. She said when she was in school, she hated the books that they were forced to read. And so she made us all read The Count of Monte Cristo. And this book, that one 8th grade teacher taught me a love of reading. There is an amazing influence that a good teacher can do on a child. It really can. And so imagine my surprise when my son wrote this poem about this book that he is assigned in his 8th grade class, The Omnivore's Dilemma. All slaughterhouses do is kill, kill, kill. They are filled to the brim with blood and gore. When will they stop their mills? All this killing makes people sore. You guys can do better, I think. I appreciate all the time that Trustee Church has given. He has been very helpful. He represents my district. And when he is shut out, my district is shut out. There are at least 30 to 50 more parents that aren't here that represent those of us that are. Please remember them too when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Kathy Reyes, Tracy Pallone, Heidi Waterman.
Ms. Reyes?
Hi.
Welcome, and you're going to have 3 minutes, and that yellow light will come on at 30 seconds, okay?
Thank you. I'll keep this short. To the men and women in blue, thank you. You're appreciated. Without you, it'd be an ugly place. So thank you. For the board members, you probably already know me, Kathy Kennedy Reyes. I intend to run in 2022. The only one that's listening to the groups, the majority that come here, happens to be Jeff Church. You guys aren't listening. So if 99% of us don't want CRT, critical race theory, you guys are still going to do what you want to do because you're not listening. You're not listening to the constituents that put you here. Your mind is blank. You're only one way or the highway. The other thing is, what is your goal? What is your objective of implementing that in the schools? What is that end result that you're aiming for? In a Sibyllus, you have the setup of what you're going to learn. But we don't have it. I would like to know what the end goal is, what your intention is, to get a kindergartner or a first grader that barely can tie their shoes, color coordinate their clothes to go to school, And then you're putting that on their plate. You can't even get adults to discuss this, okay? And you're expecting. So what is your end result? It's still in litigation in a lot of places, and yet you want to implement it here. It's in litigation. Why are you moving so fast? It was supposed to be on the agenda for today. You postponed it. Why? And why are we in this venue? Why? This is a small venue. Your intent to keep half the people out there? Yeah, granted, they can see it on YouTube and whatnot, but it's not the intent. You don't want to see. Put your blinders on. We won't see the people that don't want critical race theory implemented in the schools. We don't want the 1619 project implemented, the benchmark programs. We don't want it. I don't want my kids learning about sex, which you're implementing. I can teach them that. If they have questions, they can come to me. These masks, it's a joke. 99% survival rate. This has been a joke. You follow the science when it's good, and you don't follow it when it doesn't fit your agenda. So again, I'm pretty much done, but so that you know, Kathy Kennedy Reyes, you're going to see more of me. Jeff is the only one here that's listening to us because you guys aren't. So thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes.
Tracy Pallone, Heidi Waterman, Bruce Foster.
Hi, my name is Emberlyn and I'm 11 years old. I do not wear a mask and I've never had a shot in my entire life, nor will I. I've been doing distance learning for the past 8 months. It's terrifying. My mother is not a teacher, she's a mom. She's not even that good at math. When I started going back to school, it was terrible. I didn't like the mask. I couldn't breathe in it. I felt like I was gonna pass out.
She started going back to school in person for the SBAC testing, which, by the way, was crap as well. I saw my 11-year-old get so frustrated trying to study these 250 ways of doing math that she just didn't understand, so worried because she might get in trouble if she doesn't answer the question right or she doesn't finish the test quick enough. And she goes back to school, and I called on Tuesday and I said, hi, I saw the email from WCSD that you guys are no longer going to enforce masks. I took her back to school Wednesday. I asked her how it went. She told me that her teacher, the first thing she said to her was, good morning, Emberlyn, do you have a mask? My 11-year-old says, didn't you talk to the principal? She says, no, I didn't. And she says, well, WCSD put out an email saying you guys can't enforce masks anymore. And she says, well, we can't. But just so you know, you're going to be the only one not wearing one. That's peer pressure. So to have a 40-something-year-old teacher peer pressure my 11-year-old into thinking she should wear a mask because you guys think you know what's best for our kids, it's not best for my kid to be masked and suffocated. It's not best for my kid to be worried that she might have to share a bathroom with a boy next year, that she might have to be on the same sports team as a boy. She is so proud to be a girl, to be a strong girl. We have worked so hard as women, and you guys are taking that away from us. Our biggest concern is masks. She starts middle school next year, and this needs to stop. It doesn't make any sense when she has to sit 10 feet apart at lunch, but then she can be next to a student in the classroom reading a book together. Make it make sense. I would love to stand up here and be able to thank you guys, but I don't feel like I have anything to thank you guys for. The past 8 months, I've had to be a teacher. You know, I've had to quit my job and be a teacher for no pay. So I can't thank you guys. I stand with a lot of people here today that agree that I believe we need a new board, or you guys need to have our best interests at heart. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pallone. And young Ms. Pallone.
Heidi Waterman, Bruce Foster, Scott Wallace.
Mr. Wallace? Is that you, Mr. Wallace? Yes. Yes, please. Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
So I'm probably not going to be very popular with everyone else who's here. I'm one of the pediatricians in town, and I'm going to advocate for every child. The AAP, the CDC, they are the experts. They look at the data. They don't look at opinion or politics. They look at the data and how to best help children. The AAP was one of the first organizations to advocate for in-person schooling during the pandemic, but how to make it safe. And that's because we as pediatricians recognize the physical, the mental, the social, the academic importance of in-person schooling. But to do so, you have to make it safe. And I hear a lot of people quoting statistics that are taken out of context. The 99% is based off of data from Israeli, UK, US studies, assuming people take general precautions, including masks. It assumes people are wearing masks. The idea that it only affects people with pre-existing conditions. Yes, it affects them more, but MIS-C can potentially affect any child. And the fact that we're saying, well, it only affects people with pre-existing conditions. Do they not matter? The mission statement of this board is to provide a safe and challenging environment to every student, including those at risk. Masks do far more to protect others than yourself. They protect you a little bit, but they protect the people around you a lot more. They protect you from accidentally spreading it if you have it before you show symptoms. So you can be trying to do your best and stay home when you're sick, but you have already done the damage of spreading the virus to other people. And finally, the biggest threat to in-person schooling is another surge. If we drop our vigilance and drop masks because we want to be back to normal, and I get that, I want to be back to normal. I'm claustrophobic. I hate wearing a mask, but I do it for others because my comfort is not more important than other people. And so I know what you guys did, and you were doing your best, and I appreciate you doing your best. It wasn't with the expert opinion, the expert recommendations. The CDC and the AAP's recommendations for anyone 2 and over to be wearing a mask until vaccinated until the end of the school year. They're not making comment on what we should do in August because August is an eternity away. We could be in a much better spot. We could have much fewer positive cases. We could have other treatments. But for now, everyone should be wearing a mask. I know it's not popular. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, doctor. I appreciate you being here.
Heidi Waterman, Bruce Foster, Jonah Acoin,
Ms. Acoin, Principal Acoin, welcome. Thank you for being
Yes.
here.
Hi, thank you. Board of Trustees, Dr. McNeil, and good luck to the 2 trustees that will be leaving us. We will be sad to see you go. So yes, my name is John Acoin, and I am a proud employee of the district. I'm a proud principal of the district. And I was driving home this afternoon, and I was listening to the board, and I heard so much hatred, and I heard so much negativity that I had to turn around, and I had to come back, and I had to just put a card in to say thank you. I don't agree with everything that's been done. When we were in person full time, there were times that it was hard for me to go to school. I felt like it was dodgeball, like we just kept dodging it. But I want to thank you for making that really difficult decision because it was the right decision. My students have thrived. We went from having about 50% of our students on distance learning to having about 10% of our students on distance learning. Now with the opportunity to have summer school, we're going to be able to get all those little guys back so that they can feel the real world, right, of being back in person. So I want to thank you for challenging us and pushing us to do our best. When I had spoken before, probably about 6 weeks ago, I was addressing you, Trustee Church, and I didn't get to say everything that I wanted to say because I was sidetracked because we had lost a dear friend. I just want you to know that you are a disappointment to me. You are a disappointment to our district, and I know that you have all these people that stand here and read your words. But when you don't go into my schools, and you don't talk to my students, and you don't talk to my amazing teachers, I have no idea how you can represent us. I think your idea is just to fight, and I think your idea is just to create chaos, and shame on you for doing that. Because we do have a lot of work. We are in the bottom in a lot of ways, but there is magic that is happening every single day. And when we start spreading lies and we start spreading all these rumors and we start calling things that things aren't, when you're talking about the curriculum benchmark, I heard somebody up here saying, you know, and we're asking kindergartners, like, well, how do you change a rule, or how do you feel about a rule? How do you talk about a rule that you do not think is, you don't think is fair, you don't think is right? Okay, that's an honest thing to ask, right? Because our kids are hearing everything that is going on in this community. They're hearing it, they're feeling it, they're seeing it, and they deserve to have a voice to speak about it. And it's our job, it's our charge to create that platform for them, to create those opportunities so that they will have the skills to think critically, to speak for themselves. It doesn't have to come through hatred. It really doesn't. We should all work together. We have 64,000. I hope we have 64,000 again. We have 62,000 kids that are dependent on us, and this is not helping. So again, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Principal Coyne. Thank you for what you do in the buildings every day.
Beth Martin, then Kristen DeHaan, and Joe Morabito.
Welcome, Ms. Martin.
Hi, Beth Martin for the record. Everything she just said and what I have to say. We should be leading our future on an open road, one with endless possibilities for everyone, which is why I'm here to speak tonight. I support the supplemental materials to be used with our current benchmark curriculum. I'm gravely concerned with the misrepresentation of what these lessons bring awareness to. Many claim that they are against the adoption of these supplements, but aren't able to specify any instance in the curriculum that they directly have a problem with, just to point out that we're trying to indoctrinate our children. There is a claim that we need to stick to the 3 R's, but all of these lessons align directly with our standards in social studies, speaking and listening in English language arts, reading and writing, and I'm not sure why this argument keeps being brought up.
Ms. Martin, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just because I'll need you to just keep that over your nose when you talk. I know it's hard, I'm sorry, but I need to be consistent. Thank you.
As my friend Farrell had a discussion with me the other day, we analyze our history through primary and secondary sources, and we continue as teachers to evaluate multiple perspectives. As teachers, we teach students how to analyze historical documents and artifacts, how to verify information by examining multiple perspectives, and how to make logical, fact-based arguments that pertain to historical events. This is what needs to be done in order to understand United States history in all aspects, including the fact-based positive and negative of our history. We need to learn and understand why racial inequities exist in our society and how we can eliminate them by looking critically at the statements to better understand them. I'm not sure why that concept is so threatening to some people, especially when there's factual evidence that proves there is and continues to be systems of oppression in the United States. There's no reason as to why we can't be taught about these things and share different narratives and have open discussions. We have some people who feel that it's okay for the road to be a dead-end one in which is not open for change. That's a sad road to be taking in a world that is filled with change and growth every day. There will be a time where you have to choose between what is just good enough and what is right, and be like Frederick Douglass and find the courage to step on the train. And I have a little bit of extra time, thankfully. I would like to just reach out to Dr. McNeil because I don't feel like you're dividing us. You're the most involved superintendent I have ever worked under, and I have been here for 13 years. So you're the 5th superintendent. So I applaud you for that. And it's hard to sit here. It's hard for me to speak about because it's so disheartening. And just like Ms. O'Coyne said, the negativity affects everyone. But please understand, all of you, that though there are so many negative comments that have come before me and continue to come, there are people that support each and every one of you and the decisions that you make for me as an employee and for all of our children. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, and thank you for your work in the schools.
Kristen DeHaan, Joe Morabito, Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Ms. DeHaan.
Thank you. Mine's going to be sort of all over the place, but I also agree with Beth and Ms. Coyne with everything they said. I want to talk about the students a little bit. They have heard, they do actually listen to some of these meetings because they hear about all that's going on. So they hear person after person after person after person telling them that they don't know anything, that they can't go to get a job, that they can't go to college. That is not the case. We are teaching our students every single day. We are teaching them writing. Apparently people think we aren't teaching writing anymore. My son just did AP test, lots of writing. We are teaching reading. We are teaching mathematics from kindergarten. Our kindergartners often are reading pretty well by the end of kindergarten. Not every single one. I'm a special ed teacher. I'm well aware of how many do not know how to read at that time. And it's okay. Students are also learning U.S. history. They learn it, I believe, it starts in 5th grade where it is dedicated to U.S. history. In middle school, I can't remember from when my kids were in school, if it was 7th grade or 8th grade, dedicated to U.S. history. Again, in 11th grade, U.S. history. In 12th grade, you get government. And in between all that time, it's being discussed. It's not like it just goes to the wayside. So about condoms, that's not a new thing. I learned how to put on a condom when I was in high school. Not a new thing. And I was in high school a long time ago. So don't be mad about that. People are mad that we're here. People were mad that we were at Hug, saying we couldn't hear. So I'm not quite sure what people want. The mom and the son that were here were really important to me because I have family members who are in the gay community. And what that mother had to say is absolutely right. There are going to be young children who come in who identify as transgender. It's going to happen. The more that we as teachers, as a community, as students know, the better it will be. Just like saying they, them for pronouns, that was hard at first. It was a bit of a paradigm shift. But many of us are able to do it. Many of us recognize that that is important and it can help save a life. People have talked about how suicide is all over the place in schools. Recognizing a human being as being transgender and using their pronouns, it is really important. I wanted to say to Trustee Cottle, you're my trustee and we don't always see eye to eye, but I really appreciate all that you do and the fact that you listen and you respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeHaan, and thank you for your service in the schools.
Joe Morabito.
Welcome, Mr. Morabito. You have 3 minutes, sir, and at 30 seconds, a yellow light before you is going to come on to let you know you have 30 seconds.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay,
Joe
thank you.
Morabito, concerned citizen, taxpayer, former public school teacher, senior and adult school history and government teacher in LA Inner City. I have degrees in history and political science, a master's degree in education administration, along with long expired secondary and administrative services credentials, all from Cal State, when they used to educate rather than indoctrinate.
Okay, Mr. Morabito, just before you jump in, I'm going to pause you. If you wouldn't mind just working to keep that over, thank you, sir.
It falls down.
I know it does. It's easy to do. I know that. Thank you.
I'm here to oppose the district's radical, racist, social justice curriculum because contrary to what the district is saying, it is based on socialist, Marxist, critical race theory and the 1619 Project, which is nothing more than fake revisionist history, said the history teacher. To be clear, I see any curriculum that seeks to indoctrinate children to hate white men, or anybody else for that matter, and or to shame white children as a result of their supposed privilege, as a violation of their civil rights as guaranteed by the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. We will be monitoring what teachers and administrators do and say if this social justice curriculum is adopted. The district is put on notice, which is why I do my emails to your general counsel. This radical curriculum will result in class action lawsuits. It's inevitable, and I believe these cases will go all the way to the Supreme Court. I would also be opposed to any board policy that would allow boys to use girls' bathrooms or locker rooms, or to allow boys to participate in girls' competitive sports, which would be a violation of Title IX. If it happens, parents of aggrieved girls need to file an injunction and/or lawsuit to stop it. With 2 board members resigning, appointments will now become a political hot potato. The board should wait to vote on these controversial issues until a new board is seated. To be sure, board members who vote for these radical positions will be opposed in upcoming elections. We will organize and do all we can to defeat you. Finally, I recently saw something from Empower NV teachers calling all of us who oppose their radical agenda racist, homophobic, far-right extremists. They did not add deplorables, which was surprising. The fact is, we're none of those things. We are just concerned citizens fighting against what we believe is radical, socialist, Marxist agenda that is nothing short of child abuse. As the former history teacher, I taught the great, good, bad, and ugly about American history. But what I taught was based on facts and truth, not some left-wing radical ideology out to destroy our country. Please focus on improving district test scores, which are way below grade level in many district schools. Half of the kids in this district are below grade level in reading and math. It's your fault. The buck stops with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morbido.
Kaylin Evans.
Welcome, Mr. Evans. You've been here before, so you know the routine.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans, and I'm the president of Empower Nevada Teachers. Empower Nevada Teachers as an organization is a 501c3 nonprofit whose main focus is on addressing the issues of educational funding in Nevada. Part of our communication platform is the Empower Nevada Teachers Facebook group. This group is comprised of educators and community members from across the state. As with any community, there are differing political, social, and ideological views within. There are many different viewpoints and ideals that are shared within the group. ENT's leadership has tried to provide a space for people to come together in order to advocate, share ideas, and connect with others who value education in Nevada. The views and opinions expressed within the group do not necessarily reflect those of the Empower Nevada Teachers Board of Directors and leadership team. While ENT leadership may not agree with or fully support every post in the Facebook group, we try to ensure that each member of the community can make their voice heard. Allowing this freedom while trying to keep our own messaging, goals, and objectives clear and focused has and will continue to be challenging. There are many important battles that need to be fought, and ultimately ENT was founded on the principle of getting educators active in any capacity. As an organization, Empower Nevada Teachers continues to focus on educational funding in Nevada. We also aim to bring awareness to all stakeholders that as a state we are far below the national average in per pupil funding. The need to attract and retain quality educators, reduce class sizes, and improve mental health services for children and families is imperative if we want Nevada to thrive. We need to share the reality of the impact the lack of funding has on our children and our future success. This is and will always be the core of Empower Nevada Teachers. It has been brought to our attention that a local group is targeting Empower Nevada Teachers for posts that were made within the Facebook group. Again, this platform is for all Nevada educators and community members who hold a variety of beliefs. Unless a post is specifically listed by an admin of this group, then it does not necessarily convey the position of the ENT board and leadership team. With that being said, we do want to be very clear that we fully support every student and educator in our community, regardless of their race, religion, or sexual orientation. While ENT as an organization is focused on educational funding, we are part of this community as individuals and want to help create an inclusive, diverse, and accepting education system for all of our students and staff. We unequivocally denounce all of the lies, hate, and divisiveness that is being displayed at the recent school board meetings, Empower Nevada Teachers leadership is the first to publicly and strongly hold our elected officials and educational leaders accountable. That is far from what is being happening at these meetings. Let's be clear. Lies about our education system are being perpetuated in order to push a particular social and personal agenda. This is being done by people who are not in the arena of education, and all of them do not have firsthand knowledge of what is happening in our schools. There are changes that need to be done, but the way that they are going about them is disgraceful, and we will speak out against it every time we hear it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and thank you for your work in the schools.
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay.
The board also received emails from Katie McPherson, David and Whitney Riccolo, Patty Fonda, Dennis Riccolo, Marika Moore, Anonymous, Gladys Karillik, Tammy Houston, Sakara Freebie, Matthew Montaganese, Jennifer Young, Bill Thilbot, Carl Sweeter, Angelina Montaganese, Melissa Fitch, Brittany Bland, Mark Story, Bernadette Speth, Brad Korshus, Don Hepner, Lisa Brunel, Janet Moore, Brad Carpenter, Jenny Snazza, David Chamberlain, Julie Lee, R. Crump, William Barkley, Kimberly Wass, and Georgia Russell.
Is that a couple more cards?
Yes. Do you want to take them now, or do you want to wait until?
How many do you have? And we really need a break.
2.
2? We'll take those 2, and then we're going to take a break.
Rachel Fisher and Yvonne Allen.
Miss Fisher, Miss Allen, Miss Fisher, I see you do. Okay, please come on up. You have it right here. You'll have 3 minutes, and that 30 seconds, the yellow light will come on, and you'll know you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm an elementary educator in Washoe County School District, excuse me, and I am also in leadership of Rainbow Educators of Nevada, and we promote inclusiveness and diversity within our staff, for our students. And today I want to focus my public comment in support of the proposed updates to the 6th grade Shared Sex Ed curriculum that are long overdue. The shared curriculum hasn't seen an update for over 18 years. In that time, there has been huge leaps in the understanding of science and sexual health, disease prevention, consent, and matters regarding gender and sexual orientation. With Washoe County School District currently failing to make sure that our students receive this up-to-date and medically accurate information, and studies show that neither comprehensive or abstinence-only education has any meaningful effect on the percentage of teens who choose to have sexual intercourse. However, there is a huge difference between the two. Only comprehensive sex education delivers on reducing bullying, sexual coercion, STDs, and teenage pregnancy. And I heard a parent earlier say that a school district shouldn't be teaching about anal sex per se. Well, what happens is these children are going to learn their sex education, and that might be online or from movies. And if they think it doesn't cause pregnancy, then it's safe. That's not okay. That's not factual. They need to have all the facts to make these decisions. There's no question our schools provide both mental and physical health services for our students, the onset of puberty being an uncomfortable and tumultuous time for both the physical and mental health of adolescents. It is critical that students have a medically accurate understanding of their bodily changes, while also gaining an understanding that the social, cognitive, and emotional changes that they may also be experienced should not be met with any kind of sense of shame. Not keeping our sexual health curriculum modern and up to date with the most accurate information will have dire consequences for the entire community of Washoe County, as the lack of appropriate sexual health education only leads to an increase in the spread of STDs, unwanted pregnancies, sexual abuse, and bullying and harassment, especially that of our LGBTQ youth, who have significantly higher rates of suicide than any other youth groups. As a school district, our goal should be to empower our students with the education and information they need to protect the health and well-being of themselves and that of others, while also promoting the understanding and inclusiveness of our diverse student body that reflects the diversity of our expanding global community that they are a part of. Not all students have access to reliable and factual sex education at home, and many, like I said, will look towards information online or through media. And those are not where we see representations that are based in reality. We don't see the emotional impacts. We don't have the possible health consequences that one must actually consider when making responsible sexual health choices.
Thank you very much. And as we go to our next public comment period, I'm going to declare the 6 p.m. public comment period open at this time. So for those public comments that need to come in at that time, this would be the time. And I think we've already run into that, but I want to officially make sure that people that may be waiting for that time period is now.
It all became one.
You know, it kind of did, but we need to be official and make sure it's known for those that may be waiting. So,
Yvonne Allen.
Wait, a clarification, counsel.
I just want to, so for the record, we are opening 7.01 for public comment. There will be no other general public comment periods
Yeah, this is the second one.
this, so that the community knows and the record is clear.
This is the second one. Thank you very much, counsel.
Yvonne Allen, then Bryant Gibb.
Ms. Allen, welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Madam President. Whoa! Who knew that all this was going to be going down today? Dr. Taylor, you deserve a medal for everything that you've had to endure and how well you've been composed for these many hours that you've had to deal with all this. I'm here to encourage you all trustees to stand your ground for equity, justice, diversity, and inclusion. Do not let hate, bias, and misinformation influence your judgments, decisions, or your actions. Shame on the trustee that has enabled bullies when he was in fact elected to stand against them. I have heard some outlandish things today, and these statements prove the ignorance and why we need critical thinking, social justice, and historic bias taught in Washoe County School District. There's a narrative around town that we need to be just as loud as these protesters that you've seen today, and that harass you actually now. But I ask that you do not let these intolerant, albeit vocal, radicalized people make you forget that you were elected to support our community. Our students are diverse. It's just the truth. And if leadership flows from the top, we need all of you. Do not make us worry that hate that you have to hear is actually changing your views or changing your votes. You all have your part in shaping our region's future. Let's all work together to make sure that this future is bright and educated. Teaching students about systemic racism and discrimination is not harmful ideology. It's a right and it's necessary to educate our students. And now, for what I actually originally came here at 1:30 to speak on, please support the shared curriculum in your agenda packet today. It consistently uses inclusive language, which I've advocated for over the years, as most of you know. Previously, the first time HIV and AIDS were mentioned in any sort of shared curriculum was during a germ video, and it happened to, of course, be by a student in rainbow suspenders, which further added to the stigma at a very early age of 6th grade. I appreciate and thank the SHARE staff and committee. For our student representative here today, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that you're having to hear so much hate in your ears right now, but I promise, and you being here is what makes me know our future will be better. So thank you all. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Bryant Gibb.
Giff?
Gibb.
Gibb. Is there Gibb? Mr. Gibb? Gibb? Welcome, sir. You'll have 3 minutes, and at 30 seconds, the yellow light right there before you will come on in that panel there. That's your 30-second signal. Okay?
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll pull the mic up. We can hear you really well, and then get started whenever you're ready.
Thank you, board, for hearing public comment. And I'm here this evening as a concerned parent, a father of my child who attends an elementary school here in Washoe County School District. And he has had 3 heart surgeries since he was born. And he has a severe heart defect that puts him, as well as many other children, in a very disadvantaged position with COVID-19. And quite frankly, as a concerned parent, I'm tired of educators, administrators, superintendents making decisions that are without consultation or without respect for public health officials' guidelines and directives. It is appalling to me. I am very frustrated. And it's not just severe heart defects. It's children that have asthma, children that struggle with obesity, that have chronic disease, which is rife in our community, our society. It's them that are disadvantaged. And I read the guidelines. I read the Nevada Department of Education guidelines. And the wording was strongly recommends mask wearing for children of elementary 10 years and younger. That's what it said. The CDC gives guidelines for children to wear masks in schools. Why? They're not vaccinated, folks. They're not vaccinated. This is a communicable disease that its one main objective is to survive. That's its objective. And what Superintendent McNeil did was opened up a petri dish, opened up an environment for this to breathe and thrive amongst these younger people that have no right getting right in harm's way. That's not their deal. Where are the adults in this conversation? Where are the professionals that go to school to study this, that have great ideas about how to combat it? When are we going to listen to them? In fact, I read the RGJ article. The superintendent didn't even reach out to the Washoe Health District. And when they said, we're advising against this decision. Where's the relationships? We're a community. We're a community. When are you going to form those kind of relationships and engage those relationships and invite in healthy, professional conversations that will protect children? I appreciate you listening and taking public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibb.
That's all I have.
Thank you very much. This ends both of our public comment periods. We appreciate everyone sharing. There have been some that's come up since we've been meeting, so hopefully my colleagues, you've been able to take a look at them. We're going to take a break. This will be our dinner break, so we will convene again, let's say at 7 p.m. If you haven't had a chance to stay on top of the public comments, this is for my colleagues. We can do so during the break at this time. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for coming. Those names, are all the names read into the record? Yes, when she said she was done, I figured. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get started. We don't have an attorney, so don't break the open meeting law. All right, let me get my, we're pages ahead. We've already done agenda item 4.01. Now we're on 5.01. This is presentation and discussion to review kindergarten updates for the 21-22 school year. This is for presentation only, but we want to, it'd be great to check in on our little ones, on our kinders. So thank you so much. And I'm just going to turn it over to Dina. Have you been before us? It's been a while, huh?
It's been a while. I haven't been here since January, so good to see all of you.
Well, good to see everybody. Thank you. So I should turn it over, I'm sorry, to Dr. Parks, and you can introduce the staff. Appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Good evening. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And it is my honor to introduce our presenters tonight. You have the dynamic Dina Chiaramella. She is our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction and PLC Leadership. And we have the courageous Casey Edgington, our kindergarten facilitator. And she is so courageous that she is going to take 99% of this presentation. And again, we're pretty sure you're going to be very happy with the content. So please take it away, Casey.
Hi. Thank you so much, Casey Edgington, for the record. Today is going to be such a joy talking about my favorite subject, which is kindergarten, and I will make it short and sweet, just like our students. And so we are following NRS 392.040, which says that we will screen children who do not attend an appropriate or approved kindergarten program. So I have been doing these screenings for the last few months. And I am pleased to say that 100% of the children that we have screened so far are ready for first grade. So I know some of you were asking questions, will our students be ready if they didn't attend a kindergarten that was approved? And so far, so good, we are doing wonderful. So we are providing several things. We're providing support for schools, for families, and also for children. I want to really emphasize that third bullet. As Dr. McNeil knows, she was a former kindergarten teacher. Kindergarten teachers are exceptional, and I want to make sure that you know tonight that kindergarten teachers are equipped to address children's differing needs and developmental needs. So this is something that they're very used to doing. So when kids come in after experiencing what they have experienced the last year and a half, we are ready for them. All right, we're also partnering with MTSS, CNI is, to provide a year-long professional learning series for teachers around SEL and also in classroom management. And we're going to, exactly like what Dina was talking about, the professional learning communities, we're really going to focus on that next year as a whole school district. So updates to kindergarten registration. I want to really point out that this has been such a joint effort between communications department and also family school partnership. We could not be where we are today without all of their support and commitment to our kindergarten kids. So I want to point out the first or the third bullet, which is a video that was created by communications department, Jeff Foss and Fatima Rivas. Also, kindergarten teachers Connie Hall at Diedrichson and kindergarten teacher Yami Velasquez, she's at Risley. That video that they produced a few months ago, it already has 1,000 views, so it has been very successful.
Do we get to see the video?
You know what? I can send you the link. I definitely could send you the link. It is a fantastic video. We decided not to show it tonight because it was about 4.5 minutes. But it is a wonderful video, and
Yeah, the link would be great. Thank you so much.
I would love to. And wait till you see the kids that we did a spotlight on. It is fantastic.
No, that's great. Thank you, Casey. Though we would like the video.
Okay,
If you would, thank you.
fantastic. And then the next bullet really talks about how we've been tracking our kindergarten registration. We've been doing this monthly. It's Bryn's department who's been helping with that, and Sherry Sykes. Monthly, we've been running reports. We are doing such a good job with that. Currently, today, we have 2,100 kindergartners enrolled for the 21-22 school year. So we're right on track with that. And I was just telling Dr. Parks and Dina that Just in the last few days, we've had about 68 kids. So from like Thursday to today. So every day we are jumping in our enrollment. I'm very pleased with that. It shows the trust that our families have in Washoe County School District. And then the last bullet that I want to share with you on this one is the fifth bullet, because we cannot do this effort without our schools. So something that is new that we just started this school year is that we reached out to our administrative assistants, who are our secretaries at school, and we shared with them all of the families who have done part of the registration process. So they've done online registration, but they haven't visited our schools to complete the process, so we can count them into our schools. So these secretaries have called families one at a time to say, how can we help you? What can we do? Here's the second process. So that has been such a wonderful addition and a nice partnership. All right, so this is just a comparison slide. When we look at a typical year, so 2018, 2019, that was in May, we had 2,904 kindergartners enrolled. If we compare it to this school year, we had 2,670 kindergarten applications. So when you compare those, there's not a lot of difference. On May 10th, we had 92% of what we had if you're comparing it to 2018-19. So that's a really great number. Felt like we were being very successful when we saw that data. All right, I want to give a shout out to our community partners. This, again, could not happen with all of our community not standing behind us and really supporting Washoe County School District. You can see, partnership after partnership of community members who are helping us, community organizations. So we want to thank them for that. You can see flyers, newsletters, social media posting, you name it, they have been there to help us. And a couple of things that we want to really kind of shout out are English and Spanish PSAs on radio stations. Those are happening on a regular basis all the way through summer. We also have interviews on Sundays on the Spanish radio stations. You can see all these other programs that are listed here. They have put flyers on their websites. They have had flyers available for families. And then the last bullet's really exciting. We are going to start doing some kindergarten registration promotional videos on PBS on their 3 stations. So we're really excited for that. Look forward to seeing our kids on TV. So they can be watching a show and see themselves on that. It's exciting. And there's our new banners in the picture right there that communications worked really hard on. You've probably seen them around town, right? Okay, we also have 3 YouTube events, and you can see the dates listed there. Those recordings will be on YouTube and also on Facebook and the district website. And then Lindsay may not have touched on this yet, but there is a new bill in legislation, and it's talking about changing the birthday cutoff. So right now you may know that it's September 30th. If this passes, and it is moving forward as we speak, if this passes, the proposed change is a child who is 5 years of age on or before the start of kindergarten of a school year may be admitted. And right now, just for context, we have about 100 kids who start kindergarten at age 4.
So if I may, Casey,
Yes.
So what that would mean is, just based upon your typical year, about 100 kids, those kids will not be able to begin then until the next year.
So if that goes into place, that would start the school year 22-23.
So we have a year for those. But,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if that does actually go through, that would take in effect the school year 22-23.
Do you know the rationale for that?
Sorry.
Have you heard at all the rationale? What's the thinking behind moving it back? There's 30 more days of development for a student. I mean, I certainly get that, but.
Yes. I believe it was Senator Hammond who has put this bill forth, and he talks a lot about his children and that they were not ready for school when they, were supposed to start. And so this idea of should we, wait a year? There's a lot of personal narrative. So if you go back and you listen to it being discussed in committee, it's a lot of talking about personal experience, or they were a child, and a lot of the people that spoke about it said, "Oh, my sister," or so. There was a Las Vegas principal who spoke, and she did share her data, and she showed in her data how kids who were younger tended to need more intervention. Mm-hmm. And so she was looking at Read by Grade 3 and looking at her data from that, and saying, if you look here, and it was a substantial amount of kids that were younger who needed the extra intervention and support. And so that was the data that was presented so far in the meetings that I have watched, which
Okay.
I've watched all of them. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
And I bet Ms. Anderson would have probably more context on that.
No,
as
yeah, I
well.
think that was helpful.
Yeah,
So thank
okay.
you. Yeah, that was
Good.
helpful, very much so.
All right. And so then we have our lovely Tina Springmeyer and her team that these two slides really belong to all of her hard work and the team. But pre-K teachers are offering events for transitioning their pre-K kids to kindergarten. And so families were able to choose between a site family event that was actually on site at the school, a classroom virtual workshop, or a one-on-one family conference with the teacher to help transition kids. And Tina always says this is a year-long process. The pre-K teachers really are working very closely with kindergarten teachers to make sure that there's that alignment and ease for families and kids as well. And so I know her pre-K teachers also really support with the enrollment process. And at those events that I was just talking about, there's kind of an introduction, and then they have some hands-on activities that are in math and ELA and SEL, and then they have a big take-home packet. And you'll see there, one of the things that they do take home is the I'm Ready for K booklet. So I'm going to highlight that just really quickly. That is actually published by the Children's Cabinet, and Children's Cabinet offers free parent engagement classes on getting kids ready for kindergarten, and those are offered in English and Spanish. So all good things tonight, and we're here to answer your questions. Short and sweet, as promised, right? Just like our kiddos.
Just like the kiddos, I love that. Well, thank you very much. Trustee Carlo?
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you very much. I just have two questions. First one, do you expect that as we get closer to next school year and if things improve from a public health standpoint, we'll see kind of the stragglers get registered in like July, maybe even August? Is that an expectation?
Absolutely. I think the more information that we have about what next year is going to look like, that really helps families to make the decision. But we are already starting to see a huge jump in our numbers, and we're very confident that our Washoe County kindergarten is going to be a great place for kids.
Great, thank you. And my second question, does the district have any idea up to date how many kindergartners have registered at North Star?
I do have a report, and I don't know if North Star. So the date that I had, it goes back to, I can find out exactly today, but as of May 20th, which I know was a week ago or so, they had 18 kindergartners registered. So I hope that's helpful for you. Just to give a little bit of context on this, we do have about a third of our schools who have over 40% of the expected kindergartners that we expect to start in August. So that number is really encouraging too. We have come such a long way. And so I don't have, that number 18 again was a week ago, so we may have more.
No, I appreciate that. It's probably not too different, but it is a very small percentage, so that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you. In the schools where I taught, it seemed like the first 3-4 weeks of school, there was this influx of, it seemed like especially kindergarten. Is that, just because that's happened where I was, is that kind of what happens?
We're working really hard to prevent that because those first 3-4 weeks are so critical for our little guys. We're really working on building friendships and learning how to, all those routines and procedures, where the bathroom is, how to sit on the carpet appropriately. So it's really important that our kindergartners start day one. And so that's what we are really trying to promote. But of course, we do have families that move into the area, or maybe they haven't heard that our school starts in August. And so it's really important to get the word out. So anytime you get a chance to promote starting kindergarten in August, I would really appreciate that. Yeah, I think our numbers have gotten much better over the years. We haven't seen that as much. It's a good question.
Thank you very much. No other comments or questions? Fantastic. I'm excited about kindergarten and about getting kids. I know it starts early and getting them in early and all of that. And love your enthusiasm around it. I think our kinders are in really good hands.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Our kindergarten teachers are so dedicated. They are a special group of people. So I feel very honored to be able to represent them tonight, and I thank you.
Yeah. Superintendent McNeil?
Well, I just want to thank Dr. Parks and Casey. Your enthusiasm is infectious, and we entrust our little ones with you and your beautiful teachers, and so just thank you for everything that you do. And just for the board, the original intent for this item was to update the board on kindergarten enrollment, because as you know, last year, the bulk of the students that we lost to enrollment were in that age group, so we wanted to do an update for you. So again, and thank you so much, Dina.
Great job. Don't say so much next time, Dina. Thank you so much. Now we move on to agenda item 5.02, discussion and possible action to review the COVID-19 case counts and so on. This is our standing COVID agenda item, and we're looking to Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Strategies Officer, to make a report and update the board as necessary.
President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. This will be a very quick report. I do want to mention that tonight in the audience we have Heather Kerwin with the Washoe County Health District and Samantha Pierce with the Washoe County. As you know, we entered into a very strong collaboration with the county. We had already had one with the Health District previously, but in December, and they've been amazing. Sarah Tone, who's also helped us, she's been amazing. And so they may be able to answer questions that I can't or others can't, and that's for this presentation and the next. We are in very good shape based on what we've been looking at in terms of risk information. This is the COVID risk meter. We are in that moderate range, and we've been there for a while now. Here is the trend relative to the indicators that feed the COVID risk meter. We're at a 3.5. We updated this today. Thank you, Ms. Kerwin, for the data. We are still at a 3.5 with the risk meter. Here's our dashboard representing some of the same information. Average daily cases per 100,000 is at 5.05. It's actually at 4.75 as of today. Test positivity is actually at 4.3% as of today. These are very good numbers, I think, from a community standpoint. We're seeing very few new cases in schools, and that's really good news, I think, for us. Here is our sort of long standing trend diagram. Over on the right, I wanted to include the values as we've been doing, but in order to have you be able to see them, they look like they're higher than they actually are. All of our values, I believe, for our school age population is under 5 per 100,000. The highest number, I think it's 5.65 or something like that. That's for 19 years and above. So we are in very good shape, and this is the best we've been since very early, like June. So if we stay here, we're in pretty good shape. In terms of the data update, that is all the information I've brought to you. Happy to try and answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Lamarca? I will say just in appreciation to Heather Kerwin and your team at the Washoe County Health District from way back. And Sarah, I didn't have a chance to interact as much with, I didn't interact, at least I was on a few calls with Heather. But just to really appreciate your working, jumping in, rolling up your sleeves, and really helping progress be made and help us really do what I feel like was a pretty good job of keeping our schools safe during just a crazy time that would not have happened without your support. So thank you. I would certainly want to say that on the record and just say that on behalf of all of us. We really appreciate it. Nothing more important than our partnership working through this thing together. So thank you. Trustee Church?
A question probably for legal. Is this a correct time to discuss masks?
I guess it depends on. I guess it depends on how you're going to discuss it. I can't answer it. The question's so vague. I don't know. Why don't you go ahead and go, and then if we think it's off of the agenda, we can.
I just want to discuss the possibility of shields in addition to masks.
You mean in lieu of?
No, or in addition, as an option.
Oh, you mean they can wear a shield instead of a mask, or?
Yeah, in other words, that the kids could have that option.
Right, that's what I mean in lieu of.
Yes.
Because you said in addition to, that's like a mask and a shield.
Oh, no. Well, if they want, but.
Well, yes, they could, sure.
Yeah, no, I mean, as an option, either or.
Would that be appropriate, counsel?
Sure. I mean, I get it. It seems. Give me a second.
Okay, we do while you do that, counsel, we do have public comment on this, and we had some email public comments as well we can take. So please, JJ.
I believe this individual left, but we'll try. Scott Wallace.
Mr. Wallace. I don't think we have anyone in overflow, so we may have missed Mr. Wallace.
The board received emails from Krista Rossi, Marika Moore, Morgan Colbett, Brian Gibb, Teresa Bohan, Stephanie Robeson, Dr. Stephen Althoff, Dr. Kate Fluget, Catania Taylor, Jindris Stewart, Venra Renshaw, Annie and Mark Story, Marion Ploud, and Delia Paul.
Thank you, JJ. Trustee Church, counsel says he believes it is appropriate, so please go ahead.
Thank you. I did have visited every school in my district, and some of the schools were very, very compliant. Other ones I saw essentially mass civil disobedience. The poor kids with the thing coming down below their nose or just not wearing them, and the teachers can only do so much. And I just think we need to discuss at least the option of shields as a compromise, because you heard many of the parents talk about their kids claiming they couldn't breathe, whether it's right or not. But I think these are a very appropriate option. I wear them because of my hearing aids and et cetera, and so I think it's time that be allowed as an option.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments? Dr. Nicolette?
If you can recall, I cannot, what were the discussions around no to the shields? Why was that a choice?
I look to the superintendent for that. Thank you. Yeah, that does. So what we should do, would you like to make that in terms of a motion, Trustee Church? Because otherwise we're just having kind of random discussion, so we should be pointing.
Absolutely as a motion if
we're
done.
Go ahead and make that, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that the district allow shields, clear shields that cover the face and mouth, that cover the mouth and nose, as a alternative option to standard masks for all employees and attendees at Washoe County School District.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Is there a second to the motion? A second to the motion. Motion by Trustee Church, seconded by Vice President Caldo. Now we can have discussion. We'll go back to that question and we'll look to the superintendent. I think you're going to address Dr. Nicolette's question, and I think I also would like to ask staff's input. You're involved in those conversations, and Ms. Irwin may be able to be helpful in this as well.
So I'm going to read from Directive 045, the governor's directive that is in place right now. Directive 045, Section 4. Effective immediately, individuals not exempted by Directive 024 and 028 or guidance issued by the Nevada Health Response shall be required to cover their nose and mouth with a mask or face covering in a manner consistent with guidance issued by the CDC and any subsequent guidance issued by the CDC. This section does not apply to participants in certain activities or events, including but not limited to athletes, performers, musicians, to the extent other directives set forth less restrictive face covering requirements for those participants. So I do not believe that it would be...
It didn't seem like it would be in compliance with the governor's directives. That might be an answer to your question. Dr. Nicolette, you
Well, I'm not so sure I would agree with that. Thank you for reading that. That's always helpful, because it says face coverings. That covers the face. Please.
And as you said, Ms. Kerwin might be able to help, but I do believe there was a time, you asked for historical information. So in the summer when we were considering face masks, there was a point in time which we were prepared to order, and in fact, I believe we did order a fair number of face shields. CDC provided guidance midsummer, I want to say it was in late July, that indicated that face shields were not an alternative. And I think subsequently they've provided even further guidance regarding the types of face coverings that provide appropriate protection. I will say that in extreme situations in schools, primarily with students with special needs, perhaps such as Mr. Church mentioned in his own instance, exceptions have been made, but it's been an exception of last resort.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Church?
I'm just reading the CDC right now, and of course we're under the gun right this second, but it does cover face shields. It doesn't, it's hard to interpret right away, but I don't interpret the governor's guidance as prohibiting them. It covers the face and nose, and the CDC, again, I'm reading it very quickly, but it covers masks on there. Shields.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. I am going to ask if you would, Ms. Aaron, I kind of gave you a little heads up so you aren't too taken off guard, but would love to hear from you in terms of face shields as opposed to face masks or otherwise.
Sure.
Thank you.
Heather Kerwin, Washoe County Health District, infectious disease epidemiologist. Face shields were designed traditionally for use in the medical setting for providers who are conducting procedures that might produce aerosols or bodily fluids may come out, of the person that they're working with. And it's designed to protect the personal protective equipment. So they would traditionally wear a mask underneath a face shield. With SARS-CoV-2, because it's respiratory in nature, every time you exhale, talk, speak, yell, sing, play an instrument, that exhale could contain viral particles that could be infectious. And so the idea behind a mask is the tighter, closer fit to the mouth and the nose, the more protective it will be. And there's absolutely instances in when a face shield may be a more appropriate option for somebody. But in a traditional sense, a face shield does not offer the same protection for a person who may be infectious themselves or for those who may be surrounding somebody who is infectious, because it does not seal around the mouth and nose. Anytime you exhale, those particles are super, super small and they can float in the air with that. So,
Thank you, Ms. Curran. Other comments? There is a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor. You're going to comment on the... Hang on just a second. No, you're good. You're leaning in and had a finger out. So, no. Okay.
Sure.
Back in. Okay. Dr. Nicolette?
My comment would be that we saw what happened with the decision about the 9 and under. And I'm not criticizing the decision, but we saw the confusion for whatever reason. I think at this late date to add something is, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, I understand the parents and the students' concern. I really do, but I think at this late date we should stay the course.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Other comments? We'll call for the question here if no other discussion. Okay. I see, yeah.
Sorry.
I see Trustee Calvert.
I just wanted to say, too, along with Trustee Nicolette, we have heard where people have spoken tonight and said that we do have kids or children in our school district that have special needs, whatever that may be, and a lot of time that's none of our business what that is. And if we do have those circumstances and these kids are exposed to whatever it is that they're exposed to, I just feel that could be potentially harmful to other students in the classroom or on the playground. So I think a mask is a little, I know it's uncomfortable for the kids, they don't like wearing them for whatever reason, but I just feel that it's a little bit more protection when they're playing or whatever it is that they're doing.
Okay. All right, thank you, Trustee Calvert. We'll go to Vice President Calder and then Clerk Manetto, and then I'll make some comments as well. And if I didn't thank you, Ms. Kerwin, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. When I think about our staff, most of our staff, I would assume, are vaccinated. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that the directives from the governor allow vaccinated individuals from not wearing a mask. I don't have to wear a mask on campus any longer. So would face shields give staff a little bit more flexibility while being in the schools if they would like because they're vaccinated? I guess I'm posing it as, would that be beneficial?
I'm going to ask, would you turn the mic off just for a moment, Trustee Manetto?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, because we're just getting feedback. No, that's okay. I would say, I think that's a good question to ask. I think offhand, I would think part of the challenge with that is we don't know who's vaccinated or not, because that's people's personal medical record. So that's something we couldn't necessarily enforce. I would say whatever decision we decide on this, I would say based upon what we learned the last time we made a change, I would be hesitant to make a change without getting some input on this, because that was a lot of the feedback we got as well from teachers, from parents. I think that we learned that we know it was fast because the CDC was moving fast, the governor's office was moving fast in some ways, depending on how you look at it, right? But I think one of the things as I look back on that, as you say, man, but I think, there's something I do differently. I would say, hey, maybe have more of an opportunity for some input before I would feel comfortable making a decision, especially at this late date. Those are my own comments in response to that. And then I'm going to go to Trustee Manetto, because you had your line on. Yes, Counsel? Are we off now, topic?
No.
Oh, okay.
Face covering is defined as anything that covers the nose and mouth, including without limitation, cloth face masks, surgical masks, towels, scarves, and bandanas. Face shields are not part of face coverings, so you would be in violation of the directive to adopt this.
Okay, thank you. That's okay, thank you, Counsel. Okay, motion withdrawn, seconder? Same, okay. Okay. Never mind, okay. Thank you for digging a little more into that, because we certainly... Okay. All right, anything else for... Dr. Lamarca, Ms. Kerwin, I think you guys are sticking around for the next one anyway. Thank you so much, ladies, for being here. Dr. Lamarca, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work. This has been quite a year, and we appreciate all that you've done to help guide us through it.
One more to go, Paul.
Yeah, right, one more board meeting. All right. Okay, so we're going to move on to agenda item 5.03. This is presentation, information, and discussion on staff recommendations for the opening of school plans for the 2021-22 school year to include the full return of students to elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, and to include information on academics, operations, transportation, nutrition services, human resources, mitigation and safety measures, and an update on the plan for North Star Online School to serve as the district's only online/distance learning school. This is for possible action, and see staff making their way in. Staff, thank you very much for this. No, I think we're good, and not hearing this before 4. I think we nailed that one. Yeah, think we nailed that one. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent, because she's leading the charge as staff comes to report. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and I see our troops are coming in right now. So this is an extraordinarily important presentation. It's an exciting presentation. We have recommendations for the 21-22 school year. So this does not entail summer school. Summer school is a carryover of the 2021 school year, so anything that we do in summer school goes under the guidance of this current school year. So these plans will be set in motion for the 21-22 school year. And to say that this is a momentous occasion doesn't quite get it. Across this nation, school districts are making extraordinary decisions regarding in-person learning and what that's going to look like for this year, for this coming school year. So as we have done in the past, we have operational perspectives, operational recommendations, but then also importantly, we also broke it down into the levels for the boards to make separate motions. So you will make a motion for elementary, you will make a motion for middle school, and you'll make a motion for high school. We just feel that that's better to set the board up in a positive trajectory for those types of decisions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pete Utchart.
Evening, Pete Utchart, Chief Operating Officer. So we're going to start off with just a quick refresher on guidance and local authority plans. So throughout this pandemic, we have received guidance from the Federal Center for Disease Control, or the CDC, and partially based on this guidance, the state of Nevada has continually issued directives and guidance to local agencies, including the school district. So State Directive 044, which was issued on March 12th, gave authority for the counties to develop the local authority plans, and the Washoe County local authority plan took effect at the beginning of this month. The two items in the local authority plan that currently impact the district are, one, the social distancing requirements, and two, the large event gathering plan submittal requirements. But it needs to be noted that those are going to end in less than a week. So on midnight of May 31st, all of that ends. But State Directive 044 also gave the authority for Washoe County School District to develop our own plan. And in this regard, the board has previously affirmed that the current learning models would stay in effect, that the health and hygiene requirements would remain in place throughout the end of the school year, and you also set the bus capacity limits at 80%. In regards to the upcoming school opening in August, all I can really say is right this time is we're going to continue to monitor all the guidance and requirements that could impact our school district, and hopefully, as Dr. LaMarca mentioned earlier, we keep going in the right direction, and that we will have the guidance that can reflect that as we open up schools again in August. And with that, I'm going to pass this over to Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you, Pete. I'm going to cover these next couple of slides very quickly, and again, Ms. Kerwin and Ms. Pierce are here if you have questions pertaining to these issues in particular. This slide, just kind of context information. As Pete just mentioned, we do expect to continue with some of the hygiene practices we have in place, sanitation, and we will see about other disease mitigation strategies. Those may have effect on our contact tracing choices. What I mean by that is social distancing requirements may be relaxed, but that doesn't necessarily change our exclusion rules. Those sort of remain in place. We do think availability of vaccinations and actually just the rate of vaccination is a major factor that could affect what we decide to do with respect to contact tracing in the following year. And then, of course, as we go along, and I think this is something that is being recommended to us by the county and the Washoe County Health District and that we agree with, is we hope that we can remain relatively flexible depending on the community level of disease. So if we start maybe in a particular manner and then we see a lot of disease within the community, we may need to become more restrictive. But we would, of course, bring that to you at a later time for those decisions. This next slide really outlines what we expect to occur in the fall of 2021. And it's basically predicated on what happens this summer. I do want to just say again that it is based on what we know now. Guidance could change in June or in July or in August, and that's going to affect what we do in terms of contact tracing. But based on what we know today, we expect that the Washoe County Health District would continue to do contact tracing or continue to handle the staff and the student exclusions. The Washoe County School District will assist with this in a couple of different ways. Probably the most important way is by providing very clear and accurate seating charts. The reason for this is with these seating charts, we can be pretty precise based on their accuracy in terms of exclusions so that we don't exclude in a broad-based fashion like we have previously. During the summer, we are having 2 to 3 clinical aides that will be working out of the Washoe County Health District to assist them with some of the information, for example, on Infinite Campus, so that we can make these decisions very expeditiously, contact folks very quickly. If we are able to maintain that going into fall of 21, then we'll be able to continue this model. But essentially that model is what we're calling a pilot. We're seeing how it works during summer school. If it does terribly during summer school, then we will likely come back to you with a recommendation in terms of an adjustment. Unfortunately, an adjustment would probably mean broader-based exclusions because, as we learned, it's just hard to make those decisions in a very quick manner. We would continue with the same sorts of notifications to parents that we have in this previous year, specifically to families where their child has been excluded. It's not super clear yet about how we are going to be able to track vaccinations. Folks who are vaccinated may not need to be excluded. So we're going to have to work out some of that process, and it's not going to be part of a seating chart, but essentially in making those decisions, we're going to have a lookup so that we can tell whether or not someone's been vaccinated, in which case they might not be excluded. So there's some work to be done, but this is the plan for the fall. I want to pause just really quickly, otherwise we're going to move on.
So
just going to say, are there any, just on this, Dr. Nicolette, that's your question, just on this, because we're going to change topics here now in just a moment, right? So let's check in with the trustees along the way.
So it is just with this slide. And I know this is tough, and I know you've thought about it, so maybe you can help us understand the variables that are driving where we're at right now. And that is bullet number 3, yada, 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 Washoe County School District student contact information, vaccination, and registration information while maintaining HIPAA compliance. So we really don't have any direction on how to balance that, do we?
We don't have a formal MOU in place that helps us balance that information, but we have been balancing it this year. The Washoe County Health District shares with us using a secure data sharing website. What we share with the Washoe County Health District is done in a secure fashion. By actually having our staff work out of Washoe County Health District, we are really just trying to minimize timing and efficiency and access to critical information within the student information system so that we don't have to provide access to employees outside the school district. So I think what we're trying to say is that these are real issues for HIPAA, and we need to make sure that we are keeping information safe and confidential, and this is how we can accomplish that.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Vice President Call?
Thank you, Madam President. When parents hear exclusions, it's going to make everyone nervous. This school year, because of all the learning models, many schools found efficient ways to get those students plugged into something while they're excluded. If we're 100% in person and distance learning is on North Star, has the academic side of the house really thought about what happens if we're excluding students for 10 to 14 days because the school's in person? They're just going to be not there. And that's a lot of school to miss. And so, I mean, you might not have it today, but have at least been thought about on what schools are going to be charged with to make sure those students don't fall really behind?
I do believe Deputy Beiersdorf and perhaps Mr. Ernst, I'm not sure who's providing the information, will comment on that specifically. Okay. I will say, though, what you're asking is a really important question, and it's one of the reasons why we want to minimize the number of exclusions. So by being very precise with seating charts and those sorts of things, we will be better able and positioned to do that.
No, I appreciate that. I know you all will think about it. This is one of those where the communication is so important to make sure every teacher, down to every teacher, understands what the plan is in that school structure to ensure that the kids don't fall behind if they're being excluded. I mean, I hope we don't have to, but you might have here and there someone getting excluded, and so thank you.
And I think it's a great question, and it's something too that we've learned. It's one of those silver linings that we've been able to learn. So it wouldn't only be an exclusion for COVID, and I know they're going to dig into the details, so they're kicking my feet under the table. But it would also be for another type of exclusion. So whether, a child has chicken pox or whether they have, another type of issue, we would be able to learn from that. So.
Thank you very much. That's a good consideration. I think that'd be important for parents as well to know. It certainly went to teachers to be clear, for the parents as well. So thank you so much. We can move on to operations.
So before we get into that, academic considerations, we are going to start off with some operation considerations for the 21-22 school year, and we're going to start it off with facilities management.
Hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy, for the record, Chief of Facilities. Just have this one slide on facilities management, but I want to turn back the clock a little bit to a year ago. Some of us that weren't here talked a great deal about the actual operational efficiency of our commercial HVAC systems in all of our schools are actually designed and functioning to completely recirculate the air in the classroom and throughout the school at least 6 times per hour. You may recall that from last year, at a minimum of 20% outside air with every circulation. So literally replacing the air inside the classroom at least once per hour and continuously filtering it as well. That's the way that our public facilities are required by code to be designed. We were able to go through last summer with our own technicians and with consultant and contractor support where needed, make additional improvements or adjustments, and in many cases actually increase the amount of fresh air that was brought in to further enhance the already top-notch indoor air quality. That, coupled with what we called occupied settings, so of course we're not running the systems at normal daytime levels throughout the evening, so we have our systems programmed to basically go into an unoccupied mode, they refer to it as, outside of school hours. What we did this last school year, in addition to the tune-up, if you will, that I just described, was to increase the duration of that occupied setting to an hour before the start of school and an hour after the start of school to give that building an additional flush or indoor air cleaning every day before school begins and after school ends. So just that is a recap, and really what I'm here to say is that we're going to continue with that practice into next school year. It's something we already have in place. It's relatively modest from a cost standpoint to run the systems a little bit longer, but it provides a highly effective health and safety mitigation factor. The other bullet point on this slide is regarding our housekeeping custodial practice. Also, a system or an operation that's set up very well. They continuously clean our buildings and have, prior to COVID, minor adjustments were made this school year, but the fact remains that our custodians and our housekeeping staff throughout all of our schools clean and disinfect all of our classrooms every day during the school year, and they're going to continue to do that. So we're in a very good position from that standpoint. Probably the weakest element to this particular aspect is the staffing levels, and we're going to talk about that more this evening, but housekeeping and custodians are not immune to this issue. We have nearly 30 permanent vacancies on our housekeeping staff. We have substitute custodians. We have more flexibility in our staffing levels to provide the critical services that we need despite those vacancies, but it ultimately does weaken our ability to provide the highest level of service. Fortunately, we're in a good spot right now as far as our standard practices and our cleaning and disinfecting protocols, and we're going to continue that into the next school year. So that's kind of the summary. These graphics up there really indicate the different layers and the pieces that all work together to maintain healthy school environments. This is just part of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Searcy. I'm going to go to Vice President Caudill and I have a couple of comments. Vice President Caudill?
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks, Adam. When you talk to us about air circulation and HVAC systems, I have these flashbacks to the smoke days. And so I know obviously it's going to be a very different situation than last fall. Is there going to be, what mitigation is going to be in place so that we don't have a kind of a replay of there was, smoke in schools, and so we're probably going to have them. So.
Well, I mean, last year was very, very extreme. I mean, we have wildfire smoke in Reno every year. The intensity and the duration of the wildfire smoke, I don't know that it was unprecedented, but it was more extreme than most years. And, if we all recall, the teachers were asked to provide distance learning from inside the classroom. It was well understood that the school environments inside the buildings were healthy to be in, despite the fresh air intake that I was describing. It was really about the occasion for the student to walk a mile or two to school or ride on the bus and things like that, where now, it's being deemed at a truly unhealthy level, especially for young developing lungs. I mean, from a COVID and an indoor air quality standpoint, we're safe inside the school buildings. It's if this community gets socked by a natural disaster, which in essence that's what it was, we're going to be faced with the same decision as a community and as a school district, whether to wait the distance learning opportunities that we went with last year versus the potential health risks of limited duration exposure to outside air at those types of levels.
Thank you. That's helpful. I know that at least the conversation we as a board last year is that we were able to use distance learning because we were able to tie the smoke to COVID. And so you could do distance learning. I'm assuming that won't be the case anymore. So there'll either be no school or we go to school. So I think it's good to use the communication, because I think everyone's thinking a certain way about smoke days because of what they experienced last year. And it's because we could literally tie the smoke days to COVID. So
let's not have smoke days. How about that? Superintendent McNeil?
Well, once again, we appreciate the question, and every time I bring this up in the COVID meetings, I get this long, so we have been talking about it. It is something that is absolutely front and center on our radar, and I'll just say that pre-COVID, when we had unhealthy air quality, our student health services typically would send out a notice to our schools. So if a child or a staff member actually has a health condition such as asthma, they take those considerations in. So I may be keeping my classroom, or I may be keeping that one particular child in from outside.
Thank you very much. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you. So in the buildings, it's an hour before school and an hour after school. Is that an hour before school care and an hour after school care? I mean, I don't know what that means, because schools go on sometimes.
Generally speaking, it's a pretty generous window from we're not going to cut it off right at 3 p.m. type of thing. Of course, they also factor in special events and extracurriculars at middle schools and high schools. But I think without having the schedule in front of me, I'm confident in saying that it's a liberal window where it might be 6 and 7 a.m. at that elementary school to account for some of those before school care occupied or occupants of the building.
Thank you, Clerk Manetto. I just wanted to say, Adam, to you and your team, what an amazing job. There are people nationally now that are talking about, as they prepare for hopefully full return to school for next year, needing CARES funds and so on to do the HVAC things that we did last year. So really just kudos to you and your team for getting on the front end of that, and with all the challenges and the bumps and the this and all of those things was really what helped us to be able to be one of the largest districts in the nation that's had in-person instruction all year long. Really could not have happened without the commitment and the dedication to your team and the foresight that you put into everything. How do you say foresight to a pandemic? You can't really predict that. I'm not sure that was appropriate, but you know what I mean. But just an amazing job. and a crazy, crazy year. Just so proud of the facilities team and how you manage that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, continuing on, transportation. Oh, is that my slide? No? Let's see. Go up one. Oh, there it is. It slid right by. I see it there. Sorry, Leonka. You're leaving us, so, whatever. No, good to have you here. Thank you. Thank you for being here to close this loop.
Leonka Solis, Nutrition Services Director. Record. Good evening. So, reopening next year. Really, our considerations in nutrition services kind of fall into these three buckets. I think, the most exciting for us under our operational considerations is that universal free meals have been approved for next school year. So this is something that we have been able to take advantage of this whole school year, and it will continue through next school year. So definitely excited about that, and we'll talk more about that at our June 8th board meeting, but it is approved, so we're good to go there. The next thing is we really want to make an effort to return to our pre-COVID meal service models. And so what that means is, if really coming back through the cafeteria line as much as possible. So the alternate serving sites will likely be going away. Delivery of meals, lunch meals into the classroom will likely be going away. Really trying to streamline our operations and provide more options, and we can do that through the serving line. So we really want to bring back that sense of normalcy for our students. Then kind of looking at staffing, this will be a trend with the operations team, but right now, if we were to open our doors tomorrow for the first day of school, we have 75 vacancies. And hardest hit are going to be the secondary schools just because of the type of meal service that it is. So we do have a central kitchen, which provides meals to our elementary schools. We do have vacancies in our elementary schools, and we'll have to account for, the meal growth that's going to come out of universal free meals and, some point of service needs. But those secondary schools are doing full prep and production on site. So they need the staff, and they also have multiple points of service, between 4 to 6, 7 points of service in a high school. So you need bodies to run those points of service. And again, with universal free meals, we're anticipating meal growth, and we'll need that staff. So we are working with that. And I know there's going to be some more information on that a little later in the presentation. And lastly, menus.
I'm sorry, you're on a roll.
Wait, yeah, I was going to just wait till she finished her comments. We're in now, Dr. Nicolette. Go ahead.
Point of service. What exactly does that mean when you were talking about the high school? 7 points of service.
The cashiers. So even though there's not going to necessarily be cash exchanged, we still have to account the meal with the student. So they'll, kind of come up to the traditional cashier is where we call it the point of service, and then we can document that Leonka took a meal that day. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Thank you. I would imagine we still owe numbers I would think so.
Correct.
To keep track of that.
And that's how we count our meals for our reimbursement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would imagine so. Did you have something, Clerk Manetto, were you leaning in? No, you weren't. Okay. Thank you. Please go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. And so lastly, just looking at our menus, we're really excited about being able to re-engage with our students, provide more menu items, as I mentioned before. I kind of alluded to that when we talked about the pre-COVID operation models and having students come through the point of service. Looking forward to getting our student advisory committees going again so that we can meet face to face and get some, real-time data and insights on what they like and what they don't like on the menu. We're going to be able to return our fresh fruit and vegetable program. So just today, I was up in the grants office signing all those applications. So that'll start rolling again next year, and we're really excited about that. And along that line, this year we were able to collaborate with the Nevada Department of Agriculture through their U.S. Foods Department and get funding for fresh fruits and vegetables for the menu, for additional fresh fruits and vegetables for the menu. And this really helped us as we had to itemize meals to be able to put, whole oranges and pears and things like that. And also in our distance meal boxes, we were able to put a lot of fresh produce in there through this collaboration. And we're going to continue to do that next year as well to kind of keep that trend going. So those are all kind of things around the menu that we are very excited about for next year.
Well, that's fantastic. Fresh fruits and vegetables. That just makes a meal better anyway, right? It really does. Trustee Church?
I'm opposed to fresh fruit and vegetables, but no, I'm a meat and potatoes. No, I got it.
Meat, potatoes, and vegetables.
And okay, maybe mix them in. That's how my mom did it. Make me eat them that way. Just a question, through no fault of your own, if you can't staff adequate food, is there a plan B? Could we legally, because you couldn't meet that contract, could we bring in food trucks? Something like that? And is there any discussion of whether those would be subsidized or people would pay?
So, I mean, I think that really we would continue to work with each school, I think, before we did that. And so there's avenues that we can take. There's plan Bs and plan Cs as we work with site administrators, whether it's, opening up additional serving lines, utilizing, we're able to get student workers sometimes, and that's something in our secondary schools that we, kind of collaborate with our culinary programs, or even just students that want some part-time work, and that really helps us in our high schools. We're able to potentially extend meal periods if we really need to be able to allow for additional time. So, with the National School Lunch Program that we're under, there's really strict regulations around what's offered in the meal. So again, we would really try to work with each site administrator to be able to run the National School Lunch Program.
Thank you, Leonka. It sounds like, there are some plan B, plan C in there that could help mitigate some of these.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Anything else, nutrition services? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for all your work. Yes. We'll see you again, I think, next month, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay. All right, now transportation. Mr. Martin, the floor is yours.
At this point, I'd like to introduce Scott Lee, who is going to be my predecessor. He's the current assistant director and will now be the director of transportation, and will take it much farther than I was able to do in leadership.
You missed it. Before you came, the agenda item was to not let you retire. So you missed that.
Okay.
Yeah. Scott, welcome, sir. Welcome to your first meeting, and congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. Scott Lee, still assistant director, for the record. So before we get into what next year could look like, I want to go over our current situation. One of our top priorities is staffing currently. We have 303 driver allocations, and we're currently about 50 short. In addition to that, we have about 20 long-term leaves, or leaves of absences, or some type of workplace injury, but they're long-term leaves. That leaves us 23% down of our total staffing. That said, we are still able to complete all of the general education programs, or general education, transportation, and the mandated programs. We're still able to do that. Part of the reason that we are able to do that is because of the distance learners, because of the hybrid, and because of an overall decrease in ridership. We've also, that's allowed for route consolidation and us to have less buses on the road at any given time. We're also using all of our administrative staff in some capacity. Sometimes it's as little as 15 of them in the morning, sometimes it's almost all of them, and the only people left to respond to any emergencies are Rick Martin and I. So they're quite taxed. We were able to, when we had limited capacity issues, we were incorporating double runs, which you're using the same bus to essentially shuttle for elementary schools. That helped as well. All of our current bus routes all have an elementary school attached to them. So there's no high school, middle school only route. Every single bus has at least one elementary school attached to it. Some of them have two. That said, our largest general education grade level that we transport is elementary. So that's the bulk of our transport. Most of those students are riding. And where we are able to transport to, it's where there are some staggered bell times and they're geographically close. So now I'll turn it over to Rick for what opening could look like.
Did I hit the wrong one? Oh, I get it. Darn, what happens when you retire? There we go. All right. It's probably best that I'm going. As you can tell, I'm technology challenged. So, for the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation. And what I get is to bring you the good information of where we are looking to be when we return in 21-22. First off, what we need right off the bat is going to be about 25 additional bus routes, as opposed to what we currently have, especially with the hybrid coming off and distance learners coming back in just because of occupancies and an increase in ridership. So, having said that, we'll have to transport all of those aspects of general education, special programs, special needs. We'll need to fill at least 27 driver allocations from that current shortage that we have just to make the minimum. That's not above and beyond. That doesn't give us any surplus. That's just to make getting students to and from school for your programs and for general education as a whole. So we can't continue to have staff, as Scott said, 25%, 25 allocations on an average day, actually out driving or more. And so we can't continue to maintain that even at the roughly 260 routes we would have because of the fact that they still have their jobs to do. We get call-offs in addition to that. We're just not going to be able to make it. We're going to be in a continuous cycle of being what we call broken, which means that we're going to be picking up students late, getting students home late, that type of thing. Also, with that occupancy aspect, athletic and field trips would only be available when not transporting to and from school, which we currently do, but in this case it would be much more severe. So we would only be able to transport, say, a team that has to go to Gardnerville for say a football game at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. We're transporting them at 11 o'clock in the morning to get them to the school in time. So now they're sitting in Gardnerville for 2.5, 3 hours before the event happens. Same situation, or we'd have to pick them up and take them after 4 o'clock, which, based on a lot of scheduling for events, they would not be able to make in a timely manner. Then, also, the last aspect of that is all of our walk zones would have to be strictly enforced. And what we mean by that is we've had some latitude over the years of being able to say someone who's at the back end of a walk zone of 1.25 miles for a general or for a elementary school or 2.25 miles for a middle school. If we had the occupancy on the bus, we would be able to allow them to go back and walk back to that area. So say they, instead of walking the 1.25 miles, they might walk a half a mile back to a bus stop and then drive right into town on that. But again, that was based on occupancy and the ability to do ridership. And when we had a little more flexibility in numbers, we could do that. But we don't anticipate, if our driver allocations stay low, that we're going to have that flexibility moving forward for next year. Now, obviously, we have some solutions on the table. First off and foremost, and obviously the duh one, is fill driver allocations. Get as many drivers as you can through that aspect. That's our best option. If we can get drivers in, we will be able to take care of that basic need and maybe even be able to increase the need a little bit more. One of the other aspects that we deal with is absenteeism and long-term leaves of absences. On average, we average about 38 to 40 daily on call-offs and the long-term absences. So that works into our strike force. When Scott says 70 on a consistent basis, you're averaging another 18 to 20 in call-offs. Now we're down 90 on a daily basis. That's a third of our workforce on a daily basis for driving. Another aspect would be to reinstate double bus runs for elementary schools. Obviously, that's an option we don't want to do, but it may be an option we have to do, just like we did this year when we first started in the lower occupancy numbers and all of that, when we were able to do 30 or 50% on a bus. We just didn't have any choice. Increased ride times. This would be in limited application, so these would be more in a rural urban setting. So by that I'd say, I'll use the example of Washoe Valley and then coming into Pleasant Valley. Currently we would pick up in Washoe Valley and then pick up separately in a different bus in Pleasant Valley. It may be a situation that we would have to pick up in Washoe Valley, then come and pick up in Pleasant Valley to maintain the ridership, but that's going to make a longer ride time for those students that are at the back end of Washoe Valley. They could be on the bus right now for 50 minutes. If we're doing this, it could be an hour and a half on a consistent daily basis. So those types of things. We can increase the elementary school walk zone, and this is when I would like to say that I'm glad I'm retiring. So having lived through that, if that were an option, it would be 1.5 miles as opposed to the 1.25 miles for elementary. We would not see any gain from increasing middle school or high school. We'd have to go as far as 5 miles to gain anything from a high school perspective on a walk zone. So we would gain roughly 2,000 in students in the walk zone areas if we increased 1.5 miles, and that might get us 15 to 20 additional routes back, but that's based on location, where they're at, all those types of things. And then, of course, taking into consideration safety issues, crossing, we're not going to have them cross the highway, those types of things. And then the other aspect would be to consolidate rural transportation to pick up a designated hub. And by that, what that would mean would be, and I'm going to use Palomino Valley and Pyramid Lake. So we pick up students in the Pyramid Lake, Sutcliffe area. They come in off of Pyramid Highway. Of course, Palomino Valley is over here where y'all know where the horses are, right? Going out Pyramid, they say the horse ranch, everybody knows the horse ranch. So what we do is we pick up students inside that area at Palomino Valley. And that's a fairly large contingent of students that we go into that back area. What would have to happen in this case is instead of going in and picking them up at bus stops within Palomino Valley, they would have to come out to the basically the highway where the horse ranch is, and we would pick them up there, while we're picking up Pyramid and the like, because now we would be consolidating 2 buses into 1, as opposed to now we use 2. So 2 separate ones. So from that standpoint, those are some possible solutions that we would be able to do and work with. None of them are the best solution except solution number 1, and that's the one we want to push the most. So Mr. Lee will be sending your applications for bus driver and CDL tomorrow? Okay, tomorrow. So, all right.
I appreciate that from both of you. I do see some comments or questions. Trustee Church?
Thank you very much. I know my fellow trustees are tired of me saying this over and over, probably the public that's watching too, but I believe it's time that we have a new, innovative, revamped recruiting program. And from my experience, I believe that in the short term, with an effective recruiting program, we could solve 25% of this, 25 to 50% in the short term, and almost 100% in the long term. But we have to think outside the box. We have to stop talking about it and do it. Again, I mentioned before, somebody said, well, how are we going to do that? I said, just give me an hour and I'll explain it, but obviously I can't do that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other questions, comments, Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. I hear you, Rick, when you say you're glad you're retiring when you think about expanding the walk zones. I am curious, though, for elementary, 1.25 miles, that could be a long way for a little kiddo. So,
Correct.
is there a significant number of kiddos that walk a mile and more? A mile and a quarter?
Yes, when you're talking 65,000 students, or roughly 62,000 now, and we transport maybe a third, like 30% of that, and the bulk of that would be elementary, so, or about 50% of what we do transport, 30% is elementary. So, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of students that do walk within their walk zone from the elementary level. So,
I didn't ask the question properly, so I get it, yes. Would there be a significant number of students that would be included in that 1.25 to 1.5?
roughly, there are about 2,000 students that would be included in that. Yeah. So, and as I said, that would increase probably 15 to 20 routes for us from that standpoint.
Thank you.
One thing I'll mention really quick, which is a real negative to increasing the walk zones, is that we would have a limited amount of time to notify our parents. I mean, obviously we want to be successful in the recruiting and getting more bus drivers. If we're not successful and we have to do this, one of the fears I have is the amount of time we'll have to let our parents know that.
Thank you. I'm looking to more questions from the board. Okay. Don't see any, so thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Welcome again, and congratulations again. There may be more questions as we get to the end, so we'll ask you to stick around a little bit if you wouldn't mind as we move into HR. Oh, there she is over there in the corner.
Mr. Martin, you're not leaving, right? There may be some more board questions. No, you're.
I was going to say, he was serious, man. I'm like, if you're walking out the door, Christian, we're not.
You're not leaving.
You know, we wait for the vote around here, and how soon we forget.
Yeah.
We wait for I know the car is running in the door. I can tell.
That's my last directive to you. You cannot leave.
Remember, we wait for the vote. We wait for the vote around here, sir. All right, thank you. Well, we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, HR, Miss Emily Ellison.
Good evening, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. We wanted to provide some updates on human resources considerations as we prepare for the 21-22 school year. And so this is kind of a mishmash of things you'll see as we move through this. My colleagues obviously have shared with you the challenges that we face with respect to recruiting. My team is, of course, focused on implementing several strategies to address that. We were tremendously successful this last year, if you'll remember, in guest teacher recruitment and in executing a strategy to increase that workforce. We added nearly 300 individuals to our guest teacher pools. And so we'll utilize many of the same strategies that we did in that instance to support our colleagues in transportation and nutrition services and in housekeeping. But recruiting is a team sport, and so I am open to ideas, right? And we get some of our best ideas and referrals from the people who care most about this organization. And so, you know, if you've got good ideas, send them my way. The things that we're working on right now, obviously there's critical focus on nutrition, transportation, and housekeeping. In the classroom, we are always focused on licensed staff, classroom support. Those are our aides and assistants, primarily in special education, and then guest teachers. We're embarking on an advertising campaign with radio, TV, billboard, and mailer support that will make sure that folks in our community know about the opportunities that we have available. Oftentimes people forget about us as an employer because they think, oh, I'm not a teacher, but we employ many people in many different capacities, not just in instruction. And so we want to make sure that folks know about the opportunities that we have available. And then in terms of outreach, we're getting creative in terms of the outreach that we can do. And so we have, for example, employees who are on light duty. They work in other areas of the district. They may have been injured. They have physical restrictions in the type of work that they can do. We are leveraging them for call campaigns. So doing outreach to past applicants, to past employees, asking for referrals. We subscribe to resume databases. So basically any phone number we can get our hands on, right? We can talk to those, whoever answers the phone, to see if they're interested in employment opportunities with the district. And then, of course, we're working hard to leverage community partnerships, community organizations like Rotary or SOAR Optimists that can help us get the word out about positions that we have available. Community partners like Nevada Job Connect, Workforce Alliance, UNR, TMCC. There are many, many organizations that we work with that can help us to get the word out. And we've started to reach out to retired employee organizations as well. And so that's just a sampling of some of the outreach that's happening, again, with my mighty team of 4 back in Human Resources. From a guest teacher perspective, I mentioned that we added nearly 300 this year. We have a continued focus on recruiting because we know that oftentimes these are folks who transition into contracted teaching roles, and so we need to make sure that we are replenishing the pool of guest teachers available. We are also focused on the retention of our current guest teachers, and so we do have an outreach campaign that we are embarking upon to make sure that everyone that works with us now and everyone who joined us when we did the big push for guest teachers knows how much we appreciate them, and we want to support them in picking up assignments in the coming year as well. And then we'll be coming back to you likely in the July meeting to talk about compensation for guest teachers and kind of taking a look at revisiting what our compensation structure looks like moving forward. With respect to internships and practicum experiences, really the difference is student teaching versus any type of class or program that might have a student participate in some kind of experience with kids, right? So I always use art as an example of a practicum. A lot of art teachers at TMCC, UNR, other schools will say, go spend time doing art with kids. You got to do 10 hours. That's a practicum experience. We have a lot of those. Last year we paused on those because obviously we didn't want to have additional people in classrooms as we, came to understand what the COVID experience would be like. We will be revisiting that. We have continued the internship program because student teachers are vital to our hiring process. But in terms of practicum, we'll be working closely with UNR to make a determination. ADAA requests and accommodations that were put in place for this year were temporary in nature, and so we've advised employees that if they have COVID-specific requests that they would like to have considered for the 21-22 school year, to please submit those. We'll start looking at those in July. The reason for the delay in looking at those. Last year, we also worked with our associations to provide for what we called COVID leave. That was a type of leave that employees could take that was outside of any other provisions for leave in the collective bargaining agreements. I don't anticipate that we'll have a need for that again this year. We do have pretty comprehensive leave provisions in the contracts, and so at this point we're not exploring that with the associations, but again, as circumstances dictate, that's something that we can certainly follow up on. I think Dr. Lamarca covered exclusions a little bit earlier, and in the past year we had a COVID-19 sick bank that we implemented with 2 of our associations. Again, I don't think that will be necessary in the coming year based on what we're seeing in terms of changes for exclusions and then high percentages of employees that are vaccinated. But again, we would continue to monitor and revisit that as necessary. Then in conclusion, we had 2 employee health nurses this year. They were vital to our employee testing and support program as we returned to our campuses and as the school year progressed. We are going to keep 1 employee health nurse in that role for the coming school year. We think, especially as we have students returning and work with the health district on their contact tracing process, and we may still have a need for employee testing. We wanted to make sure that we still have that resource available to support employees as we continue on. And then finally, volunteers are much like practicums, a little bit TBD as we again try to assess the appropriateness of having additional adults in our classrooms as we return to school. Any questions?
Any questions on the HR implications? A lot of implications to going back to school, as we found, as we've been looking at all year long. So Looks like we're moving on to the academic considerations. Thank you so much, Ms. Ellison, and Mr. Etchart. Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Parks.
Thank you, President Taylor. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. Extremely proud of the work that has been done and excited about next year. Big, huge shout out to Office of School Leadership, our Teaching and Learning Committee, our principals, PLC design team. We are in such an incredible place next year to really what I would call implementation of our professional learning communities, where we will be focusing on high levels of learning for all students. To support that work, we have our building learning facilitators coming on. And what is really important about those roles is that's going to be another person in the building to be able to help the teachers. They are designed directly for coaching and facilitating, and they will be working with teachers around data and what to do with that data. Really big focus this year on what we call question 3 in professional learning communities, and that is, what do we do when students don't learn? And that's a key concept that we're really going to tackle hard this year. And needless to say, this is kind of our third year in focusing in and establishing our essential standards this year. We really feel like next year is extremely exciting to really get back on a focus around student learning. A couple other things on your radar. We've talked about it. We have a new science curriculum coming on that will demand some professional learning as well as the back to school week. We have a lot of professional learning we're planning for there as well. So, also wanted to highlight what some of us might consider the silver linings of the pandemic. So I too will take you back. I believe it was October, where Superintendent McNeil spoke with the Board of Trustees, and I got a Saturday phone call saying, guess what we're going to do? We're going to have a new division in the Office of Academics, and we're going to call it Distance and Blended Learning. And yes, it's never a good call. But I think many of you have heard that once we established that department under the leadership of Jenny Anderson, we also had the Teaching and Learning Committee going at that time, and we really listened to the community, we really listened to our teachers, and we made some adjustments, and those adjustments took hold second semester, and by far and away, I think everybody was able to hear a lot of positive feedback about those adjustments that were made. So some of those we absolutely will carry into the future. We have those resources in the form of technology now that they lend themselves to some professional learning opportunities that I would argue prior to the pandemic, probably not a lot of us participated in virtual professional learning, but all of us have now participated and definitely know that it has its place. Also a great place to collaborate online. Our students now have access, which they have for a long time, but they know how to use it, the Teams platform, where they can also collaborate and address their learning in the evenings and work together. And then I wanted to also highlight what Vice President Cottle questioned earlier about how are we going to support in the event that have exclusions. And prior to the pandemic, we had a pertussis outbreak and we had some exclusions. We have had influenza outbreaks, and we do have exclusions that take place there. What's really important to recognize is that, yes, we do have laptops now, and we are encouraging our schools to the greatest extent possible to utilize those for learning. So we would expect to see, where appropriate, if I, for some reason, am sick or excluded and I'm a student, that I would have access to that and that I would be able to participate appropriately. Some of our schools will be better prepared than others because some of them are one-to-one and some of them are highly advanced as far as the use of technology. The important thing is that we only have North Star as our distance learning now. So if a student or students are excluded, it will be the individual schools that, similar to prior to the pandemic, would be responsible for providing the work and keeping the student up to date on their studies and supporting that learning. And it could look different at different schools. So with that, those are the few things I wanted to update regarding academics, and glad to answer any questions.
Looks like you did a stellar job, Dr. Parks. For me, I will certainly say that, and I know this was something that began once we brought on someone to direct distance learning, and really just getting our arms around that better. I think it's just going to make a world of difference, and not have 94 different distance learning schools going on while we have the same number of regular, so to speak, full-time in person. I mean, that just puts so much more on those in the buildings, and they did a great job getting through it this year, because we had to. But I think it's going to be great to be able to take that load off and give North Star the support that it needs, so those families that still want to do distance learning will still be served. So thank you very much. I think we're good on academics.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and thank you for the segue to my friend, Ms. Curtis.
Thanks, Dr. Parks. Hi, Gina Curtis, Area Superintendent, Area 2, for the record. Nice to see everyone this evening. Hi, Victoria. To give you a great update on North Star, just a reminder that on the 26th of January, the school board made the decision of having North Star as their online distance learning school. Last Wednesday night, North Star hosted a family parent night with the assistance of the communications department, and it was extraordinary. We had over 100 families who were involved. We had over 60 to 70 questions that were ongoing in the chat area, and we were able to answer all of those questions. And I'd like to give a shout out to the North Star team, the admin, counselor, teachers, support staff, and students. So it was a really, really wonderful presentation, and I think we answered a lot of questions that was out there. As you know, there will be 4 hubs for North Star. At Riggins, obviously the main hub for North Star. We will also have a location at Hers, Cold Springs Middle School, and Mendive Middle School. So we have been working with capital projects and creating the hubs in all those sites. So we have our cubicles ready. We have all the technology. It's ready to go. We're ready for 2,000 students, and right now we have 619. So we are ahead of schedule. We're ready for more kids. If that happens, who knows what could happen in the summer. We are ready for them, but right now North Star is hiring teachers and getting excited about supporting all of our students, special ed students, EL students. We have supports for all of those programs, and we're really excited about the opportunity to be the only online distance learning school. And with that, we are providing professional learning, especially it's very important for our online teachers to learn the Pearson product and how the platform is run. So those teachers who were new this year had the training, and again, we will move forward with the training for all of our new staff. And then for our community, the last day to enroll for North Star for next year is Friday, May 28th. So we will have a final tally on how many students, and if families decide that they want to go there after that date, we can do a one-on-one basis and make sure you communicate with the school and the admin there, and we will do what we can to get you in. So just making it a deadline so that we can move forward with the technology and all the work that goes into opening the 4 hubs.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. I have a question, and then I see Vice President Carter has one as well. Can you talk a little bit about, let's say if a family decides they're going to start distance learning and then 2 months in or whatever, right? You get more vaccines or they feel more comfortable or whatever, they decide they want to go into in-person or vice versa. Talk a little bit. I know it isn't apples to apples.
Correct.
And that. So if you talk a little bit about that, please.
Thank you. Yes, so it is encouraged for students to start at North Star because the curriculum at the brick and mortar schools versus the online learning is completely a different platform. So it would be very difficult for students to go back and forth because it's not a traditional school. It's just like going from distance learning to hybrid, right? That's a transition that's difficult. So families are encouraged to start out at North Star, and we will take a look the first couple weeks on how students are adjusting, if this is the right platform, what supports they need, and if it isn't a good fit and they want to go back to their zone school, they are always welcome to. It is more difficult to start at your zone school and then move to North Star just because of that transition. So it's not that it's easier, but it makes more sense to start on distance learning, and if you're not happy, then to move to your zone school if it doesn't fit. So that's why I encourage the families to enroll
if they aren't sure,
right, exactly.
Enroll in North Star, and then if it isn't a fit, go back the other way.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would recommend families to reach out to North Star. They have the teachers there are experienced. They have dealt with online learning for years, obviously before the pandemic. So there have been unique situations for online learning, and I know that they would be able to answer those questions, talk with you, walk you through it. Last week, Dr. McNeil and Dr. Nicolette did a visit at North Star, so it was good for us to be in the school to get a feeling of what is happening there, and so they would provide tours for you or anything that you need. So please reach out to them so that you have a better understanding of what is offered at the online school.
Thank you very much. Vice President Carter?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of questions. May 28th seems really early, but I'm sure there's a reason. Can you just address why May 28th?
Sure. Yes. So it opened up in the end of March, right after spring break. And so with the enrollment with Pearson product, the enrollment process isn't as simple as it is at a zone school. There is a 2-week process to get the application filled out, put it in Infinite Campus, and then they have to build a schedule for each kid individually, and then that is sent through electronically to the Pearson product, and that's how it's accounted for. So actually at this time, students are enrolled, but they don't have a schedule yet. So the sooner we can find out who's in the who is attending, it will help us not only with the scheduling, but also with building the classes for the students. This year, the late enrollment and the late hiring, some of the teachers had to teach 2 second, third, and fourth grade group, a 7th and 8th grade group. So they were meshed in that way rather than having it more clean with the first grade, second grade, third grade, kindergarten. So any time that we can preload that information to make it easier to transition, that's what we're looking for, because last year that didn't happen, so this year we're trying to support the school and making that possible. And again, if it comes after May 28th and you reach out to the school, we will accommodate you.
Thank you. And so it seems pretty unlikely the school enrollment is going to gain 1,400 students between now and Friday. So if the school's under the 2,000 target, what impact, if any, does that have on what the plan was?
No impact at all. The resources that we provided for the hubs through capital projects, those can be dispersed to the schools if we have, like I was talking about, the cubicles and the furniture and things that we purchased. And then truly what we're focused on is the allocations and making sure that the school is allocated correctly to be able to support that. So we are working on that right now with allocations for the school. So that would be the next step.
Great, thank you. And my final question is on allocations. So if there's movement next school year, students going into North Star, leaving North Star for their zone school, how is the district going to respond with the appropriate allocations? Because schools might need more allocations. North Star maybe don't need as many. as movement happens, if you could address that.
Yes, we, the Office of School Leadership, working with the business office and HR, we meet every Friday, and we have a running tally of our allocations, and we look across the entire school district to make sure we support schools. And we have a contingency plan. If this happens, this is what we do. So we have a plan for that. And right now, we are ahead of schedule. So.
No, I appreciate that. I just have the feeling that families may want North Star to start once they hear everything's going fine, and then they want out. Depending on where they came from, those home zone schools may now need more assistance based on enrollment. But
yeah, I understand that. But with 619 across all of our schools, I think it's a handful maybe at each site. There's not one school that has over 20 kids that are enrolling at North Star, so we're monitoring the enrollment based upon the entire school district to see where our pockets are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Carlo. Would you like to respond, Superintendent McNeil? And then we're going to go to Clerk Bonetto and then Dr. Nicolette.
Yeah, just super quick. You know, every year we go through some sort of transition. So we look, just like Gina was saying, we look district-wide, but we track this on a weekly basis so that if we do have to shift allocations, and then also with a prior presentation, that allocations bank, that's going to really help out as well, too.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Clerk Bonetto?
Thank you, Madam President. So if we have a little kid come in October from Tennessee and his family really wants him to go to North Star, is that going to be available? Or is it like, you know?
Well, if he hasn't been enrolled in our school district yet, then that would be the first school, and I would think that would be appropriate. So I wouldn't discourage any families to not try North Star.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
So the little kid from Tennessee, he's fine. He's safe. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Don't know why we got to Tennessee, but he's good. Thank you, Clerk Bonetto. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. And the visit was wonderful. My goodness, I learned so much, and I highly suggest if you can squeeze it in, that's a good time to go visit because you'll learn a lot. And I got to see the software part of it and the background of how students, their learning is tracked and managed, and it was really very interesting. So if you don't mind, I have a question I'm not sure of, and then maybe share some important things I learned with the rest of the team. Number one, the dual credits and how that will work. Then the extracurricular activities, and I never did ask about free lunches. How would lunches work for those students?
Okay, I'll start with the lunch one. So there is no lunch provided. North Star does not have nutrition services nor transportation because the students are working from home online. If there was a need for it, of course, we would address that, so that would not be a problem. But that's the idea of an online school, is that you're home learning. Extracurricular activities, we talked about how each teacher is an advisor for a club of their choice, and the way it's done in the past is that every Friday they are invited to campus to meet with their club members, to talk about activities, events, and so next year it'll be interesting because of the 4 hubs, but there are activities on Fridays for North Star students. And in addition, we talked about athletics and dances and events at their home school that when I'm thinking high school, they're invited to attend. They have to come as a guest, but they are each principal would approve them to come to their dance or athletic events, as well as participate as an athlete, as a North Star student and at their home school.
The dual credits.
Yes. So dual credits is the same as it is at at all levels, with especially the high school level. TMCC offers dual credit, and the high schools, it's the same program. They are, it just is natural for them. I don't know. I'm not saying it the right way, but it's available for them, just like every other school. How's that for a vague answer?
Well, I think dual credits is not vague in itself, so it is complicated. So they could go, if there's room, they could go to TMCC and sit in a class. They still have that option.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you good, Dr. Nicolette?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Ms. Curtis? All right. I think we're good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next, athletic considerations. Mr. Stallworth, who's completing his term as president of the NIAA. All right, will you be president next year?
There it is. Hello.
Mr. Stallworth, will you be president next year of the NIAA?
I am.
So we better reappoint you, huh?
I hope so.
Yeah, well, actually, we've made that commitment already. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome. Let's talk about athletics. Nothing going on in athletics this year.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much. Thanks, board members, for having me here, President Taylor and Superintendent McNeil. My name is Roland Stallworth. I am the coordinator of athletics and activities for the Washoe County School District. I love my job, and we just finished our spring sports season this past Saturday with some championships around here in northern Nevada. So we've had a season under our belt. We had a half season, a little over a half season during the fall. And of course, as you know, we had to cancel our winter season. But as we head into 2021, if you look at the screen there, you'll see that we are having full plans ahead to implement full athletics 100% until someone tells us we can't. So we are recommending that all of our coaches, game workers, student athletes get fully vaccinated before the start of the season. And of course, that is going to hopefully go by well, so that helps and extends seasons, so we don't have to exclude large numbers of teammates and players with a possible outbreak. Spectators will be allowed at all home and visiting games and competitions in accordance with the state and local guidance and protocols based on the latest and updated guidance from our governor and the Washoe County School District. Use of face coverings will be based on state and local guidance available at that time, and we're hoping that all changes June 1st, and then as we head into August, it'll be even a lot better. Fall schedules are already designed, and we are expecting a full return to normal league, regional, state competitions throughout the state of Nevada, including Southern California and Clark County. So we will be hopefully playing for not only regional championships, but 5A, 3A, and 2A state championships involving Washoe County School District. The number of competitions, weeks of the seasons, travels will mirror the 2019 seasons. All of the schedules are all set up and established. Again, all of that's going to be predicated on what our transportation looks like, what's going on from a social standpoint and a district standpoint. One of the things I can say that we've learned from this is that we will be keeping some of the COVID-19 strategies in place as we move forward here, such as we will going to continue to do a lot better job of housekeeping on a regular basis with our frequent cleaning of all of our equipment, frequent water breaks, good hygiene, frequent hand washing, use of sanitizers, and even some social distancing and those kinds of things will be put in place from all of our coaches with regards to just a safer, cleaner environment all around. And I think we want to take that with us as we leave the COVID behind us and move forward as we get into athletics at the start of next year. So that's what our plans are until somebody tells us we can't play.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stallworth. I think as I'm looking at the nods around the table, I think we're all hoping for a return to full seasons, rather across the board, spectators, concessions,
everything,
bands, cheerleaders, and all of that. So any questions or comments from Mr. Stallworth? Dr. Nicolette? Oh.
I know that we do not make the decision about vaccinations, and it's not, right now it's not a law, and we're in this emergency state, and I get all that. But I keep hearing parent voices and their concerns in my head, and so number one, it is recommended that all coaches, game workers, student athletes get fully vaccinated before the start of their season. I mean, that's so open. That's so open-ended for parents right now that are really concerned. And so I guess when I get emails, which I will, we all will, the best course of action is, number one, that's not a decision we make. We're not healthcare professionals. We're not immunologists. Having said that, any words to help us help parents in thinking about that? Because there are parents that are very concerned about that.
I'm going to receive those calls probably before you do. So one of the things that I am prepared to tell the parents is the fact that one of the things the vaccine will provide you with will be basically longevity with regards to playing. If you have a shot and an outbreak takes place on your campus, next August, the chance of you continuing to play, if you show negative on a test, increases 100% based on the fact that you're probably going to test negative, whereas under the normal circumstances, if you're not vaccinated and a person tests positive on your team, all the people who have not had their vaccines will probably be the ones that are going to be out for 14 days based on social distancing and all of that and that kind of thing. So when I talk to the parents, I say that's going to be the best insurance policy you're going to have for your child to finish the season is to go ahead and get vaccinated.
And I do want to say thank you for that, Dr. Nicolette, and thank you for the presentation. I mean, you covered it all, and remember it says it's recommended, so parents still have that choice.
Yes.
They aren't saying you have to get it, but they certainly have employees. I think like it was mandatory for officials to get tested and those kinds of things. Some of that will fall within the NIAA, but for students, again, it's just recommended for those things, and so parents will make the decision, But as Mr. Stallworth is saying, his job is to just share the impacts one way or another, and then parents will make the decision. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stallworth. Okay, moving on. Now we get down to what's happening at each of our school levels, and this is when we will be expected to take action on what happens at each of our school levels, elementary school, middle school, and high school. The rest of that was background information. That was really important, and certainly helps inform these decisions as we go forward. So we see 3 area superintendents extraordinaire in front of us. I don't know who's going first, but you're pointing your fingers out like this, Mr. Ernst, so we're going to start with you.
You guessed it right. Hi, Dr. Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. Nice to be with all of you this evening. Joe Ernst, Area Superintendent. Very proud to present this evening with my fellow colleagues, Lauren Ford and Gina Curtis, and all of the work that they've put in this year. So as we look at this, I'd like to take us back just a little bit, back to last June and last July, when we were faced with a daunting decision about in-person learning. And what courageous leadership we had at that time that allowed us this school year to have full in-person learning for all of our elementary school students. And I think that's been an incredible accomplishment. And it has come as the result of some phenomenal teamwork from our finance department to our operations, to our principals, to our custodians, to everyone involved. We were able to provide full in-person learning for all of our elementary school students this year. So that was quite an accomplishment. And as we look forward to 21-22, we plan to fully continue to do that again. As Ms. Curtis talked about, we have full distance learning through our North Star. And then when you look at, Dr. Parks talked about a few of the lessons learned, those silver linings. Today was out at Natchez. I wanted to thank a few of the trustees who had a chance to go out to Natchez. That was very much appreciated, and they really appreciated that visit. But when you look at lessons learned, and there was some talk about blended learning opportunities. I was talking with Mr. Chapin today about some of the ideas he has around interventions and using that technology right there within the building to most appropriately address the needs of the intermediate students in the school by really being able to target where those areas of support are around essential standards and really being able to use these platforms that we have really become more proficient in this year with our Microsoft Teams and what have you. So I think there's been some really good things that we have learned in our schools that we'll be able to do moving forward. The other thing that's happening that many of you are aware, when we had students and we were faced with some of those decisions in regards to bringing more students back in the building, what our schools and principals were able to do is they would provide tours for our parents, walking them through the building to show the protocols, the safety practices that were in place, and kind of help put some assurance around things. And we have seen steadily over time from January to now a high number of students coming back into the building. When we look at state testing, sometimes we have some questions about that. And this year, one of the things that's really been fortunate is some of our distance learners have been able to come back into the building to start taking those tests and, again, getting reacclimated. And then you look, of course, through summer school and moving forward, really outreach efforts that are happening to welcome our students back, particularly those distance students, and really helping kind of get them settled in. And then the other thing that you see on the slide there is that, of course, all of our EL, special education services, those will all continue to be provided in person. So that's what we're looking at in elementary school.
Okay, that's the layout, if you will, for elementary school, the details. Any questions for Area Superintendent Ertz on this? What we will do is we will take these level by level. Starting with the elementary school, we see the superintendent's recommendation on the screen that we return to full in-person learning for all elementary schools and following all state guidance for the 21-22 school year. Is there a motion on the floor to that effect or question? I see right there, Trustee Cottle, Vice President Cottle, please.
Yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to return to full in-person learning for all elementary schools following all state guidance for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
A motion on the floor by Vice President Cottle, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Any discussion? Okay, public comment, JJ?
The board did receive an email
Okay.
from, sorry.
You want to get the name in the record? Thank you.
Sarah Smith.
Sarah Smith, thank you very much. Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposition? All right, the motion is unanimous. The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous, 7-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Ernst. Who is taking middle school?
That would be me.
Okay. Area Superintendent Lauren Ford.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. So our plan for 21-22 school year for middle schools is for a full in-person learning for all of our middle school students. We will not be offering a hybrid schedule next school year. Any student interested in full distance learning will choose to go to North Star, as Gina had spoke about earlier. Some of the lessons that we learned at middle school is a couple principals have talked about the block scheduling that they implemented this school year. We did that to lessen passing periods and transition times, right, and exposure, but it really worked well for our middle school students. They really enjoyed those block scheduling times, great time for them to develop strong relationships with their teachers. Another thing that they've learned is that lockers are sometimes better off not used. So a couple of the schools have spent time with their parents and students and really talked about not using the lockers next school year. It is a delayed factor in those hallways. They really like the kids moving quickly to classes. They're getting to classes quicker. They're not stopping. And some of the hallways are kind of narrow, so when the lockers are open, it creates even less traffic flow. So some of the schools have chosen to go to backpacks at their schools next school year. Those are just a couple of fun ones. Preparing to welcome back our students. All middle school principals are going to have an orientation time this summer. Schools are providing orientation for incoming sixth graders, teaching them all the things they need to know to lessen that stress of coming into middle school, how to do lunch, where their classes are, getting to know their teams at some of the middle schools. Some middle schools, depending on the time frame, are also going to offer opportunities for perhaps 7th and 8th graders that have been on distance learning during this orientation time to help acclimate them to the middle school. This is also kind of a stress reliever for parents of an incoming middle schooler myself. Middle schools offer parent nights, and we get to tour the schools. We get to learn about where our students are going to go and what student classes are offered for the incoming middle schoolers. The middle schools do a phenomenal job welcoming parents and students into their schools for us to be less stressed. And again, all EL and special education services will continue to be provided in person next school year. And that's middle school.
Okay, I think that's pretty straightforward as well. Questions, comments on middle school, other than being very excited that we're moving forward and looking forward to a normal, as much as we possibly can, school year. And no hybrid. That's just a moment of silence for the hybrid. Yes. Okay, moment of silence. It was there when we needed it. Okay, is there any public comment on this? JJ, no, there isn't. Okay, Trustee Cottle?
Make a motion.
I knew you were ready.
I move the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to return to full in-person learning for all middle schools following all state guidance for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay, motion by Vice President Caldwell, seconded by Clerk Manetto. Any further discussion? We said we already know no public comment. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Okay, any opposition? Okay, fantastic. The motion is carried. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Moving on enthusiastically to high school. Area Superintendent Gina Curtis.
Okay, well, I'm going to piggyback off my awesome colleagues here. I'm going to take you back to 2018. No, I'm just kidding. Full in-person learning for high school, no hybrid, full distance learning through North Star. Some of the lessons that we learned in the high school is creative master scheduling. I know that next year a lot of high schools are putting a lot of focus into co-teaching for special ed and EL, being creative in how they schedule the classes, anything from 0 period, lunchtime, to 8th period, to Saturday schools. So I know that their wheels are turning on how to improve the education and the master scheduling, and also to let us not forget about blended learning and Edgenuity and how they can incorporate that into their lessons to enhance the learning. So that is something that is moving forward with the high schools. And then in addition to that, the preparing for the students to come back, high schools are excited to bring back freshman orientation, where freshmen can meet their mentors and learn the lay of the land with the school, as well as possible grade level evenings for 10th, 11th, and 12th to bring back that culture and a positive climate and get the ball rolling in a positive direction for the school year. And of course, always supporting all of our programs, EL and special ed.
Okay. She is pausing and flipping. And you got an extra flip there from that. Anything on high school? Questions, comments? Other than, again, we continue to be excited about moving forward and anticipation and great anticipation for the fall. Great anticipation. Trustee Cottle, he wants to get all three of these because he's on his way out. So that's what. Go ahead, Vice President Cottle.
I move the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation to return to full in-person learning for all high schools following all state guidance for the 2021-2022 school year.
Moved by Vice President Carlos, seconded by Clerk Manetto. Do we have any, before we do anything, no public comment? I didn't see a yellow card, but I wanted to make sure. All right. All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Sorry, I got your eye though. I got your eye. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Thigpen. Okay, any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Again, let the record show it is unanimous. And again, yay!
President Taylor, if we could
Yes.
really quick, from the Office of School Leadership, all the schools that we service in the Washoe County School District, we want to say thank you to Rick Martin. He is always there by email, by cell, all the time for us, and we just wanted to say a very special thank you from all of us for all the service that he has provided. We will greatly miss him.
Thank you very much, Lauren. That's why we wanted to make sure he didn't leave. Come on back in here.
Mr. Martin.
Come on back in here, Mr. Martin. Rick, thank you so much for your service and just all the work that you've done and the amazing, I mean, when I first joined the board, the first day of school used to be so, oh my goodness, how many emails am I going to get because we didn't pick up a kid, right? I mean, you know, it was like that. It was crazy. And you just got your arms around that thing and it just became a non-factor. That and just so many other ways you're open and responsive and have them call me, Dr. Taylor, I'll just take care of one, have them call me, we'll discuss it, we'll figure it out. So thank you on behalf of all of us. And I see two suspicious looking characters over here. I'm sorry, that's not on the agenda. Okay, we're going to turn this over. Mr. Etchart, Dr. McNeil.
So yeah, obviously this is a kind of a joyful day and a sorrowful day. This is not only Rick's last board meeting, but actually it's his last physical day here. So he's kind of leaving this meeting. But being Rick, he's already volunteered to be on an interview panel, so he's coming back on Friday to do interviews for the assistant director. So, but this is actually his last day. So obviously Rick has just meant the world to, I know, operations and this school district. Just his integrity, his passion, a man of faith, a man who we all depended on so much for so many years, whether it was in housekeeping or the last 10 years or so in transportation. He's just been, I think, what Washoe County School District is really all about. So, I mean, this is just an extremely small token, and I know that, well, the good thing is that Scott Lee, who has worked with Rick Martin for so many years, is the new director, and I know he will carry on that legacy, but it is really, with the greatest respect, Rick, that we just want to give you this small token. Well, thank you.
That could be a murder weapon.
Could be.
Well, I'll just say really quickly, because I know we want to move on, but, you know, Rick and I, we go like super way too long back. You know, as a teacher and as a principal, when I came up, the first person I would call when we were having housekeeping issues was Mr. Martin. And his dedication to kids, I love you. You have just been amazing. And Rick is somebody that if I emailing at 11, which you all know, sometimes I do, gosh darn it, he will respond. He just loves kids, and he loves our district, and he loves what he does. And I feel so blessed to know you all over these years. And I know, because you talk about you grow your own, I know that Scott Lee, you are grow your own. Scott has come up through the ranks, and you were able to be in Rick Martin's shadow. So I feel very confident as the superintendent that we're going to be in super hands with you because of this man and because of you. So thank you.
Please, please, thank you.
I just want to say I thank you, Kristen. Thank you for that. you and I do go way, way back. A lot of 4 a.m. emojis and the like for snow days and all that kind of stuff. I won't say what she sent for an emoji, but so.
That is certainly not on the agenda.
No. We are still the school district, so go from there. But I do want to say that Scott, you will be in very capable hands with Scott. He is a man of exceptional talent. He cares for the district just as much as I did. And as you said, we grow our own. And I always used to tell my staff, we need to build you guys up because you don't want to hire another Yahoo like me to come in. So from that standpoint. So I will miss you all very, very much. I appreciate all that you've done. I appreciate all that you've put up with me over the years. And I've enjoyed every minute of it. I will cherish it. I will miss you all greatly. But again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rick, I will point out, I was thinking the same thing, and Vice President Clavo said that we need drivers. So just, I think Emily has a link out there for you to we can send it, get you.
I've already been signed up for critical needs.
Yeah, so there we go. So yeah, you know people. We can get you in. Yeah, you know people. We appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, Rick. All right, why don't we take a quick 10 minutes just for a little personal relief real quick before we get into share, because we know that's next and we know it's going to take some time, as it should. So let's take 10 minutes and then come on back and jump into share. 9:26. Okay, we'll start in about 3 minutes. I don't want to start earlier than I announced in case there are people are watching at home. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We're on agenda item 5.04, discussion and possible action to approve the proposed Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, or SHARE, 6th grade curriculum as recommended by the SHARE Advisory Committee. And again, we nailed it. We are not hearing this before 4 p.m. We nailed it. All right, we'll turn it over. We'll start with you, Dr. Parks, and I know we have some of our team members ahead of us here.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the Board of Trustees. Good evening. Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And yes, we are here to update you on our proposed 6th grade SHARE curriculum. And it is my honor to introduce to you our dynamic Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Kendra Fox, our super smart SHARE Coordinator, Rochelle Proctor, and also joining us, we have our super efficient SHARE Committee Chair, Ashley Wade, who is joining us virtually, I believe. So
Hello.
With that, I'll turn it over to Kendra and Rochelle.
There's Ashley. Good evening, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. I'm Kendra Fox, Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction. And we have our presentation for you tonight. Rochelle and I will go back and forth on the presentation and hopefully make it interesting. Just to reorient you to the reason we do SHARE, other than it's the right thing for students, is that we do have Nevada revised statutes and school district policy. And we put those in the PowerPoint just to make sure that we were all aware that we do have NRS that we follow. And it is our guideline for the SHARE curriculum. And members of the committee and materials being made available to the public. So those are a couple important things about the NRS.
Also, I guess it's important to note that the NRS does state that factual information about AIDS and HIV needs to be included, in addition to human reproductive system, related communicable disease, and sexual responsibility. And as a result, we have our board policy 6140 that highlights the important reasons, that the SHARE program is developed to be medically appropriate, developmentally appropriate, medically accurate, culturally sensitive, provide strategies for all students, be consistent and compliant with state laws, and provide a foundation of knowledge and skills related to HIV, relationships, decision-making, consent, abstinence, contraceptives, and disease prevention. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rochelle.
Okay. Hello. So, Rochelle Proctor for the record. Since we have some new board members since the last time we presented in the fall, we wanted to make sure that you are all aware that students have to have active parent permission to participate in the SHARE lessons. So, and the parent permission is part of Infinite Campus student registration, and this is the exact screenshot, what it looks like when parents are registering their students. If by any chance a student did not have this on Infinite Campus, we have paper permission slips, we have fillable PDFs to be sent electronically. The only way a student will participate is if we have that active parent permission. If we do not get that permission, the student will then go into another classroom, do some extra reading, anything along that line. They will not participate. So we just wanted to make sure that you, our new members especially, understood that, how important parent permission is. Our SHARE Advisory Committee, we have 9 members on our committee. We have 5 parents, and along with that, we have representatives from we have a school counselor, we have a medical representative, we have a teaching education representative, and then we have a religion representative. And as we spoke about earlier on the consent item, we have some of our members are up for reappointment, and then we have 2 empty seats for 2 parent seats, and that would be Tanya Hayes and Sylvia Gonzalez's seat.
In terms of the history, just to give you a little bit of background of what we've done since Rochelle and I have acquired SHARE. Just to give you the background, SHARE did not have a complete, and this would be, there's little adjustments along the way, but not a complete update since 2003. And when we started updating the curriculum in 2018, 2019, we updated the high school SHARE curriculum first. Some of you may remember us doing that. And then from then, we were working our way down. So then we worked to update 7th and 8th grade this school year, or in the fall, and then in the, last spring, and then in this fall in 2020. And then also, just something else important to note is the Nevada Department of Education updated the Nevada Academic Content Standards for Health, which include concepts related to SHARE. So we thought that was important also. And so here we are with the 6th grade, which is next on our list.
Yes. So some of the rationale for the proposed changes, besides an outdated curriculum, the curriculum wasn't covering adequately topics such as consent, healthy relationships, setting boundaries, biological male and female reproductive systems, the process of human reproduction, STIs and prevention, medically accurate local resources, and the needs of our diverse student population. So a timeline of how our 6th grade curriculum came across this year. We started in January 11th, looking at the lesson Understanding HIV and AIDS. Some of the objectives were defining HIV as a virus that is transmitted through bodily fluids, that weakens your immune system, identify the difference between communicable and non-communicable diseases, identify at least 2 ways in which HIV can be transmitted, and 2 ways that it cannot be transmitted, identify at least 1 way to prevent HIV transmission, and identify at least 1 treatment for HIV. The committee vote was in favor, passed at an 8-0 vote. January 11th continued. We had the lesson on puberty, change is good, and pretty simple as far as naming 2 physical, social, cognitive, and emotional changes young people go through during adolescence. Again, committee passed it with an 8-0 vote. Moving on to February and March, the lesson topic was Healthy Relationships, Digital Drama Unplugged. And this was reflecting on how easily drama can escalate online, identifying de-escalation strategies when dealing with digital drama, and reflect on how digital drama can affect not only oneself but those around us. Again, the vote was 8-0 with it passing. This is mine. Communications plan as far as sharing this proposed curriculum with the community and families. We had an online preview. It was up and available Monday, April 19th through the April 26th. We had the survey to go along with that preview, and that preview was still online with the 6th grade curriculum. We had social media posts, we had video PowerPoint introductions to proposed curriculum, and we had information sent out in the principal's weekly announcement of proposed curriculum.
As part of that survey, we had quite a few respondents, and I think there was 125 total. And the good news is about the grade distribution in this case is that the majority of the respondents were in 5th and 6th grade. So that tells us that the 5th grade parents, incoming 6th graders, really took a look at it, and that the current 6th grade parents also took a look at it so they would kind of know what to compare if they've already had their share lessons for this year. But we also collect from any grade band because it's open to the public to review. And there are more than 125 respondents on that list if you do the math really quickly, and it's because parents often have more than 1 child in the district, so they could check all apply. I should point out too that there was a slight glitch in the survey when Ben Hayes passed away. Rochelle and I decided to do the survey ourselves to try to save that department some work. And we learned really quickly that we were not survey designers. So Laura Davidson came through probably the next day and fixed it, and then we were able to add in the data from, this was one of the slides that didn't, or the survey questions that didn't let them choose more than 1 at the time, even though it said choose all apply. So they were very minor. I think 2 questions had issues, and they were mostly those check all applies. So then we always think it's important for people to just to gather the information to know if we're doing a good job communicating or not. If they're aware that they have to have parent permission to participate and share. And so we ask this question, we try to ask this question a lot just to see, because if we got a lot of no's, then we need to do a better job communicating. But obviously we got majority yeses. This question said, how much do you agree or disagree that the topics presented in the proposed 6th grade curriculum are appropriate for 6th grade students? And you can see that the majority of the respondents either strongly agreed or agreed. Same with this slide. How much do you agree or disagree that the topics presented meet the needs of our 6th grade students? So the majority agree or disagree on this one. And then this, Rochelle and I have done a lot of talking over the years about how to help our families work with their students, because there's a lot of people that feel like that share something that they need to do at home. And we agree that it needs to happen at home also. And so how can we help families have those conversations with their students? And can we provide those resources for parents and guardians to have the conversation at home? So we ask this question every time. To see what they want to see, and so we're working to build resources to put on the page for parents specifically, not for our curriculum, but just for parents to have conversations with their children.
So along with and continuing, I have ongoing staff training and support for any of our new teachers, any of our teachers that might have been out of the shared teaching for a few years, which happens. This past year, obviously, we did it virtually, which was great. I was able to go from one school to the next in a rather quick process, and yet we had really good conversations. And so what our training looks like, anybody that's responsible for teaching SHARE in elementary school, currently it's the school counselors. In middle school, it is our science teachers, and in high school, it is health and ROTC folk. So anybody that is new into their position that is then responsible for SHARE, I do a training with them. And along with that, I go out to school sites, I model lessons. I'll be teaching SHARE tomorrow for a school counselor that can't cover it all. So I'm out there modeling, supporting the instruction of SHARE, which also gives me some really good insight to what students are asking, the questions that they have, the perhaps, the unknowns, the misinformation that they've heard from peers, on the playground, whatever it is, so that when we're looking at updating curriculum, using that information too as a piece, as, I'm hearing these questions. This is something we probably should address, and I bring that to the committee as well.
May I jump in just ask a question
Angie.
here? So, in terms of and thank you for the report and for the survey, and all the work. I know this is one of those things that always gets a lot of attention. It's really important, as you know. Question: so those who are trained to teach the SHARE curriculum, right? To teach on the issues that would fall within this are our counselors. Who else goes through that training with you? That's
The science teachers.
The science teachers?
Health teachers and ROTC.
Okay. Counselors, science teachers, health teachers, and ROTC. So those are really the only ones that should be approaching these types of topics with. And of course, if parents have opted their children out, then that's important to know so that.
Yes.
Right. And I like the fact that this is active opting. I mean, parents have to actively say yes. It isn't one of those that, hey, everybody just gets it, and you have to go through 75 different things to say, hey, I'm not quite ready for my kid to go through this. You have to actively say yes. So I appreciate that as well.
We also have Parent Preview PowerPoint available on the SHARE webpage too. So in the past, when we were at schools and having families, for events, I was visiting some elementaries and supporting them as they did their parent preview evenings. Generally, the counselors hold those. For middle and high school, I was providing those district-wide. And we don't tend to have a lot of families show up, and I'm assuming because people have busy schedules. So I think this last year, one of the benefits is having that online PowerPoint that is in English and Spanish that our parents can view, because then they're going to walk through the curriculum, the kind of the ins and outs. Frequently asked questions are part of that, but they can view it on their own time. And then if you recall, we updated the videos too for our elementary grades in the fall. And so now families are able to access all of those video links instead of the old the DVDs that we had. So we're being as transparent as we can, constantly sharing this information with our families, what SHARE looks like. These are some of the resources that are used in the curriculum development. Washoe County Health District's Teen Health Mall, Northern Nevada Hopes, Nevada Public Health Foundation, UNR Human Development and Family Studies, Planned Parenthood, TMCC Equity and Diversity, and a local medical provider was an OBGYN, vetted the curriculum as well. These are resources that I use too when developing the curriculum to bring it forward to the committee. And I just have to clear up some misinformation that was shared earlier about a supposed adopted textbook. There is no adopted text. That was if you remember the yellow book that was shown, that was a book that I cited in the high school curriculum for a definition on consent. That's the only reason that book was ever mentioned. It is listed as a parent resource, though. I do have a parent resource page on my share page, kind of trying to address those topics that parents indicate that they would like more information on. But I provide, along with the other book that was shown tonight, that is a resource listed for parents. It is not something we have adopted or are using in the classroom to teach share.
I appreciate that clarification. It's really important. I think it's important for parents to pay attention and to want to ask questions and so on, but we absolutely want to make sure that the factual information is out there, and if there's something that needs to be addressed, we can certainly address it, and so on. So thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
I also have a question, and I believe I mentioned it. Maybe I think Trustee Minetto mentioned it as well. For community resources, is there a place on this for the Crisis Pregnancy Center? I know that we talked some about some of the other resources, and it just seems like they obviously some things happen sometimes, right? And that can be a resource of support. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
So sure. And I reached out to my medical representative on our committee, who has many letters after her name as far as acronyms. Advanced, she's a registered nurse. She's a certified family nurse practitioner, among many other things. And I asked her for a clear explanation, because I know we've come to this many times at our meetings. And this is her explanation as to why it is not a good choice to include for our students. And this is her words. Much of the medical community considers crisis pregnancy centers to be unethical, as often their organizations seek to intercept women with unintended pregnancies to prevent abortions. They often state they are providing medical services, quote unquote, and yet they have no licensed medical staff and are not subject to regulatory bodies, licensure, or credentialing. Given that they are not licensed medical clinics, they cannot legally be held to the privacy of the HIPAA Act, which can lead to violations of client privacy, especially surrounding adolescent populations. Often, crisis pregnancy centers engage in counseling, quote unquote, services that are misleading, false, and not evidence-based. So I wanted to provide some information from our medical representative that sits on our committee.
I appreciate your asking the question about that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. Hi there. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And this is a complex issue on many levels. So I'd have two quick questions. I don't know if the answers are quick. But the student whose parent signs the no permission to this, you simply explained what may happen. My question really is, what other opportunities does that student have to have the basic human sexuality information? Because I think some is much better than nothing. And then, if you would, I don't want to assume, can you please define needs of diverse populations?
Okay.
Thank you.
So going back as far as looking at our parent permission, if they are opted out, they're opted out of all of SHARE. So, and only under that umbrella are those topics covered. Does that answer your question, Dr. Nicolette?
It does on one level. The other level would be there are other classes that a student could take, a health class.
Perhaps, yes.
So there are other options if a student's parents wants them to opt out.
So in high school, they do have health. We don't have health in middle school. We don't have health in elementary school. I mean, we have health standards, but not a specific class. So there might be discussion of, but nothing to the detail like we're discussing in SHARE. Because we're always very careful that we're not crossing that line of, okay, we have this in our SHARE curriculum. This is something a parent needs to give permission to. Along those lines, The SHARE curriculum is up and available for our families, and early on this year when things were just kind of, counselors were stressed, how are they going to teach SHARE digitally? We didn't quite know what that, we just needed to get school rolling, and SHARE kind of needed to take a back seat. I stressed and shared information with counselors to share it with their families too, that they also can go over the curriculum with their students. It's available for them. Everything that we teach in the classroom is on the SHARE webpage. So, I mean, if the family doesn't want them to participate within the classroom SHARE lessons, they can go and review it with their students at home too, if it's a good starting spot. Okay.
Also, I'd like to add too that it's not a one-time decision, that you make the decision every year. So maybe it might not be the right decision for a family in 4th grade, but they can certainly change their mind in 5th or 6th or just in high school. And so there's lots of opportunities along the way for them to maybe get the information.
So this is thank you. This is a scaffolded curriculum.
Yes.
Oh.
So we start in 4th grade. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and whenever they take health or what fits that, which would be ROTC within high school. I know when I first came into the position, I thought ROTC is teaching SHARE. That's really interesting. And I've had great conversation with our ROTC leaders because they have the students for 4 years. They tend to end up revisiting some of the topics and have that relationship built with that student. Whereas in high school, it is kind of a one shot. Once they're done with health as a freshman, that's it. There's no more SHARE.
Gotcha. Wonderful. Thank you. And then the needs of diverse population.
So making sure that we're reaching out to all of our students being our LGBTQ community included in there, so that our lessons are representative of our diverse student population.
And so then, so how do I want to ask this? Different cultures approach human sexuality different, so that could also fall into the. So there's, I guess, there's no. Everyone's from a diverse population.
Right.
I mean, technically speaking, even though each student has different needs.
Mm-hmm.
Their families have different needs. I'm not really asking this properly. I guess, let me frame it differently and be a little more uncomfortable. Is community concerns about teaching, this is not easy. Community concerns about teaching, opening up doors for our students that maybe are too soon for them to think about. I don't know a polite way to say it, because I don't want anybody to feel like I'm being prejudiced or biased or anything. Just that we have a lot going on with our students, and this SHARE curriculum is very complex and very important. And it's something that I know that for community members, they want to handle this with their students, with their child, because this is about their family. And yet we know that that doesn't always happen for whatever reason. So the schools take up the gauntlet, if you will, to help students through these times. Oh, I don't know.
You want us to come back to you,
So-
Dr. Nicolette? Or
Am I hearing that, yes, parents should be the first teachers of this, correct? And we should just be supporting what is being discussed and talked about at home. I mean, when we're thinking about the intent, right, parents always should be the first educator on this and continuing to have those conversations. Unfortunately, as we all know, that is not always the case. So we're hoping to provide also some basic knowledge that our kids then know themselves as far as they know the correct body terms, the anatomical body terms. And when I go in and teach to 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, and they just all want to hide in their sweatshirt, right? And I said, no, this is to keep you safe. We need to talk about what the body terms are actually called, because you're going to go to the doctor and you're going to have those conversations. And if you don't know what that part is called, or if there's something going on that is not normal, as far with a part or with your body somehow going through puberty, these are things that our students need to know. So I kind of put it, I'm like, we're scientists here. That's what we're talking about. Putting it back as this, we're talking about our bodies as scientists. This is what our body does. This is the changes it's going to go through for the next 10 or 12 years of puberty for some, right? And we just want them to be aware, and questions that they can ask too in their medical care provider when they go. Mm-hmm. Does that help at all?
Rochelle, you did a great job. Thank you very much. And you made me, 68-year-old woman, very comfortable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. Is now the right time for just general questions?
About share?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I notice our agenda is 6th grade, so I don't want to go off and get yelled at by council.
I think we do want to, I think for the most part, certainly, we don't want to start talking about the high school curriculum or something like that. And so can you see what I mean? Can we?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
So
if you go outside the line, council will say, hey, he'll bring us back in, so go ahead.
So first of all, I've been looking at the SHARE program since long before I was ever on the board. And I emailed the school district, and some lady named Miss Proctor kept writing me back instantly, incredibly responsive. I didn't know who you were, but just incredibly responsive. So I thank you. And that goes back before I was ever on the board. So thank you very, very much. And then I looked at the video just a few minutes ago and saw a lady that looks just like you standing in front of that flag on the video that went out to the parents. So, at any rate, thank you very much for that. Now, we had speakers today and numerous, not a lot of emails, but a pretty good amount of emails on the SHARE program. And so I've looked through the 6th grade curriculum, and to be a little bit blunt, I don't see the word anal on there. I don't see the word DAM on there. So those people that spoke up, maybe they are talking about other programs, but today we're talking about 6th grade, and it's not there. In terms of some of the speakers that we have, I did hear the word hate and homophobic, and I just want to rebel against those terms. This is First Amendment. This is people that are speaking their minds from both sides. And aside from the facts that they got wrong, I hope we can accept good conversation from everybody on this. Let me think a couple other notes, and I do actually have a question in here, believe it or not.
I was just about to say, we're getting to a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
go right
the
ahead.
question will be, can the parents sit in on a class if they want?
Currently, we don't have parents that are participating in the SHARE lesson, just from the conversations that could occur from other students. It wouldn't be the time for a parent to sit in on the lesson. That's why, again, going back, everything that we teach is on the SHARE webpage. I have talked through parents exactly what a lesson looks like, but just for confidentiality amongst the students, we have not had parents sit in on the lesson. And to go along with that, before each lesson too, we always remind students that, what we talk about in SHARE stays here until they get home to talk about it with their parents. We try our best to say don't talk about this on the playground, especially because there are kids that could be not participating in SHARE or could be a kindergartner, right? We say it a million times. I can't promise it always happens that way, but the other part is before teaching a lesson, passing out index cards to students for anonymous questions that they do not feel comfortable asking in front of their peers, perhaps. I don't generally have that problem. I usually get a million questions, and it makes it more fun and engaging, but whatever, if a student isn't comfortable, they have the opportunity to write an anonymous question, and I collect all the cards. I simply go through and, just kind of summarize a question so nobody feels like, oh, that's my question, everybody's going to know it, and respond to it.
I guess it's finally, Obviously, I'm keeping an open mind until this is over, but I'm certainly leaning towards supporting this program. And not one of my emails has been able to say a single thing about this agenda item where there's anything wrong. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Other questions, comments? I see Clerk Manetto and then Vice President.
I think mine's kind of a comment. So for the Crisis Pregnancy Center, just to beat a dead horse, you said that your health care person said this and this and this, but the other health care people could say the opposite. Yeah, right? Yeah, that could happen. I don't know why it can't be put on here as a source.
This is one thing that I will stand strongly. I do not feel comfortable putting that on as a source. If this is, they're truly not medical care providers, truly not licensed, and do not have to follow HIPAA regulations, I do not feel comfortable putting that on as a source.
Thank you, Trustee Manetto. Vice President Carlo, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the presentation. And looking at the lessons, there's really nothing in the lessons that is truly that controversial. It's a pretty clear cut. I didn't realize how much support was given to parents. I think it's really good that resources are given to them so that they can take what they want to show their kids, and that's great. Where I get hung up, and I've said this before, is I as a public school district, I just struggle with us advertising Planned Parenthood to our students, and I was uncomfortable with it with the older grades, and my comfort level doesn't improve as the grades get younger. That's just something that I struggle with. I think that should be left up to parents. If a parent wants to do with their child, they're more than welcome to. The public school system, that I just get hung up on that. So those are my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Carlo. One thing I will say is it's state law that some teaching in this area go forward, as outlined, and so there's certainly some teaching in this area that certainly the state deems, and I think as Ms. Proctor shared, unfortunately, it doesn't always happen at home. But I love the idea of it working in concert with, and hopefully at home is the first place that it happens there. I do think it's important that as a board, we take a look at what we do deem as appropriate, age-wise, right? So that it's age appropriate and so on like that. But I do think that I understand a little bit of lack of comfort, but we certainly need to be responsive to the state law, and it's a matter of how we draw how we fill in that's the guardrails, and it's how we fill in the middle in that, and what's appropriate for our district, and that's what we're here to decide tonight. So, Trustee Church.
Thank you. Yeah, I said I was leaning toward. Now I'm really confused because I thought I looked through every attachment. Where on here does it say Planned Parenthood? Is there an actual PowerPoint on the 6th grade what we're talking about? I mean, just show me or one way or the other.
It's on the slides, Trustee Church.
Which attachment would that be?
Look at the slides on the screen.
It's a resource. It was a resource when I was building the curriculum. It's a resource that I used. Just a resource, just information. That's all.
But is it taught in the?
No, we're not teaching Planned Parenthood per se.
Is there a slide? I mean, I'm looking at what you've sent me. I'm trusting you folks to give me all of the facts, and I looked on every attachment specifically for that ahead of time, and I'm not seeing it. So is there something not on here that they do get a slide that says Planned Parenthood?
Planned Parenthood? No. We have Northern Nevada Hopes. We have the Teen Health Mall listed. I'm trying to think of what else just off the top of my head that we do share with kids.
Okay, so, and again, things change, but 6th graders are not generally too susceptible to pregnancy. What I'm hearing, so now I'm confused. What I'm hearing, there's no slide, there's no referral to Planned Parenthood, there's no mention of Planned Parenthood on this curriculum.
You are correct. It is a resource when building curriculum. I'm looking across, right? all the way down from when I started in high school, middle school, elementary. It's just another source of information that I was, I'm looking at definition of consent. They are a wonderful resource with information. So it's just a resource.
Trustee Church?
Thank you.
Okay. Student trustee, okay. Any other commentary on this? Questions? This is an action item, so I'm looking for the pleasure of the board. Can we get Trustee Tippin back on? Oh, we do have. Why don't we get some public comment? And I know there are several emails that came in as well. We want to read those names into the record. Let's see. I don't know if any recent emails are on this. I don't think so that I've seen so far. But yes, thank you very much. Let's go ahead with public comment, JJ.
I believe some people have left.
Okay, imagine that, right? It's late.
Karen England, Bruce Foster, Susan Stieg, Emily. I'm going to let you.
And there is an Emily here, so will you help us with your last name, please?
Yeah, it's Mimnaugh, like Kavanaugh.
Oh,
He helps.
Say it again.
Mimnaugh.
Mimnaugh.
We don't live very long, so there's not very many of us.
That's okay, Mimnaugh. Oh, don't say that. You have plenty of work to do. Miss Mimnaugh, thank you for being here, and I know it's late, so thank you for being here. You have 3 minutes, and then when you get to 30 seconds, a yellow light before you will come on, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Emily Mimnaugh. I'm a local Nevada attorney here, and I'm here today on behalf of Pacific Justice Institute, which is a nonprofit legal defense organization. I have reviewed the materials, and we believe that the proposed changes to the 6th grade sex ed are legally objectionable on at least two fronts. First, it's not clear that they actually enable informed consent by parents, as you note, required by state law. And second, it promotes publications developed by particular sectarian groups to the exclusion of others, and that's a violation of the state constitution, state law, and board policy. Now, first, NRS 389.036, as you note, requires parental written consent for sex ed, and it requires that parents are given a reasonable chance to review all materials. Without that review, there cannot be informed consent. Now, the information provided to date will not be sufficient. The community preview of the 6th grade content and the survey, which was barely available for a week, revealed materials with opaque references to sex ed quizzes and role play. And for that, there is no specific content provided. Slide 21 of the PowerPoint, as presented, cites 7 curriculum development resources. There's no indication why those sources are chosen, how they influenced which parts of the material. I think that was part of the attempt to clarify, but again, there's no footnotes or explanation as to what came from where. And I would note that Northern Nevada Hopes and Planned Parenthood are both members of PLAN, which are partisan groups. Second, and I think this is particularly troubling as a legal matter, one of the sources that's listed, it states that it's for grades 7 to 9. Grade 7 to 9. This is for grade 6, but the title makes it clear it's grade 7 to 9. And the title is Our Whole Lives, OWL, O-W-L. And that's a publication of the Unitarian Universalist religion. Now, NRS 388.150 prohibits the use of sectarian publications for instruction and or source material. And the Nevada Constitution, Article 3, Sections 8 and 9 very clearly prohibit the use of public monies for instruction on sectarian matters, particularly to the exclusion of others. Now, these legal problems are more concerning in light of other board policies, including Admin Regulation 4A2, which instructs teachers to conceal a child's transgender status from parents. This actively excludes parents, keeps information from them, and sets up teachers, gatekeepers, to determine whether a parent has a, quote, need to know. This contravenes NRS Section 126.036, which, as state law, enshrines a parent's liberty interest in the care of her child as a fundamental right. Finally, I want to note Board Policy 6142E, which was referenced on slide 4. It states that sex ed instruction for 6th grade can be taught by a school counselor and apparently also by ROTC. This violates NRS 389.036 Part 4, which very clearly states material can only be taught by either a teacher or school nurse. Taken together, we propose that you do not adopt these policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mimnaugh. Did I get that right? That's right. That's right. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Kristen DeHaan.
Welcome back, Ms. DeHaan.
Thanks. All right. I have a
looking at the curriculum, and I was particularly impressed with the digital drama. I thought about it in just my own life. When I go on to Facebook, if I make a comment on something, it'll surprise you, I might be a little to the left of some other people, but I will get blasted from all over, from people I don't know, people behind their screens who don't know me, people who say that they are very sad for my students, being that I'm a teacher, and I might think the way I think. That feeling for an adult is not great. And just imagine how it is for our students in 6th grade and up, and sometimes lower as well. If you are on digital media of any kind, it's going to happen. If you have a picture of yourself, imagine all of the people who might say, you're fat, you're skinny, you're ugly, your hair looks gross. The more people that say that, the more people say that. And that is something that kids are hearing over and over and over again. And so this is showing you it's much better to talk in person, speak one-on-one. If that stuff is happening, leave the situation. I have to do it myself. Do I comment? Do I look at the comments on things? So I particularly appreciate that this is part of the curriculum. It's very important, especially with how much our students are using all of the different platforms I don't even know about. I still don't know how to use TikTok, but a lot of our students in elementary school use TikTok. We have 3rd graders, 2nd graders using that. And they're using Snapchat and so many different media sources. So I think this is really, really important. And I like that it has you reflect on how easy it is to have that drama escalate. Just watch today at the board meeting. It escalated a little bit. It also identifies de-escalation strategies when you're dealing with this drama. That's an incredibly important thing for kids to learn. It's important for adults to learn. And then reflecting on how digital drama can affect not only oneself, but those around us. So I really want you to think about how important this is. And this is part of the curriculum that has been created by this team. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn.
Bailey Stewart.
Welcome, Ms. Stewart.
Hello, good evening, folks. My name is Bailey Stewart. I work at a district-sponsored charter elementary school. Our school's still K through 6, and I facilitate share lessons with kids in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. And I'm here to very excitedly voice my support for this update to the curriculum. When they say it hasn't been updated, they are not kidding. The 6th grade lesson that exists now is the same one that I took as a 6th grader 15 years ago. Dr. McNeil was my principal. And this refresh is so needed. To echo what some of you have said, I don't see anything in here that my students would not be capable of grappling with curiosity and enthusiasm and an understanding for sort of the world around them. They know what's going on. They're smarter. 12-year-olds are a lot smarter than we think they are. And I actually think that the lessons are more focused and intentional on what they deliver than the lesson that exists now. Not to say that the lessons that we have now are too advanced. I think they're fine. But the information about puberty and about HIV is very expansive and kind of all over the place. And in my experience, it's a little difficult for the students to follow sometimes. And so what Rochelle has done in her team has really sort of narrowed it down to the essentials that the students need to know. And I think that's excellent. Not only is it more appropriate, more focused, but particularly the information about HIV is much more current. As I hope you know, the medical establishment has made huge strides in treatment prevention for HIV, and the old lesson is very, very scare tactic-y, blamey, which any educator in here could tell you is not effective praxis. And this new one is just straightforward and informative, and very, not positive, but informative and to the point. I think it's excellent. I'm very excited about it. I would love to teach it. And as always, I want to thank Rochelle for her hard work and the committee. I see Ashley up there. Hey, Ashley. Because they work so hard with a lot of public pushback. So however awesome you think they are more awesome than that. And that's all I came to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The board also received emails from Scott Callahan, Dr. Sarah Elliott, Sandy Young, Katie Silva, Jerry Clark, Lois Bianchi, Connor McQuivy, Clarabelle Russell, and Allison Golden.
Thank you very much, JJ. Okay, I did lean over at some point and just ask council, and I know there are a lot of things that was shared by the Miss Mimna. I don't want to be, certainly want to get her name right, and I appreciate her coming and sharing. And I know you didn't know that was coming, so you aren't necessarily prepared to address any of them. But just from an overall standpoint, I think it's certainly important for the board to hear your perspective as a whole, just overall, I should say.
Sure. So, Ms. Mimna pointed out a concern about the instructional materials not being available for inspection. That's not really quite required at this point in time. It's not required till after the board passes the item under 389.036 subsection 5. As it relates to 388.150, I presume we're not actually teaching a sectarian lesson. Is that correct?
Please turn your mic on if you would,
Yeah, I need
Prince
to
Doctor,
wrap-
so
I
we
don't-
can.
I don't know, that's what
Right.
she's saying.
No, we're not teaching that.
So I don't think we'd be in violation of 388.150. And finally, back to 389.036. I think if the board decides that this is consistent with the statute, then you can adopt this curriculum and you've met all the criteria that I see in NRS 389.036. I've read this so many times. I don't agree with her. I don't think there's an issue at this point in time, unless there's something I'm unaware of, which is always a possibility, but I don't see it at this point in time from everything I've reviewed.
And let me just remind you all who teaches the lessons. Elementary school, the counselor. Middle school, science teachers. In high school, it's the health or ROTC, only at the high school level. So when she did mention that ROTC is teaching in elementary school, that was not true.
And our ROTC teachers are teachers, so.
Counselors, I think she also mentioned that counselors, it wasn't allowable for counselors to teach?
Oh, it is allowed.
It is allowed.
Yes.
Okay, I misunderstood that. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
That is accurate. Yep, that's what the law says.
Yeah, she did mention that it wasn't allowable for counselors, but it is. So thank you very much. I saw Trustee Church first, and then Dr. Nicolette.
I just wanted to clarify that. Yes. So counselors, can you go over that one more time?
The law specifically says the subjects of the courses may be taught only by a teacher, actually, or school nurse whose qualifications have been previously approved by the Board of Trustees. That's what the statute says.
So not a counselor.
Well, it says teacher or school nurse. It's NRS 389.036 subsection 3. So presuming we're doing that, then there's no issue. And if ROTC is a teacher,
They're teachers.
then we're fine on ROTC. And then, there was one other thing that she mentioned, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get through this, is she mentioned the waiver, and as I know it, our team has reviewed that waiver many, many times and have approved it over and over and never have had an issue. It's consistent with the statute. It's consistent how we transmit all other waivers in the district. And so I don't see an issue with the, I shouldn't use the term waiver, the written notice.
Yeah, the parental consent.
Yep.
The parental consent.
Yep.
Okay.
And can I add on to that too?
Please.
When parents are doing for their student the Infinite Campus registration, there is a direct link that takes them to the SHARE website to preview all of that curriculum. So it's not just an arbitrary yes or no. There is a link. If you are going to choose to review the curriculum, it's a hot link to take them directly there.
So that addresses that concern that parents are to have access to the ability to review it before they provide consent, and so that is, it looks like that is provided.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. From my standpoint at this point, The only area of concern is who teaches it. Whether allowing our counselors to continue to be a part of it, or for something that our teachers are going to have to, or a school nurse will have to be involved. And that's part of, and council's looking it up, and so that's part of looking into the statute. Okay, but either way it goes, just say a couple of things. One, we have to teach it. Yes. So it's not like we can vote not to teach it, right? We have to teach it because that is statutory. And if there needs to be an adjustment as to who teaches that so that we stay in compliance with the statute, then that's just what we have to do, because we don't get to not teach it. Okay, now again, it's up to us to say if this is what we want to teach. I mean, that's certainly what this meeting is all about here, but that piece certainly does need to be worked out. We need clarification. We may be just fine, but if not, then that just needs to be worked out. But whatever it is that we agree upon going forward as a board, we still do need to make that a part of the instruction going forward, because it's required by law. Were you following up, Trustee Church, or do I go to Dr. Nicolette and then back to you?
Go ahead, Jeff.
You following up? Please.
I don't think who teaches it is a part of necessarily what you need to adopt. You need to adopt. Okay, I just wanted to.
No, that's what I think I was trying to say is
Okay.
that staff will need to work that. That's up to the superintendent to work that out.
Right.
Okay, so we're there. Thank you. Okay. No, it's okay. Just make sure I'm right. Okay, Trustee Church, and then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette.
Yeah, we're getting a lot back and forth. I'm getting nervous. I'd much rather err on the side of caution. And again, I'm not making a decision on how I'm going to vote, but I'd much rather err on the side of caution and just send it back to legal to come back to us rather than engage in some litigation where we didn't cross a T or dot an I. And that references one question or one statement Mr. Rombardo said at the very end. Something about and I'm trying to Google and look up NRS and everything else at the same time. Mr. Rombardo mentioned a nurse or teacher approved by the board. I don't know the exact wording, but you said something on that law that made me extra nervous.
Mr. Rombardo?
Yeah, so it's a reference to the statutory structure of how education professionals are hired throughout school districts in the state of Nevada, which in your smaller jurisdictions, as we discussed at the training I did for NASB, is that normally in some smaller instances, the school board does all hirings, and I think that's what this is referencing. You're not approving the individual person each time. So when teachers and really every employee in a school district is hired under NRS 388, that I believe it's 388, that the school district votes on the entire employment. In our jurisdiction, the public body, the Board of Trustees has handed that authority over to the superintendent, which it can as part of its processes for hiring, saying we entrust you to do the hiring. So when the superintendent hires these teachers through her principals or her area superintendents and however that process works in HR, that is the process that we use, and that is considered board approval. So there doesn't need to be a vote on every single teacher or nurse. If you're a teacher or nurse in this district, you can teach it, this subject matter. It's just that's who can teach the subject matter. And, to be clear, the subject matter has to be factual instruction concerning acquired immune deficiency syndrome and instruction on human reproductive system related communicable diseases and sexual responsibility. So as long as we're not adopting books for sectarian purposes or non-sectarian purposes, actually, then we're fine. And that, just because a sectarian group wrote the book, Ms. Mimnon's misreading the statute. It specifically says that it has to be used or introduced for that purpose. At least that's how I read it. I guess we could have an interesting discussion somewhere else at some other time, but I'm not concerned about that.
Thank you, Counsel. Trustee Church, did that answer that question about board approval?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Dr. Nicolette?
I guess mine's just a little tiny question in that this teacher-counselor thing, counselors are not classified as teachers, is that correct?
It will depend on their licensing, so you could have a counselor that is a certified teacher as well.
So have we concluded our share curriculum teaching for this school year?
As far as each of the schools?
Yes.
It's independent when they teach it. Whenever it fits into the school's calendar, right, and planning and testing and all the other things they have going on. Like I said, tomorrow I'm helping out at Robert Mitchell, but most of them are done.
Robert Mitchell. Okay, thank you.
I just think it's important to remember for the board, don't let Ms. Mimnaugh get you distracted. You don't decide the teaching part of this. You're adopting the curriculum. The superintendent needs to make sure she does it right, which I'm sure she will by getting the appropriate teachers, and she'll make sure that they do that. I don't believe in the curriculum that says different, right, who the teachers are. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification, Counselor, and thank you for the quick research
Yeah,
to address. I know it's quick, but to address those issues, because one, we want to make sure we're in compliance with the law. Certainly, and I think it's important to have that investigation. And something may have come to our attention that needs to be that the superintendent needs to address. It's not for us to address, but that the superintendent needs to address. And so that was helpful in that regard. Other comments, questions? We did public comment already, right? Any other Trustee Church?
Just a quick one. Did she supply any kind of written documentation or just what she said verbally?
Not to my knowledge. I think what we have is what we have. So if there's written documentation, unless it was an email, that I don't. No, I didn't either. And JJ said it wasn't in public comment. So, but so thank you, Council, for taking those off and getting and hearing them as they came, because there were several things I think that needed to be addressed. So thank you for that. Other comments, questions? This is an action item. This is an action item. So I think we've clarified several things. Those issues that Ms. Nimna brought to our attention. Council feels comfortable with them. There's something for the superintendent to tend to in terms of who does the teaching. I think that's important, again, outside of our purview, for that to be addressed. All of the materials that are being taught have been shared. There's nothing else that has not been shared. I think that was a good question asked by Trustee Church. Is there something out there that we don't have? And you made that very clear that it is not. I appreciate the resources, that you shared, to let us know where those things, have come from. JJ, your light is on.
Trustee Thigpen has a question.
Oh, I see your hand up there. Thank you very much, Trustee Thigpen.
Can you hear me just fine?
We can.
Oh, perfect. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Let me find where is the actual recommended motion, unless it's on a slide somewhere that might be helpful.
It is not on the slide. It is on a handout for us.
Okay, well, I'll just say this, and JJ can probably help. I motion that the Board of Trustees approve the updated sixth grade share curriculum.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Trustee Thigpen, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? No. Okay, let the record show that the motion carries, and it is 5-2. 5-2. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Ms. Proctor, and Kendra and Dr. Parks. Ms. Fox, I should be official. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much. And then we know the superintendent has some follow-up to do on that, and that's under her purview to make sure we're in compliance with who teaches it. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda items 6.10, student representatives report.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor. If I didn't, thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. We've been meeting with the Student Advisory Council. We had our last meeting of the year last week on Tuesday. We actually came up with a project that students will be doing over summer to keep everyone involved in the district. So it's basically a bingo that's going to keep students involved with going outside, doing different activities during the day. And we hope to send it out in the next couple of weeks so students can get started on that during summer. And you will be hearing more information about that as we finish the last couple of steps that we need to do in order to get the word out there. Let's see, we will be having our end of the year celebration and are just planning for what next year will look like, what kind of board, student advisory council we want as a whole in order to make sure we grow our team and everything like that.
Well, thank you very much. The students continue to be busy. I forgot to thank the share chair who was on Zoom. Oh man, I forgot to thank her. So if you're still listening, thank you very much for your leadership on the share committee. We know that's a difficult committee and that's a lot of really important work. So thank you for that, and I hope you hear this. Gosh dang, I made myself a mental note and you see how far that went, right? No comment, Andrew. Okay, thank you, Student Trustee Victoria. Superintendent's report?
So I just have 3 updates. A lot of us were over at Marcy Hers this week for the Passion Projects, and these are projects that students develop on their own, and they are built around a passion that the student has. So for example, the student probably has, could have a passion for wanting to make a cooking channel, or they want to make a particular item. We had one student who took their grandmother could no longer throw a ball to their dog because she was ambulatory. And so he built and designed something for his grandmother to throw the ball to his dog. So we judged all of those projects, but I want to do a huge shout out to Brandon Bringhurst, his principal, and his entire teaching staff and administration staff. The students were so engaged. It was amazing. It was just a lot of fun, and Debbie and I were over there, and we didn't want to leave, so it was great. And then 2 of our students won National Merit Scholarships. And so I want to congratulate our 2 students at Proctor Hug High School, Carver Goldstein and Tylee Carrick at Worcester, were our 2 Merit Scholarship winners. And that is 2 out of 16,000 finalists that they won those awards. And then finally, our very own Emily Ellison is our Woman of Achievement for the Washoe County School District. And so just a huge shout out to Emily and all of her love and dedication to the district and what she does. She's phenomenal at it. So she is the Woman of Achievement for the Nevada Women's Fund. So. No, that's fantastic, and congratulations to her. What a great honor. They weren't able to have the ceremony of the program last year, and so it's great for it to be happening this year. And I think somebody was inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. I will be inducted into the Nevada Women's Fund Hall of Fame. With an honor. No one else would do it, so they pulled me in. Okay, and we've already done our public comment. We've moved it up to 6 p.m. So I think that if that is all, then we are adjourned. As a reminder, we have our training on this Friday, 9 o'clock at Aloft. At Aloft, we have our training there. Aloft. It is not a meeting, it is a board training. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. Thank you, Kurt.